This guy was the most powerful in the entire empire, Merlin Lucifer. He could have any woman in the world at his feet. He could touch anything, even the most precious jewels. He had a dark secret, and because of that, this girl was going to have to help. But before any of that, it all started with the king in his castle. One of his servants was always trying to steal a kiss from him while he was sleeping. "What are you doing? Nobody in this world can catch me off guard." With a warm hug, he told her, "He's the one who chooses the time." And besides, the enemies were at the castle gates. The girl, Lilith, was ready to go, to fight and defend the territory. But the protagonist stopped her. He liked to fight his enemies personally. So Lilith, she just had to watch. Outside of the demons were already fighting the humans. In the middle of the battle, someone caught Merlin's attention. But that girl, she must be this generation's hero. She took down a huge golem with one powerful attack. Everyone was screaming that she was incredible, but ironically, in the eyes of the Demon King, she looked pretty weak too. A giant creature with more teeth than you could possibly count before dying appeared. The soldiers totally wet their pants in fear. But the girl faced the creature without hesitating. Her ice attack pierced the creature's massive body. The soldiers looked like frightened little girls on the ground, while the heroine reassured them, saying she would save everyone. Her name was Alice, the current hero, and she was there to defeat the Demon King and bring peace to the world. Commanding her cowardly soldiers, the girl continued the attack. In the distance, they could see the Demon King's castle. One of the army's main funders was the church. The holy fat guy was annoyed with how long the battle was taking. He yelled that he was doing all the hard work, while the soldiers were taking way too long with the easy part. He was confident in victory this time, because now the powerful heroine was on their side. Back analyzing the battle, she noticed something while fighting. The vanguard squadron wasn't holding its own against the bizarre monsters. She decided then to turn back and help them. But before she could get close to the fray, something in the sky caught her attention. The chubby bearded man roared that was the secret weapon the church had been cultivating for 100 years. A colossal whale-like creature descended from the heavens, the most fearsome weapon ever created on the entire continent. Both humans and monsters ceased their fighting, stopping everything to gaze at the monstrosity in awe. Alice, too, couldn't believe what she was seeing, a truly horrific monster. The bishop raised his staff and declared that was the Maiden of Battle, the church's masterpiece. The creature possessed gigantic sharp teeth and opened its massive maw. It obeyed the bishop's commands, and as soon as he ordered, it began to attack the monsters. But the hero realized that with such attacks, even the vanguard squadron would perish. Unfortunately, the girl was too far away to reach her allies. They began to suffer the behemoth's onslaught. Even the Demon King, observing everything, disapproved. The battlefield began to be swept clean. By the extravagant creature's powerful blow, a cloud of smoke billowed, annihilating everything within it. And the chubby bearded man continued to gloat, telling Lucifer to behold the church's power. Alice had managed to survive the ominous situation, gripping her sword and trying to peer through the thick smoke. The dust cloud also reached Merlin and Lilith, who watched from above. And then, as visibility cleared, Alice observed the losses. Despite that absurd display of power, many humans had survived. One of them, barely believing it, wondered aloud if he was still alive. Smiling, Merlin said, "Of course he isn't." Gripping a sword, he declared, "Only I can decide who lives and who dies." And then our hero finally caught sight of the Demon King and identified him. "Imposing," Lucifer taunted, commanding the weaklings to revere him. The bishop couldn't believe that even the sacred weapon's most powerful attack had been blocked. The accompanying lord, visibly shaking, stammered that Lucifer seemed more powerful than they had imagined, but with veins bulging in his greasy face, the bishop ordered him not to be afraid. For the Maiden of Battle was the most powerful weapon on the entire continent, and he was confident the Demon King couldn't harm it. Then, bellowing with all the force in his lungs, the bearded man commanded the creature to crush Lucifer. The Demon King decided to give a little credit for the bishop's elaborate explanation, but he admitted it would all be for naught, for even so, the secret weapon was far too weak. He waited for the colossal whale to draw nearer before drawing his sword, and as soon as it was within good range, the monarch leaped and sliced it clean in half with no great difficulty. That display of sheer masculine skill left Lilith even more smitten with her idol. Alice, however, grew worried, for even the secret weapon was no match for the Demon King. The king twirled his sword to flick off the residue, then closed his eyes, victorious. His monster subjects on the battlefield were utterly awestruck by such power. The bishop was petrified as he watched his invincible weapon turn to scrap in 3 seconds. The army had the same reaction. The vanguard squadron also watched in awe as the giant whale was shredded into mincemeat, and the two halves of the secret weapon crashed onto the battlefield, its participation ending as swiftly as it had begun. Lucifer sheathed his sword with a theatrical flourish, his eyes still closed. Lilith cheered, immensely proud of her beloved brother, finding the entire spectacle super beautiful. Alice was so stunned she began to sweat. The bishop could no longer even stand. The church's army was trembling in their boots. Merlin declared that now it was the church's loser's turn. He would grant them a glorious death. With little hope left, the bishop screamed for the hero to save them, or all would perish. Despite her immense apprehension, Alice knew she was the hero, and it was her duty to defeat the Demon King. She gripped her sword tighter, resolving not to let fear consume her. Charging towards Merlin, she approached and challenged him to a duel. However, as the girl neared the monarch, his gaze shifted and an energy stirred the wind around him. The wind pushed Alice back, and he took the opportunity to grasp his sword. With incredible speed, he drew the weapon from its sheath. He unleashed an attack, not towards the hero, but forward, directly at the army. The girl realized he was simply ignoring her. The bishop and the entire church army bore the brunt of the attack, which was so powerful it even threw the hero backward. With merely a swing of his sword, the Demon King had ripped open a giant chasm across the battlefield. All that was left to tell the tale was the chubby bearded man's small hat. The hat fell into a puddle, illustrating the church's swift and utter defeat. Merlin surveyed the scene around him, only shattered banners and a defeated hero lying on the ground. Thus ended Merlin's final battle as the Demon King, and so began his new story, one of unemployment alongside the hero. Born with immense power, Merlin Lucifer ascended to become the third Demon King, known far and wide as the Monarch of Pride. However, the young demon was born with a heart ailment that not only shortened his lifespan, but also plagued him with constant agonizing pain. But Merlin held the key to his salvation, the demonic sword Arturnum. Each time he vanquished powerful foes with it, his lifespan increased and the curse's grip temporarily loosened. The more formidable the enemy, the greater the sword's effects. This fueled Merlin's hope of finding the most powerful adversary in the world. Having used his sword to defeat the church's secret weapon, he knew there would be repercussions. Since the whale hadn't been powerful enough, the effects were minimal. He firmly believed he could break the curse entirely if he could just find the strongest person in the world. The battlefield lay utterly ravaged. Birds soared overhead, and Lucifer observed it all. A quiet thought echoing in his mind. It was finally over. His services were no longer needed in the demonic castle. It was time for him to embark on his own adventure. Lilith approached him, her face clouded with sorrow. Smiling, the charming demon asked why she seemed so upset. He gently placed a hand on the young demoness's face, telling her that once he left, she would have to take care of herself. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she tried to reason with her big brother. But knowing it was futile, she merely began to tremble. Tears streaming down her face, she cried that he had always been by her side, pleading with him not to leave her alone. He stroked her hair, knowing she loved to be pampered, but reminded her that she was a young lady now. Merlin's hand instinctively went to the left side of his chest, and the atmosphere grew heavy. He explained that if he stayed, sooner or later, the curse on his heart would surely kill him. He then asked if that was truly what she desired. The little girl threw herself into his arms, crying that she didn't want her big brother to die, but she didn't want to be left alone either. Placing her own hand over her chest, Lilith began to stammer. She declared that if necessary, he could take her life to extend his own lifespan should the curse flare up. Merlin's eyes widened in shock at her declaration. He flicked her forehead, leaving a small red mark. He called her an idiot for such an absurd idea. Gently stroking her hair once more, he leaned closer and told her he would never do such a thing. But Lilith insisted, clasping the former monarch's hands, and said she wouldn't mind taking care of him even if he became a useless neat. The words neat and useless pricked deep at Merlin's ego. But he still smiled, his gaze soft as he looked at the girl with a warm, reassuring look. He told her he loved her, but he had to go. He promised that once he was free of the curse, he would return to stay by her side. He even added that when that day came, not even death would be able to tear them apart. His declaration of love made her completely lose her composure. She even let out a little squeal afterward. She admitted that after hearing that, it was impossible to keep acting like a pampered child, but Lilith still had an important piece of advice for him. In a serious tone, she warned him that there were many cunning hussies in the world, and he should be careful not to fall for their charms. She was prepared to kill every single one of them, pulling out their hair strand by strand, flaying them alive, throwing them into lava, and then eating their flesh. Faced with such a horror movie scenario, Merlin wondered if his little sister was, in fact, a yandere. So without further ado, he set off on his path and bid Lilith farewell. As he walked, he came across Alice's body lying on the ground. Merlin observed her, trying to discern if she was alive or dead. But the girl was drooling, muttering incoherent words about eating more. Looking at her, he mused that after being knocked out, she had simply fallen asleep, so he decided to carry her. A decision that left Lilith in utter shock as she watched it all unfold. The girl shrieked, asking if a hussy had already appeared, but he calmly told her to quiet down, explaining that Alice would merely be a slave. He knew very little about the world outside, and a guide would be useful for this new journey. Even if this woman was too weak to be a hero herself, still, her willpower and resilience would prove to be useful tools by his side. Pouting, Lilith didn't much agree with the situation. In her opinion, opinion, Merlin should have just killed her. As he carried Alice on his shoulders, he stated that once the sun set, he would no longer be a demon king. He said that was all, and that he and Lilith would see each other again soon. As he bid the young woman farewell, he told her not to worry because he would never fall for a hero. With that final warning, Merlin and Alice faded into the horizon. With a heavy heart and tears in her eyes, Lilith watched the love of her life disappear. But she vigorously shook her head to banish the intrusive thoughts from her mind. She tried to focus only on the promise he had made her, that when he returned, not even death would be able to separate the two lovebirds. This thought made her face flush as red as her hair. She was certain it had been a confession of his love for her, and she could barely wait to see him again. So, with a heart brimming with hope and anticipation, she decided to return. Lilith made her way back to the castle, her thoughts consumed by her beloved. She began to set mental goals. By the time he returned, she would have completed her bridal training and would be an excellent wife. Meanwhile, Merlin walked on, Alice still unconscious on his back. A former king now without a kingdom and a captive hero, an unlikely duo in search of adventure. Merlin and Alice continued their journey toward the former Demon King's next adventure. Still unconscious but slowly regaining awareness, Alice wondered if she had truly lost. She recalled how ever since leaving the mountains, she had found herself in one predicament after another. She had fallen for the church's sweet talk and empty praise. And the thought of defeating the Demon King was her only way to stay optimistic. But after witnessing him defeat the church's secret weapon without even breaking a sweat, she finally realized the abyss of power between them was simply too vast. Alice remembered her master's words, how she was still slacking off in her cultivation. Her master had warned her that far beyond the mountains, much stronger individuals existed, and someone at her level would face immense difficulties. Now, after that disastrous defeat, the girl understood her master had been entirely right. Merlin paused his steps, something having caught his eye. It was a wooden ship shattered into pieces on the seashore. Carefully, he placed Alice under a nearby tree. Scratching his head, he mused that he would need to figure out a way to find another boat. The former monarch moved away from the heroine, who remained unconscious. But slowly, she felt her consciousness return, and her thoughts began to organize. Something slimy and warm began to drip onto her. It ran down her cheek, soiling her face. She startled awake, realizing she wasn't alone. A sinister wolf was staring right at her. The girl quickly jumped up in a fright, scrambling to get away from the beast. Desperate, she screamed with all her might that it was a demon wolf. The hungry, deadly canine approached, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Alice closed her eyes, wishing only for a miracle as the beast was far too close. A sudden sound cut through the wind, interrupting the tense moment. The gloved hand of a gentleman grabbed the large wolf's greedy snout. Merlin placed himself between the girl and the monster, protecting her. With a firm voice and a calm yet commanding gaze, he ordered the demon wolf to lie down. But despite still looking rather sullen, the wolf obeyed like a trained puppy. The blonde-haired man explained that the human belonged to him, so the wolf couldn't eat her. Alice, standing right beside him, watched it all with a bewildered expression. She found herself pondering Merlin's words. She belongs to him, not quite understanding their meaning. The wolf closed its eyes and wagged its tail, a clear display of submission. Blushing, Alice realized she had been saved by Merlin once more, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably in her chest. Now Merlin and the large wolf had already befriended each other, the boy petting it gently as if it were a mere puppy. This caught the heroine's attention, and she found herself admiring Merlin's smile, which didn't look like a villain's at all. She shook her head vigorously, reminding herself that he was a demon king, and if he had saved her life, there had to be an ulterior motive. After playing with Merlin for a bit, the wolf turned its back and wandered off without a care. Now that the girl was awake, the former monarch began to speak with her, asking if her name was Alice. The girl immediately adopted a defensive stance, drawing her sword and demanding to know what he wanted. His gaze also shifted, taking on a more intimidating expression as he asked what she possibly imagined he would want with a woman like her. Alice, with her rather inflated self-esteem, imagined he had been captivated by her innocent gaze and now wished to corrupt her. But Merlin simply continued to boast about his position, declaring himself the former demon king and so on. Determined, the heroine vowed not to let him do anything to her, and she froze her sword. She didn't let him finish his sentence and charged at the arrogant former king. With fierce determination, the girl prepared an attack with her frozen sword, but Merlin's expression didn't even flicker. He simply watched the sword approach, and without needing to expend much energy, he stopped her attack with just one hand, holding the sword's frozen blade with merely 2 fingers. Alice watched, barely able to believe such power. Merlin, now closer to the girl's face, widened his eyes as he noticed something. He placed his hand on her chin, realizing she was even more beautiful than he had first perceived. Leaning in even closer, with an alluring gaze, he whispered that she now belonged to him. Alice forced herself to remember she was in a fight, not some forbidden fan fiction scene. She slapped Merlin's hand away, pulling back from him. The fearless heroine shouted that she wouldn't bow down to an evil being like him. Merlin's expression turned serious as he slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze fixed on the girl. Then he merely shrugged, realizing it was all futile. The former monarch explained that she had misunderstood. This wasn't a request or a negotiation. She needed to face reality, for he was officially her captor. Merlin began to walk towards the girl. He pinned her against the tree trunk, placing a hand beside her head to block her escape. The blonde man stated that she was his prisoner, and he expected her to understand that clearly because, in reality, he could be a very gentle person. Alice might have hidden her racing heart, but she couldn't disguise her completely crimson face. Turning her face away, she asked if he truly wanted her to stop resisting and submit to him, and if so, he should just say it plainly. Merlin then replied that he would give the girl a preview of her future. Almost pressing his face against hers, he whispered that he would take her body and have his way with her. Those words made Alice nearly faint from the sudden heat surging through her body. She remembered hearing rumors that some demons impregnated human women to create descendants. Desperate, the poor girl began to panic. She hadn't even had her first date, and now she was going to become a demon's broodmare. Grabbing her hand firmly, Merlin declared that she was to come with him now. She pulled away, convinced that the former king was a shameless scoundrel with the most sinister motives. This angered the demon, and he complained that she was a very disobedient girl. Since that was the case, he resorted to drastic measures, scooping her into his arms before she could defend herself, stating he would have to be a little rough. Alice tried to fight, thrashing and squirming, attempting to escape his grasp, but to no avail, as he effortlessly carried her to a waiting boat. Now, with no escape, the girl was utterly defenseless and at the mercy of the young man's dark intentions. With a wicked gleam in his eyes, he reached out a hand to her, declaring that their game would now begin. She screamed for him to stay away, threatening that if he came any closer, she would leap into the sea. The heroine and the former demon king were adrift on the high seas, locked in a heated argument. Her grip tightened on her sword, her gaze fixed on her captor, gritting her teeth. The girl contemplated a drastic solution to her predicament. Pressing the blade to her own throat, she declared that if he dared to take another step closer, she would end her own life. The boat's oars lay stacked, one atop the other, unsettlingly close to Alice's feet. Merlin's eyes took in the scene, a plan quickly forming in his mind. He subtly stepped on the tip of one oar, causing it to pivot upwards. The opposite end swung up, striking the girl sharply on the head and throwing her off balance. With a yelp, she dropped her sword, which clattered onto the boat's wooden floor. Alice clutched her head, wincing at the throbbing pain from the oar's impact. Merlin let out a slow breath, inwardly marveling at how such a naive girl could have ever become a hero. Tears welled in Alice's eyes as she finally gave up. "Get it over with already," she pleaded, resigning herself. "There's no point in fighting it, but please, don't be violent." But Merlin scoffed, a look of pure disdain on his face. He'd encountered countless women in his time, and she, he declared, was not even remotely his type. The Demon King wasn't finished, though. He pressed his advantage, mocking her strategy of using a metal plate to compensate for her noticeable lack of assets. Alice flinched, mortified, and quickly explained, That's mithril armor." The realization that she was using mithril armor as padding sent Merlin into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Now truly enraged, Alice demanded to know why he had kidnapped her in the first place, if not to produce an heir. He simply raised a finger, gesturing to the oars. "Do you see these?" he asked. They lay right beside her, within easy reach. Merlin explained that they would be navigating through the treacherous Strait of Orkney. From there, they would cross the churning seas to enter the territory of Great Britain. Alice stared, dumbfounded. She immediately burst his bubble. "Don't be stupid," she snapped. "That's impossible. Even the Church's massive fleet struggled to navigate those waters, requiring hundreds of men and complex camouflage to evade unseen enemies. Countless creatures lurk beneath the waves, practically invincible. It would be utterly impossible for the two of them to take turns rowing alone, let alone at the mercy of those beasts." A wicked glint entered his eye. "You must be mistaken," he purred. "I never said we'd take turns." He'd explained that he'd take her body and make her do certain irrational things, by which, of course, he meant she'd be doing all the rowing by herself. With that, he turned his back to her, gazing out at the vast sea horizon. He planted his foot firmly on the prow of the boat, leaning forward to get a better view, and declared he would simply stand there, chilling out and enjoying the sea breeze. Alice's face contorted into a baffled expression, utterly bewildered like a blind man caught in a crossfire. She stared at the lonely oars, then at the endless churning sea surrounding them. They were virtually adrift, and the terrifying realization of her predicament finally sank in. 3 days crawled by. The sky above them hung heavy and dark, swollen with rain clouds. Just as Merlin had planned, Alice was the one straining at the oars while he merely lounged at the prow of the boat, observing. The girl remarked how strange it was that they'd been sailing for 3 days without a single creature attacking them. Merlin explained that the ocean was a place brimming with peril, and getting too close to a more powerful entity often led to one's demise. He added that a very large creature was currently tracking them, which was why all the other smaller fish gave them a wide berth. He casually instructed her to hold on tight, explaining that since he couldn't swim, if the boat capsized, she'd be entirely on her own. But Alice retorted that she'd once heard he'd split a sea demon in half with his bare hands. He clarified that that particular sea demon had ventured onto land seeking to steal one of his precious delicacies. Naturally, he'd killed it. Alice's eyes widened as she noticed a colossal shadow rising from the dark depths, swiftly approaching. Even as Merlin spoke, the waters around their small vessel began to churn violently. He calmly explained that this creature was far larger than the sea demon he'd once faced. And then the beast revealed itself. Their boat was tossed skyward as a terrifying sea monster erupted from the waves. Without hesitation, Merlin leaped straight towards it. Alice, meanwhile, was sent tumbling on the verge of plunging into the churning water. The former Demon King noticed her predicament and midair twisted his body back toward the boat. With a powerful kick, he managed to right their small vessel. It splashed down perfectly. Hull side down onto the waves. Alice landed with an undignified thud on her backside within the boat, safe for the moment. The sea monster let out a deafening roar, its colossal form dominating the horizon. Shocked, the heroine wondered if this could be the legendary ruler of Orkney, the very beast said to have sunk the British royal fleet. She knew Merlin Lucifer was powerful, but against the ruler of Orkney, she gravely doubted his sword would be enough. Merlin, for his part, remained utterly silent, his gaze fixed on his new foe. Lightning flashed behind the monster, illuminating it in a terrifying cinematic tableau as it stared down at the adventurers. Alice was nearly soiling her breeches, her eyes wide with fear as she watched the horrific scene unfold. Burying her face in her hands she thought were completely screwed, even Lucifer looked scared. But as she drowned in her despair, Merlin suddenly interrupted her lament, barely suppressing his laughter. He pointed at the plesiosaur. "Don't you think he's just hideously ugly?" he quipped. He then burst into booming laughter, declaring the creature utterly disproportionate. Alice, meanwhile, bristled with fury that he still possessed a sense of humor at a time like this. The ruler of Orkney, now incandescent with rage at Merlin's blatant mockery, coiled itself. It lifted the tip of its enormous tail, preparing a devastating attack, and slammed it down into the sea with all its might, unleashing a colossal wave. The adventurer's small boat was immediately thrown into a chaotic dance, struggling against the monstrous waves. Alice shrieked, "How are you going to fight something that rivals the very power of nature?" The monster, now growing increasingly enraged, it began to lash out more violently. The sea itself seemed to mirror the enemy's fury, its waters growing ever more violent. Merlin drew his sword from his hip, a smirk playing on his lips. "Since you dared to view me as your prey," he began. Even as the colossal beast lunged forward, jaws agape, the former Demon King finished drawing his blade from its sheath, adding, "Don't blame me for what's about to happen." The ruler of Orkney was closing in fast on the two adventurers. The sea monster surged closer to the adventurer's tiny boat. The ruler of Orkney opened her mouth and let out a truly terrifying roar. Merlin, however, remained utterly undaunted, already drawing his sword from its scabbard. The blade was so impossibly sharp it could cleave a single drop of water. He swung it, carving through the air with potent force. The former Demon King wore an expression of unwavering confidence, utterly devoid of fear. Alice, already visibly worried, found herself surprised by Merlin's audacity. The monster continued its charge, only to be struck by the boy's rapid blows. He unleashed a flurry of crosswise slashes towards the creature with his sword. The slashes tore through the sea, and the churning water instantly grew calm. Merlin swung his sword one final time, then, with a casual smile, he returned it to its scabbard. The boy turned and strolled toward Alice, declaring, "That was easier than taking candy from a baby." The heroine stood agape as if she'd seen a ghost. Merlin approached her, gently pinching her cheek to snap her out of her stupor. He ordered her to stop staring blankly and start rowing. They had to keep moving. But Alice pointed at the monster, revealing it was still there. The sea monster remained utterly still, paralyzed. As faint cuts began to appear across its colossal form, the cuts deepened and multiplied with alarming speed. And then, in an instant, the monstrous creature transformed into colossal pieces of sashimi. Merlin explained that the monster's remains would quickly attract sharks, so they'd best leave at once. The girl obeyed, immediately resuming her rowing. She watched the boy intently, pondering his recent display of power. He was incredibly strong, not just on land, but in the ocean as well. Alice began to worry that if he ever reached a human country, he might simply dominate everything. Then, with a slight stammer in her voice, she asked Lucifer why he'd left the demonic palace. But he told her not to call him that anymore, as he was no longer a demon king. With a self-satisfied smirk, he insisted she call him Captain Merlin. Annoyed, Alice glared at the boy, marveling at his sheer audacity. He sensed her disdain, and his expression shifted instantly. Then, complaining about her lack of humor, he stated he'd left the palace because he was bored. In his thoughts, however, he knew it was best not to let her know he'd actually been fired by the Demon Council. Alice retorted, now asking if he was of the saint class. He claimed he had no idea because his strength couldn't be measured by human parameters. But the heroine insisted he must have worked hard to achieve such a level of strength, citing the old adage, genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. Merlin let out a short, sarcastic laugh. He began to laugh outright, asking if she truly believed such nonsense. Pointing a finger at her, he declared it was a lie invented to make mediocre people spend their lives struggling. To him, it was nothing more than an incentive for the untalented to stay grounded and direct their hard work towards meaningful endeavors. Sweating slightly, Alice protested, disbelieving. If that were true, she asked, how could I ever hope to surpass him? He casually reached for his sword, still sheathed. He stated that within the entire demonic tribe, he was the only one who could wield it, a natural gift as he called it. But Alice gazed at the sword thoughtfully, pondering his words. Then she asked how he had become so powerful, and if he would tell her his story. With a flicker of disdain, Merlin's expression grew serious. He mused aloud, how can I even begin to explain? His mother was the second monarch. He'd been born into royalty, fully expecting to live the rest of his days in idle luxury. But during the 197th church campaign, his mother was slain in battle. He and his sister were left orphaned and homeless. To live among the demonic tribe meant to survive by the law of the jungle. From that day forward, he swore he would become stronger than anyone to protect his sister. He slew the ancient giant demon of the snowy mountains. He battled the bull-headed sorcerer in the forest. He even fought to the death against the infernal demon dwelling within the lava flows. He trained tirelessly every single day to the point where his blade began to rust. He faced death countless times. Finally, he personally killed the demon that had oppressed him and his sister, seizing the title of the new Demon King. Before he knew it, he had become invincible, and that, he concluded, was the story of his past, the chronicles of a prince's quest for vengeance. Stuttering, Alice pointed out, that does sound like you worked incredibly hard for your strength. But he denied it, stating that his dream was to live as a vagrant. Why would I work hard, he scoffed, when I was born strong? Utterly bewildered, Alice asked why he'd recounted such a tragic past or if he was simply messing with her. He explained that he hadn't lied. He'd always possessed immense power. He simply hadn't known how to wield it. Once he learned to control it, he truly became mighty. The girl's face registered overwhelming disappointment. Merlin scoffed again, claiming that even if he explained it, she wouldn't understand. He then ordered her to resume rowing. As he lay back, completely relaxed, Merlin mused that leaving the palace had been an excellent choice. Defeating the plesiosaur had eased his heart's curse. He even wondered if it was some kind of illusion, given how much calmer his heart felt. And it seemed to happen most often when he was near that stupid heroine. The day was clear, the sky a brilliant blue over the coast. Seagulls soared overhead, their characteristic cries echoing through the air. The adventurers' boat finally reached the shore, gently coming to rest on the sand. Merlin disembarked and surveyed the island, a question forming in his mind. Was this truly Great Britain? Towering mountains rose sharply from the sand, their peaks so high that even the circling seagulls disappeared from view. The crystal-clear sea provided a soothing soundtrack with the gentle lapping of its waves. A hint of unease in his voice, Merlin turned to Alice. What is this place? I told you not to stop until we reach Great Britain, and I don't see any villages here. The girl remained on the boat, which sat unmoving on the shore. A small hand could be seen gripping the edge of the vessel. The poor heroine was utterly exhausted. Can't you see for yourself where we are? She grumbled, her voice strained. She simply slid off the boat, collapsing onto the sand in a heap of exhaustion. Merlin had indeed made her row the entire journey alone. Fury simmered within her. She swore that the moment she mastered her teacher's secret ice arts, she would make him pay. Merlin approached the girl, who remained sprawled on the sand. Placing his hands on his hips, he stated, "You'd do well to remember your place. You're my slave now. You can't just throw tantrums like a spoiled child." He then moved his hand, reaching towards her face. Alice's eyes widened. Was he actually going to strike her? Instead of hitting her, however, he pinched both her cheeks, pulling them outwards. The girl cried out, demanding to know what he was doing. He began to playfully jiggle her cheeks, pulling them with a comical squelching sound. She swatted his hands away. "This is Great Britain," she exclaimed a little too loudly. "It's just not the main port, but somewhere near the north coast." Merlin finally released his slave's cheeks, a smirk playing on his lips. Adjusting his clothes, he conceded, "So you were working hard rowing the boat. You deserve some praise for that." Still fuming, Alice retorted that she wanted no compliments from him. He merely waved her off, saying, "Well then, perhaps we'll meet again another time. It was a pleasure sailing with you." Alice, however, strongly disagreed that it had been any pleasure, mentally cursing the former Demon King with every foul word she knew. Merlin began to walk away from the girl, heading inland from the coast. But suddenly he stopped, a thought striking him. He realized he would undoubtedly need money to survive in a human country. As a former member of the demon tribe, he currently didn't possess a single coin. A malicious glint sparked in his eyes. He turned, looking back at Alice. That unsettling gaze sent a shiver down Alice's spine. He remembered carrying her on his back earlier, feeling the mithril plate beneath her clothes, an artifact likely passed down through generations. This armor served not only for protection, but also to enhance her figure. Its interior was probably etched with runes for all manner of magical resistance, and the back pain it had caused him was a testament to its immense value. If he could get his hands on that armor, he could make a fortune. Alice watched the blonde man mumbling to himself, completely oblivious to what was about to happen. Suddenly, he darted towards her, catching her completely off guard. As he neared, he cleared his throat delicately, hand held politely near his mouth. Then, extending a hand to her with exaggerated politeness, he declared, "Parting from you in such a situation would simply break my heart. So perhaps you could give me something truly precious." Crossing her arms defensively, she eyed him suspiciously. "What do you want?" Pointing at her with an intense, unwavering gaze, he simply said, "Take off your clothes." Alice let out a desperate gasp, completely blindsided by his demand. She tumbled onto her rear, sputtering, "But you said you weren't interested in me." He merely shrugged. "I've changed my mind now." She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, backing away and pleading with him not to come closer. A sinister, almost maniacal grin spread across his face. "You just need to do as I ask." The sheer desperation of the moment sent her heart racing. She screamed as loudly as she could, but the deserted coast offered no one to hear her plea. Tears welled in her eyes. "Please," she choked out. "Be gentle. I've never done this before." But now, holding her armor in his hands, he chuckled, making a jab about her lack of curves. "What I wanted is already right here," he stated. Alice was still processing Merlin's request, slowly realizing that taking off her clothes had only ever been about the armor. He explained that a mithril hero's armor was worth a fortune, calling her Miss Flatchest. He then turned his back and bid the girl farewell. Alice was now stripped of both her armor and her dignity. She raged, screaming curses at Merlin, calling him despicable, shameless, and an utter idiot. The poor heroine couldn't contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face and wetting her hands. She wailed at the top of her lungs that she never wanted to see that man's face again. She continued to sob there on the sand, utterly alone and abandoned. Meanwhile, Lilith was concocting a bizarre potion from crocodile bits and other strange creatures. Back with Merlin, he continued his journey, whistling a cheerful tune. He mused aloud that he hoped to encounter more interesting people from now on. A year had passed, and we now find ourselves on the outskirts of Wales and Britannia. A man held a piece of wood, seemingly surveying the area. They were petty thieves, light-fingered rascals lurking in wait for someone to ambush. One of the thieves announced he'd spotted someone approaching, but the person was practically dressed in rags and didn't look like a very profitable target. The man perched in the tree seemed to find the approaching figure familiar. He held a leaflet and a chuckle escaped him. The other thief asked what was so funny with a sly grin. He declared that appearances could be deceiving because this guy could be worth a fortune, and just then the leaflet slipped from his grasp, fluttering away on the breeze. Merlin, ragged and famished, leaned heavily on a walking stick. He saw a piece of paper fluttering above his head. The paper landed right on his face. He managed to read it, realizing it was a wanted poster with his own face plastered on it, offering a hefty reward and everything. He didn't seem surprised, merely lamenting that he'd become a wanted man over a few dinners and minor mischief. Merlin found the human world incredibly dull. His money was gone, and there wasn't a single easy job that paid well. The thieves interrupted Merlin's contemplative walk, ordering him to halt. They announced that, unsurprisingly, the road belonged to them. The former king merely glanced at them, utterly disregarding their claim. He played deaf, completely ignoring the thieves even as they threatened him for money. Fuming, the thief yelled at Merlin, demanding if he hadn't heard what he just said. The young man turned, his gaze sweeping over the thieves with a dry, emotionless expression. Then the other thief ordered him to hand over all his possessions unless he wanted to suffer the consequences. But the red-haired man smirked, saying that the most valuable thing here was his life. He was wanted for 5,000 gold coins, and with the languid lick of his dagger's blade, he warned that it had been bathed in a lethal poison. Fed up, Merlin asked if he'd understood correctly. Did the two of them intend to rob him? He already had his hand poised to draw the sword at his hip. The former king warned that if he drew his sword, both of them would die. But the red-haired man snapped his fingers, declaring they would test his skills. The other thief tossed an apple into the air, and with a swift flick of his dagger, the red-haired thief struck the fruit. It was perfectly peeled in an instant. The younger thief, boasting about his friend, declared his senpai's skill unmatched. Merlin watched the succulent, perfectly peeled fruit descend from the sky. He began to salivate, ravenously hungry, for he hadn't eaten in days. Infuriated, the red-haired thief snarled that Merlin shouldn't dare ignore him and lunged forward. The former king was still gazing at the apple, utterly unconcerned, until he finally noticed the thief's charge, letting out a small sigh of annoyance. He gripped the sheath of his sword, and in a blur of motion too fast to follow, it was sheathed once more. The red-haired thief only felt a sudden excruciating pain. The apple landed perfectly in Merlin's palm, and as the thief crumpled to the ground unconscious, the protagonist calmly ate his apple. The remaining thief, desperate, cried out, asking how such a thing was possible. He decided to flee, scrambling away and begging Merlin not to kill him. Sighing, Merlin declared that opponents like these were truly tedious. On the ground, the body of the other red-haired thief seemed to be evaporating. The vapor intensified as if his body were undergoing some kind of transformation. This caught Merlin's attention, and he gazed down at the corpse. He realized that the thief he'd just dispatched was, in fact, some kind of goblin. Presumably, this goblin had been in disguise. Fearing persecution by the Imperial army, Merlin continued to munch on his apple, observing the dissolving body. He tossed the apple core over his shoulder, thinking it wasn't his concern, and decided to go look for more food. But nearby, nestled into the mountainside, was a cave, and from that opening emerged a goblin clutching a spear. The thief who had earlier fled from Merlin appeared at the cave's entrance, and the goblin guard demanded his business. The bandit then revealed his true identity, stating he wished for an audience with your majesty. The goblin guardian allowed him entry, but warned that if his matter wasn't urgent, he would face the consequences of disturbing their majesty. A gigantic goblin sat enthroned, demanding to know where the money was. Bowing deeply, the petty bandit apologized, admitting he hadn't managed to steal a single thing. The king began to roar, bellowing that he shouldn't have returned and threatening to devour him. But the thief quickly interjected, saying he actually had important information to report. He recounted that Regusin Pai had been decapitated by a human. He further explained that the human hadn't even properly drawn his sword, it was just a flash of the blade, and his friend was already dead. The Goblin King let a mischievous smirk creep onto his face. He mused that it seemed humans wanted to provoke a war with the goblins, even employing high-level experts. The city market buzzed with activity, people walking and buying without end. Merlin strolled through, taking in his surroundings and eyeing the various wares. His coins had run dry, and he mused that he'd need to find another job that allowed him to live as a carefree drifter. Just last year, he'd amassed a small fortune and indulged in a life of luxury after appropriating Alice's armor. Living in a sprawling mansion and hiring a full staff, he'd squandered every last coin. Every meal was prepared by renowned chefs. And on top of it all, he frequently gambled on horse races, never once winning. By the time reality hit, he'd blown through his entire fortune and completely ruined his reputation in the city square. Yet, so accustomed to his pampered lifestyle, he continued to frequent fancy restaurants even without money, inevitably causing a scene. Before long, wanted posters bearing his face were plastered across every corner of the city. The soldiers declared he had truly managed to stir up quite a mess in Scotland. As a wanted fugitive, he'd had to vanish from the area to escape the relentless debt collectors. Now, in the middle of the street, he drew a crowd, announcing he was about to put on a spectacular show unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. The former Demon King, once accustomed to a life of opulence, had now become a humble street performer. He solicited money from any passing otakus and fujoshis, adding, "And if you're broke, at least come and applaud." The most unbelievable part was that he actually managed to capture people's attention, who began to gather, intrigued. A confident smile on his face, he prepared to display some of his skills. With a theatrical flourish, he demonstrated a sequence of nimble side-stepping footwork. The onlookers were thoroughly impressed, wondering aloud if he was a martial artist. But he merely scoffed, declaring it was only the beginning and the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Then he launched into a breathtaking tap dance routine, and striking fabulous poses, he urged them to witness the phantom duplicates of his steps. The audience was utterly captivated, practically falling over themselves in awe of his performance. Merlin gave a polite cough, signaling the end of his act. Then, with a cynical smirk, he held out his hands, clearly expecting a generous payment. But when it was time to pay, the crowd simply turned their backs on the poor performer, ignoring him completely. On a nearby stage, a man in religious robes was preaching about the goddess of light. The very people who had been watching Merlin began to drift toward the preacher, leaving Merlin utterly alone. The young man stood there, a crestfallen expression on his face, as he watched his audience depart. Then he suddenly noticed something out of place. A child in strikingly fine clothes strolled by nonchalantly, sucking on a lollipop. Merlin then placed a hand on the boy's head. "I can see it," he declared. "This boy has the bone structure of a true kung fu genius." With a gaze that clearly terrified the child, he demanded 2 copper coins to teach him the martial arts. But the child, cowering in fear and referring to Merlin as uncle, stammered that he had no money at all. The former king then placed both hands firmly on the boy's shoulders. "Calling me uncle was a grave offense indeed," he said, his voice dropping ominously, "one for which you should surely perish." The poor child froze, nearly paralyzed with terror, utterly bewildered by the sudden threat. The protagonist then asked for the child's name, to which he meekly replied, "Henry." Merlin then placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, making the boy visibly flinch. But he quickly explained, "Even though you've offended me, I, Merlin, shall be merciful. A forgiveness that naturally must be purchased with 2 copper coins." Stammering, Henry insisted he wasn't lying. He truly hadn't brought any money. Merlin, however, noticed the boy's fine clothes and suspected he was quite wealthy. Changing tactics, he asked if Henry wanted to learn sword arts, but quickly added, "That too will cost 2 copper coins." And at that moment, the former king knew he had struck precisely the right chord with the boy. A brilliant gleam ignited in Henry's eyes the moment he heard about sword arts. Merlin declared that if it weren't for his genius bone structure, he wouldn't teach him anything, and sternly reminded him to stop calling him uncle. Then, with a charming smile directed at the little boy, he announced, "This art is called quick draw." Henry, however, looked at him with disdain. "That skill is useless," he scoffed. "I thought it would be something much more amazing." Merlin's face twisted into an expression of utter displeasure. He insisted his quick draw technique was unique, but Henry clearly wasn't about to be fooled. The little boy then rummaged in his pocket. "Since you worked so hard on your performance," he said, "you deserve a reward for your effort." The reward? A lollipop and a small piece of candy. Henry concluded with a little sermon advising Merlin to stop swindling people and get a proper job. This infuriated Merlin, who bellowed that even if the boy begged on his knees, he wouldn't teach him the technique anymore. Still fuming, the former king mused that the brat had no idea who he was messing with, but since he was already in it, he might as well make the best of it. He began to suck on the lollipop he'd received, already brainstorming another way to earn some cash. He started to hear the religious man's sermon drifting from behind him. A substantial crowd had gathered, listening intently to the man's words. Some young women murmured amongst themselves, commenting that the demon king of the first palace was hideously ugly and ferocious, and had even corrupted the 233rd heroine. Merlin, overhearing the women gossiping about him, recalled that he'd never had any interest in Alice whatsoever. The preacher thundered that Lucifer was immensely powerful, and had even managed to cross the Great Sea. Therefore, everyone should seek the light to protect themselves. He continued, claiming the demonic race was exceptionally ferocious, and could massacre them at any given moment. In the past, Merlin became incensed by these deceitful rumors the church spread about him. The preacher continued to shout, urging everyone to read the Bible to strengthen their faith. He held up a thick book, explaining that only the goddess of light would rescue them from Lucifer's grasp. He then opened a cabinet revealing several copies of the book, announcing that it once cost 10 gold coins, but now for a limited time only a single one. Driven by fear, people began to swarm forward, eager to purchase the so-called Bible. Clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, Merlin fumed. These hypocrites know exactly how to steal people's hard-earned money, and he grew even more furious because they were shamelessly using his name to do it. His savings completely drained. Our protagonist now searches for work in a local shop. The shop owner blushes crimson at Merlin's suave way of speaking as he assures her he'll do his utmost to boost sales. He takes the young woman's hand, a gesture filled with care and chivalry. Meeting her gaze, he asks her to consider hiring him. The young woman seems convinced, swayed more by his seductive tactics than any real assessment of the former king's capabilities. Without needing much time to deliberate, she informs Merlin that he's hired. Still reeling from his flirtations, she doesn't notice Merlin's inner thought. He hadn't expected a married woman to be so timid, but before sealing the deal, she asks if he's a traveler from outside the village. Merlin replies yes, his smile amiable. He explains that for this reason, he can only work for a maximum of 2 months before continuing his journey. Merlin knows the curse on his heart hasn't been removed yet, and he needs to defeat powerful beings to extend his lifespan. Adjusting her glasses, the young woman retrieves a ledger. She performs some calculations using an abacus. Then, with graceful movements, she picks up a beautiful quill pen. She is remarkably swift and experienced in the art of administration. The young woman explains he'll earn 1 gold coin per month with lodging and food included, in addition to a 20% commission. The protagonist is utterly stunned by the salary, finding it remarkably generous. As she closes the ledger, the woman explains that the work isn't easy. In the afternoons, the pub is open only to women, and he'll be responsible for selling drinks to them. And she's counting on him to employ some special measures to achieve this. Sweating slightly, the young man hesitantly asks what she means by special measures. The young woman blushes once more and suggests he could use sweet words, offer relationship advice, or perhaps even go deeper with them. In that moment, Merlin, who was once the Demon King, realized that the day had come when he would have to sell drinks using his very body. He would have to accept that this meant casting aside his dignity as the monarch of pride. The former monarch lowered his head, swallowing every ounce of his ingrained pomposity. The hopeful young woman gracefully adjusted her spectacles. She then added that if his sales performed well, she would provide an extra payment upon his departure. The former Demon King's pride proved weaker than his desire for profit, and he broke into an ear-to-ear grin, eagerly accepting the job. He shook the hand of his newest employer, expressing his eagerness to work with her. And so, he began to prepare for his new line of work. He donned gloves and a chic pair of boots, meticulously grooming himself for the job, dressed to conquer hearts. Merlin commenced his career as a gigolo at the pub, assuming that no one there would recognize him, thus preventing his ignominious past from spreading. Time passes, but perhaps his assumption was mistaken, for a wagon soon appears on the road. A young woman clutching a piece of paper travels inside her conveyance. She reads a wanted poster, which bears Merlin's likeness, though it is now heavily worn and faded. It's the heroine Alice, who laments that the poster is both smudged and torn, its face nearly obliterated. A year ago, she was humiliated when her armor was stolen, incurring a substantial debt. To repay it, she was forced to register as an adventurer, chasing coin. Thanks to her established identity as a heroine, she was promoted to the gold class and undertook countless missions. Unlike Merlin, Alice managed to keep things together, steadily paying off her debt without living a life of luxury. She is thoroughly impressed to see that the bounty on this particular wanted person is a staggering 5,000 gold coins. Unaware that it is Merlin himself, she decides to accept this highly lucrative mission to apprehend the gigolo from Scotland. She believes it will be an easy task, and with the money, she'll finally be able to buy beautiful new outfits and pay her rent. She and her little donkey, Sweet Tart, continue together along the path. But little does she know, the man she's pursuing is the very person she wouldn't wish to lay eyes on again. Not for all the gold in the world. Night falls, and our scene shifts to the pub where our protagonist is now employed. Within, two figures partake in a dancing spectacle, their shoes keeping pace. It's Merlin the Charmer, accompanied by a lavishly dressed client. With an irresistibly tempting expression, the man asks if the young woman would drink that wine for him. With cheeks flushed crimson, the young woman declares she'd even die for him, calling him her little daisy. The other women in the hall grow excited, clamoring for hugs of their own, seductively placing a finger to his lips. Merlin asks if they might all buy a drink then. The women instantly form a line, vying for the protagonist's attention, all eager to splurge a little money on him. The bar owner had, it seemed, already anticipated his immense success with the female clientele. A child's voice calls out to the woman announcing his return, and she turns towards the boy, calling him Henry. Coincidentally, it's young Henry with whom Merlin had previously exchanged words, and the boy looks utterly battered. His mother asks if he'd been fighting with the other children again. A conversation Merlin discreetly overhears. Simultaneously, Henry recognizes the man he'd met at the market some time ago. Merlin too recognizes the small boy. He shouts that Merlin is that useless bragging uncle, and the former king, not one to let an insult slide, promptly retorts. A cup of tea is served, presented with all the grace it deserves. The bar owner hands the cup to Merlin, who offers a smiling thank you. Henry is far from pleased with the situation. He crosses his arms, a scowl deepening on his face. He points at Merlin and tells his mother that the man only knows how to brag and doesn't deserve to be working there. The woman pulls Henry by the collar and apologizes for her son having caused him trouble. Masking his true feelings, Merlin says he understands and that he adores children. But Henry begins to yell, asserting that he hasn't caused problems for anyone. He continues, declaring that his mother should stop hiring suspicious individuals like that guy. He claims this is why others speak ill of her, and even other children say Henry's mother is a bad woman. This revelation stuns the woman, leaving her speechless at her son's blunt declarations. Sipping his tea, Merlin muses that it's indeed to be expected for a single mother to be subjected to such malicious rumors. He notices Henry's clothes are likely soiled because he was fighting with the children who had spoken ill of his mother, and indeed the boy's once somewhat fine attire is now reduced to tatters. Merlin begins to reflect, deciding to take a stance on the entire situation. He tells Henry that if he truly wishes to protect someone, then he must grow stronger. If he wants to protect his mother, he needs to strive for strength so that people will think twice before daring to provoke him. Pointing an accusatory finger at Merlin, Henry retorts that he's merely an opportunistic gigolo with no moral standing to say anything at all. He flails his arms, declaring that even if he has to die out there, he refuses to learn the useless quick-draw technique Merlin has to teach, and with a furious glare, the small boy slams the door and bolts out. His mother tries to go after him, but he's already sprinted too quickly into the street. With a look of sheer distaste, Merlin merely watches the situation unfold, thinking, that brat is truly an utter nuisance. The Moonlight Pub was a truly bustling spot after dark. Merlin was polishing a glass, observing the evening's lively bustle. An armored warrior, Loag, asked if there really were goblins in that village. Another warrior confirmed it, and a young woman chimed in, mentioning they'd found a goblin corpse on the road not long ago. The man who had asked the question downed his drink in a single gulp. Turning to Merlin, he requested another. The protagonist, Merlin, confirmed the order with a charming smile. With an extravagant, graceful flourish, he poured the drink into a cocktail shaker. He then shook it vigorously to prepare the concoction. Putting on a show, he tossed the glass behind his back with theatrical flair. Next, he deftly juggled it from one hand to the other. Finally, he poured the meticulously crafted drink into a fresh glass, a smile still gracing his lips. He then served the drink to his customer, inviting him to enjoy it. Logue was visibly impressed by such masterful bartending. The other man, a red-haired young man, also requested another drink, and Merlin, still smiling, replied that it was his pleasure to serve them. Night deepened and time slipped by. The conversing warriors continued to order drinks and some appetizers. Logue, the spiky-haired warrior, was nibbling on a snack. The red-haired young man explained that his share of the mission's reward would be 2,000 gold coins. but Logue shook his head, asking why the young man was giving him a larger share. The red-haired young man blushed and started scratching his face. At the same time, the young woman accompanying them at the table also looked embarrassed, and then the two decided to admit something. The lovebirds announced they were getting married and would return to their hometown after completing this mission. Logue was shocked by the announcement, especially that it would be right after this mission. Merlin, who had been discreetly listening in on their conversation, made a face as if he just smelled something rotten. Logue congratulated his companions, but Merlin inwardly thought, "That's a death flag if I ever saw one." He decided to approach and interrupt their conversation, politely asking for a moment of their time. In a calm, friendly voice, he inquired about the details of their mission. Logue explained that it was to kill 100 goblins and collect their ears. Logue then asked if Merlin fancied becoming an adventurer himself, but Merlin denied it, saying he was simply curious if it was a dangerous mission. The red-haired young man reassured him that he needn't worry as they were silver-class adventurers. Scratching his chin, Merlin mused that it really didn't sound that dangerous. He then thanked the adventurers in advance for protecting his town. Later, far from the bustling pub, Logue was battling a group of goblins with his trusty axe. He managed to defeat several of them with just a few swift swings. Wiping sweat from his brow, he looked quite pleased, remarking that the creatures were pretty pathetic. The adventuring couple was there too, and the red-haired young man announced they only had 37 more to go to complete their mission. But then a low, heavy dragging sound echoed from the ground. Logue, ever optimistic, smiled and declared just a few more goblins. A gigantic green foot approached menacingly from behind the unsuspecting adventurer. He was distracted, utterly unaware of the doom that awaited him. A goblin far larger than any they had faced plummeted from the sky. It crashed right down on poor, unsuspecting Logue. A sickening crunch of bones echoed, and the couple watched in horror. The horrendous creature's foot remained planted firmly on Logue's crushed body. The red-haired young man rushed forward, cursing at the green giant. But the giant wasn't alone. Perched on its shoulder was a smaller goblin with the most grotesque nose he'd ever seen. This smaller goblin riding on the giant's shoulder gleefully welcomed them to the Goblin Kingdom. The couple approached cautiously, both terrified by these unexpected enemies. That smaller goblin, it turned out, was the first minister, a high-class goblin mage. The adventurer couldn't comprehend what a high-class goblin was doing in a place like this. Petrified, the young woman clutched her staff, trembling for her life. But the first minister sneered, stating that the girl would serve his majesty the king. As for the male human, he would be of no use to them, and thus he would perish. He quickly conjured a massive fireball and launched it directly towards the young man. The swordsman yelled for the mage to cover him, declaring they would fight. The young woman gripped her staff tightly and began to channel multiple spells through it. She formed a shimmering portal of light and energy, conjuring several powerful spells at once. The swordsman, for his part, was channeling his strength into his sword. He focused all his energy into his blade. It pulsed, wreathed in crimson flames. He unleashed his attack, an explosive cross-slash straight towards the fiery projectile. The flaming blade met the very edge of the fireball. Concentrating intensely, the swordsman was filled with profound worry. In his heart, he hoped and prayed that both of them would manage to escape. But while he was preoccupied with the fireball, the giant goblin that had stood beside the first minister suddenly appeared before him. With its massive club, it delivered a powerful blow straight to the adventurer's body. The strike was so forceful it sent the warrior flying from the impact. He crashed headfirst onto the ground with a sickening thud. The young woman despaired, crying out her fiancé's name. Then the goblin first minister ordered his minions to capture her. She screamed desperately for help as the goblins seized her. Troom, who had survived the giant goblin's attack, yelled for the bastard goblins to leave her alone. Chuckling maliciously, the first minister said he had a chance to save his beloved if he agreed to a small deal. The sign for the Moonlight Pub, where our protagonist works, came into view. Alice stood outside, gazing at the sign. She'd heard it was the best inn in town. The girl peered through the doorway, trying to gauge the activity inside. She spotted several lively women, one of them calling out for little Daisy. Alice quickly concluded that the place was indeed quite popular. The pub owner approached, asking if it was her first time here. Judging by her clothes, she looked like she was from out of town. Alice displayed her adventurer's crest and stated she was looking for a room for the night. Smiling, the owner confirmed she had accommodations and asked Alice to follow her. The two ascended a wooden staircase that creaked with every step until they reached the door to room 206. Pointing to the door, the owner explained that this would be her room. She added that if Alice was looking for entertainment, their star performer would be dancing tonight, and the show was free. Believing it to be something improper, the prim Alice stated she was only there for the room, but the owner insisted she at least take a look. Ignoring the woman's recommendation, Alice instead pulled out a wanted poster and asked if she recognized the person pictured. Since the person's face on the poster was torn, the woman couldn't say for sure. She dropped the subject and wished Alice a good rest. The tired adventurer opened her room door, desperate to collapse onto the bed. As she stepped inside, Merlin coincidentally emerged from the room next door. donned in a Queen's Guard uniform. He caught the sound of Alice's voice and recognized it. But he figured it must be his imagination and instead focused on preparing for his performance. Alice threw herself face first into the pillow, desperate for rest. She'd been camping for so long that collapsing onto a soft bed was an indescribable pleasure. She then began to reminisce about past adventures and wondered when she and the swordsman of Elgin would meet again. To pay off her loan, Alice had traveled extensively. On one of her adventures in the port of Elgin, she had been captured. She was hopeless, tied up on a ship teeming with pirates. Two menacing pirates approached the defenseless girl. The scoundrel pirates had planned to kidnap the Duke's daughter, but instead ended up capturing the adventurer and a few other young women as well. Alice looked behind her and saw several terrified girls also imprisoned. She yelled, attempting to intimidate the cowardly pirate scum, but they merely embraced their moniker of scum and declared they would start their fun with the heroine until a voice interrupted the bandits' actions, ordering them to wait. And from atop the ship's mast, a mysterious man cloaked in shadow was observing them. Merlin, clad in a long cloak that concealed his attire, declared that the pirates were in for trouble. However, Alice couldn't make out who was up there. Her vision was greatly hampered by the cage she was in. The pirates, unintimidated by the protagonist's presence, taunted him, but unconcerned. Merlin merely asked if they truly believed themselves so strong. They were the Redbeard brothers, Saint-class masters, and no one on the seas could stand against them. They commanded a fleet of 17 warships. Even challenging the Imperial Navy would be easy for them. One of them pointed a finger at the blonde man and declared that an unknown nobody like him wouldn't be able to take their prisoners. Merlin had never imagined he'd encounter two Saint-class individuals while fleeing his creditors. He grew excited at the prospect of using his sword, intending to use their lives to ease the burden of his curse. Smiling, he knew this was his lucky day, but the two pirates were also smiling, convinced the brat would soon meet his end. The leaner pirate wielded an energy sword, while the younger one used a chained hook. Merlin effortlessly dodged their attacks and readied his sword. With a single sweeping strike, he landed back on the deck. The strike was devastatingly effective against the leaner pirate, who screamed in agony, and equally so against the heavier one, whose chains shattered into pieces. The blow, in fact, was so powerful it split the vessel in half. Then, in a heroic pose, his cloak still concealing his identity, Merlin landed victoriously. Only then did Alice get a glimpse, and even to this day, she doesn't know the identity of her savior. But that single act was enough to steal the naive girl's heart, and she clutched her pillow, utterly smitten. She mused that even without seeing his face, she knew he must be a very generous and calm person. And then she remembered she needed to write to her mistress. The heroine picked up a beautiful quill pen and dipped it in ink. She then began the letter, stating that she was well and so incredibly rich she'd never have to worry about owing money to the church again. She had even entered a relationship with the legendary master swordsman of Elgin, and a brilliant future lay ahead of her. She concluded the letter by asking her mistress not to worry about her, promising to visit soon. After penning all those lies, Alice still looked up at the starry sky, a smile playing on her lips. The sky was clear and teeming with stars. Alice began to pray as she did every day. She prayed that she would never again have to encounter that bastard Merlin for the rest of her life. Alice also asked God to turn Merlin into a wretched bum with no choice but to work as a gigolo, and just as the superstition goes. Our protagonist sneezed the moment Alice began to speak of him. Adjusting the mask of his uniform, he mused that he sneezed every day at this exact hour, wondering if someone was indeed cursing him. The young women in the audience were practically swooning, eagerly calling out for the famous little Daisy. Alice sat at the bar, sipping her drink and observing all the commotion. She wondered who this little Daisy could be, as every woman there was screaming his name. Then someone placing a glass of milk on the counter caught her eye. Little Henry stood there seething, declaring that all those women were just tramps and easy women. Alice tried to make him reconsider his words, as they were much too harsh for a child. He insisted the insults were deserved since most of them were married but came here anyway. Poor Henry resented his mother's business. It was because of it that she got such a bad name. Alice connected the dots, realizing he was the owner's son, but the little boy continued, saying she was better than all of them. Unlike the others, she wasn't throwing herself at that despicable gigolo. Our heroine felt a surge of pride at the compliment. As the boy looked more closely at her clothes, he noticed something. She wore the crest of an adventurer heroine on her waist. His eyes practically lit up at the sight. He approached her and asked if she was a gold-ranked adventurer, thinking it was absolutely amazing. Smiling, Alice confirmed that she was. He began to heap praise on her, saying it was the first time he'd met someone so incredible. Then, pointing to her sword, he asked if she could teach him how to use one. And awkwardly, Alice turned to look at her sword, still sheathed at her side. She knew that without the proper lineage, it was impossible for anyone to learn the ice sword arts. Seeing the little boy's overwhelming enthusiasm and unwilling to disappoint him, She had an idea. She gently patted his head to soothe him. She promised to teach him, but only if he drank more milk to make his body stronger. Henry beamed with excitement at the proposal. He gripped the glass of milk with gusto and determination. He then proceeded to chug the entire glass in one go, hoping to instantly become stronger. After finishing it, he declared she was very clever, comparing her to his useless uncle who only knew how to use the quick draw technique. Alice asked who this useless uncle he was talking about was. And just at that moment, Merlin began his show, apologizing for the delay. The audience of frenzied women erupted in cheers. He appeared on stage radiant with splendor and charm. Unimpressed by the spectacle, Alice realized this was the infamous little Daisy. Henry chimed in, confirming, "That's him, the useless quick-draw uncle I was talking about." He added that even if he was useless, his uncle was a complete ladies' man, the very picture of a gigolo. Gigolo, the magic word our adventurer needed to hear to know that he was her target, worth 5,000 gold coins. She immediately prepared her sword, drawing it from its sheath. She explained to Henry that she was going to apprehend a criminal and told him to wait right there and not move. Then, the intrepid young woman climbed onto the stage and called out to the performer. The spotlight swung to illuminate her as she declared he was wanted for evading debts and was now under arrest. Merlin began to think he'd seen this girl somewhere before. She resembled the foolish heroine he'd adventured with a few years ago, but her assets had certainly grown more substantial. Alice continued, telling him to offer no resistance, but he held up a hand asking for calm. And then slowly he brought his arm forward towards the girl's chest. He brazenly groped her chest without the slightest shame right out in the open. Merlin realized they were merely padding, and Alice's blood ran cold at his audacity. The girl felt utterly humiliated, like the lowest of the low, and wished the ground would swallow her whole. She gripped her sword, her hands still trembling with rage. She lunged at him, stabbing 3 times, but missing all 3. The other women, who had been enchanted by the show, began to grow alarmed by the sudden turn of events. With a calm voice, he asked her to stop as she might hurt someone. Utterly provoked like a cornered lion, she roared back that she wouldn't stop until she'd cut off his hand. The protagonist took a deep breath and prepared for his next move. He executed a nimble leap, dodging a thrust of her sword. He managed to step on the blade, using it as a foothold. Finally, he landed, knocking the sword from her grasp and pinning it between his foot and the ground. He cupped her head with his hand, preventing her from moving. Then he asked her to let it go. A year had passed, but her temper had only worsened. She should consider their relationship. Alice looked confused by the man's words and asked who he was. As he took off his mask, he asked if she'd already forgotten the tender nights they'd spent together on the boat. He claimed he still remembered her wildly smitten form, undressing and begging for his embrace. And then our adventurer realized who the man standing before her was. With a seductive smile, he introduced himself and said she had been so young and pure back then. Then, like a lightning bolt to her brain, the unpleasant memories of Merlin humiliating her resurfaced in her mind, and she let out a scream so shrill and loud it could make a street cat die of a heart attack. It's a beautiful waning moon night, and we see the entrance of the Moonlight Pub. Merlin holds the mask that had concealed his identity, gazing deep into Alice's eyes. He asks if she has already forgotten the lovely nights they spent on the boat. With a hateful glare, recalling everything she endured back then, she stares him down. Gripping her sword, she declares that because of him, she had to live in shame for an entire year. So without hesitation, she lunges at the former king, vowing to kill him. But he manages to restrain her firmly before she can strike. Merlin leans closer, suggesting they should be companions. Besides, he only stole from her, so killing him would be a disproportionate punishment. The girl's rage is so intense that tears well up in her eyes, yet she continues to glare at him. Even Merlin is a little taken aback by her resentment-filled stare. But then, her brave heroine facade crumbles and she collapses to the ground. She begins to cry, telling him that after stealing the most precious thing she owned, he simply ran off with no idea of what she had to endure. Because of him, she's had to toil tirelessly until now. She says that if he considers himself a man, he should face his responsibilities. The ladies who had been watching Merlin's show begin to judge his actions, murmuring that they hadn't expected this from him. Henry, who was never much of a fan of the former king, declares he's disgusted by him now. Now, cornered by so many judgments, the protagonist raises a hand and claims it's all a misunderstanding. As Alice continues to weep, Henry retorts that Merlin should be grateful she likes him, and it's unacceptable for him to exploit her feelings. To top it off, he spits in the blonde's direction and declares that Merlin is truly the scum of the earth. Merlin knows that if the women hear this kind of talk, it will utterly destroy the persona he has so carefully crafted. So he makes a decision. He won't let everything go down the drain. He approaches Alice and gives her a tender embrace, surprising everyone present. Merlin asks her to calm down and promises to buy her a drink, and while they drink, they can talk and sort things out. Time passes and the common room slowly empties until only the quiet tick-tock of the clock can be heard. Alice and Merlin sit at the bar in an uncomfortable silence. As she finishes her drink, Merlin says that the customers have all left and now they can finally talk. Wiping her mouth, she exclaims that iced milk is the best drink and orders another. Merlin finds her rapid drinking and elegant. teasing that she'll end up a spinster at this rate. She retorts that she's already in a relationship with Elgin's master swordsman, to which Merlin scoffingly suggests the man must be blind to like her. The bar proprietress muses that Merlin is truly good with women, seeing as he's even been acknowledged by a high-class adventurer. And from an outsider's perspective, she thinks they look like a couple deeply in love. The bar proprietress tidies the glasses, all the while observing the situation. Then she approaches Merlin and calls his name. She explains that she's going to put Henry to bed and asks them to make themselves comfortable. With a wink, she wishes him good luck in making amends with Alice. Merlin thanks her as the woman ascends the stairs towards the rooms. Alice then gets straight to the point, demanding he return what he stole so they can be quits. Playing cynical, Merlin asks what exactly he took from her. The mere memory of that embarrassing situation makes the girl blush instantly. It was the mithril armor he stole, leaving her utterly helpless on the beach. Scoffing at her, he dismisses it as merely bust padding and tells her she should just get over it. But the girl insists, so he apologizes, admitting he already sold it. And what's more, all the money he earned from selling it went straight down the drain in horse betting. It's gone. The girl trembles as she declares that the armor is worth tens of millions of gold coins, but Merlin tells her not to be so petty. Clenching her fist in a surge of rage, the young woman is utterly frustrated. She grabs Merlin by the collar, telling him it's easy for him to say such things, but she won't let this go. He's done for until he returns the armor. The former king grasps the hand of the girl, pulling at his collar. With a calm expression, he states that the armor became his the moment he stole it. So even if she insists he return it, he has nothing left to offer but his life. Since he is no longer the Demon King, they are not considered enemies. But if she insists on taking his life at any cost, then he would retract his statement about them no longer being enemies. The former king's serious and determined demeanor leaves the heroine flustered. He even lets out that familiar seductive smile, and she, Alice, sheathes her sword, taking a deep breath. Alice realizes he isn't quite so determined to finish her off after all. He sits down again and returns to his drink. Merlin explains that Lady Martha is taking very good care of him, so he won't be reckless enough to cause damage to her shop. Since they were just drinking and talking, there's no need to make the atmosphere tense. They can just keep calm. Alice swallows hard, trying to remain calm despite everything. She asks if, being so strong, he couldn't just steal the armor back, but he replies that demons are strict when it comes to sacred agreements. But she counters that he said he's no longer a demon king, so he shouldn't care about such things anymore. He explains that even so, it would be extremely low to steal an item he himself sold, and she, as a heroine, shouldn't encourage others to steal. But lowering her head in shame, she explains that she's no longer a heroine either. Since the armor was a loan from the church, she now owes a tremendous debt. Merlin merely scoffs, assuring her she'll be able to pay it one day. Desperate, she buries her face in her hands, lamenting that she'll have to take on countless missions above S rank to earn all that money, because those missions reward tens of thousands of gold coins. Hearing this, Merlin inwardly shivers with anticipation, asking her if that's truly the case. She confirms it, but warns that such missions often come with numerous dangers, including Saint-class enemies. And even then, she'd have to take on thousands of those missions just to clear her name. And it's all his fault. With his mind already concocting various schemes, Merlin seems to have found his next endeavor. Becoming an adventurer offers many benefits, from easily encountering Saint-class enemies to increasing one's lifespan, raking in a fortune which is ideal for his plan to live a life of leisure, and so Merlin concludes that this job is perfect for him. He then makes his way over to Miss Alice. Laying on the charm thickly, he asks her what it takes to become an adventurer. Unfazed by his charm, she states that anyone with aura or mana can become one, but he possesses neither and asks if there isn't another way. Alice explains that a recommendation from an active adventurer also suffices, and asks why he wants to know. Armed with this information, he approaches her with puppy dog eyes, sweet-talking her about them being soulmates. He suggests she could recommend him to be an adventurer too. His bizarre proposition leaves the girl with a mix of astonishment and disgust. Alice asks why she would do that for him, and he retorts that they're both in the same boat. She practically screams that he shouldn't even consider it because she would never recommend a loafer like him. The argument quickly devolves into a fierce spat, with Merlin calling her a stingy flat chest and her retorting with gigolo. Thus, the night ended with them parting on bad terms, both thoroughly miffed. A few days later, still at the midnight pub, Merlin is working as usual, cleaning the bar glasses. He sighs thoughtfully, pondering everything that has been happening to him. Martha approaches and asks if he's seen Henry. He replies, no. She's worried because she hasn't seen him since morning and wonders where he could have gone. As she slowly descends the stairs, she holds onto the handrail. She approaches Merlin, asking why he looks so downcast. The former king asks her what she thinks about the adventurer profession. She delivers a beautiful speech saying it's a profession where danger and hope coexist, but an excellent one for those who seek freedom. Then it dawns on Martha, and she realizes what's happening. She asks if he plans to become an adventurer, just like Miss Alice. He explains that he wants to, but possesses neither aura nor mana, and that cursed Alice refuses to recommend him. But Martha gets angry with him for speaking that way, telling him he might wound her with such words and that she's rooting for both of them. But bringing a hand to her mouth, she becomes thoughtful about something. Merlin notices that the mood of the conversation has shifted and the girl seems sad. She grasps his hand with both of hers and asks that if he becomes an adventurer, he not accept overly dangerous missions. Since he has no mana or aura, it could be very risky. But he insists he's still quite strong. Bolts of lightning begin to strike in thunderclaps. It seems a storm is approaching the city. The lightning strikes are incredibly loud and bright, shattering the night's silence. Soon, a few raindrops begin to fall upon the ground. Martha goes to the PUB's entrance and grabs an umbrella. As the weather is turning, she becomes apprehensive and decides to go look for Henry. After his boss leaves, Merlin falls into thought about becoming an adventurer. Remembering the 3 silver-ranked adventurers he met at the bar, the weather truly is terrible. Heavy rain pours down as an adventurer approaches. He is wounded and weary and shouts asking if anyone is there. Other men who are eating hear the shout, and one of them stands to see what it is. He warns that the gates are closed at night and orders him to scram. The adventurer is Troon, who begs to be let in, explaining that all his companions are dead and he is badly injured. Since the guards see that he is truly wounded and in need of shelter, they decide to open the gates for him. And those giant wooden gates quickly swing open. But instead of rushing in to take shelter, Troon remains frozen, kneeling on the ground. Then trembling, he apologizes in a weak voice. He apologizes repeatedly and says he only wanted to save his fiance's life. The guard approaches him, asking what he's babbling about, and fails to notice a goblin approaching. It's that gigantic goblin, accompanied by the Prime Minister, who declares that it was quite easy. The guards there spot the enemies and scream, "Goblins!" But it's already too late. An army of repulsive creatures is already upon them. The Prime Minister orders them to kill all the men in the village and steal the women. The goblin warriors begin to advance, eager to offer precious riches to their king. Then the poor guards try to run and warn everyone that the goblins have invaded. Just as the powerful goblin duo is about to enter the village, Troon announces that he did what they asked, so they must return his fiancée. The Prime Minister turns to the poor adventurer with a sarcastic grin and says he did indeed do them a great favor by opening the gates. But he shouldn't even dream of getting the girl back because she is now a slave of the king. He conjures a fireball in his hands. The fireball strikes poor Troon dead on and begins to incinerate his body. Without a shred of mercy or pity, the powerful goblin looks back, watching the man burn. And now the village is in peril, overrun by goblins. The village bells tolled incessantly, warning all residents of the impending danger. A section of the village was already engulfed in flames, a direct result of the goblin attack. The civilians were largely oblivious, unable to fathom the grave risk their lives were truly in. One resident, opening his window, heard the frantic clang of the bells and wondered what chaos was unfolding outside. But before he could even react, a goblin leaped from the rooftop, hurtling straight at him. It plunged its crude dagger squarely into his chest, taking his life in cold blood. Other civilians nearby noticed the monstrous creature and began to scream in terror, but quickly, more goblins swarmed into view, immediately falling upon the men to slaughter them and abducting the women. The village was plunged into utter chaos, countless people screaming in agony, pleading for their lives. The bell continued to toll, a desperate plea for help, hoping to alert someone, anyone, to their plight. Not far away, Alice was walking, carrying a heavy box of apples. She noticed flames and thick smoke billowing from a section of the village. A knot of concern tightened in her stomach. What was going on? She decided to quicken her pace, breaking into a run to investigate. She soon encountered several civilians panicked and screaming for everyone to flee. Utterly confused, the girl tried to ask what was happening, but the panicked villagers offered no answers, only continued their frantic flight. Finally, a terrified elderly man stumbled towards her, yelling for her to flee immediately. She thought it might just be a terrible fire, something she could perhaps quell with her ice magic, or at least help contain. But before she could even complete that thought, an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at them. It struck the elderly man squarely in the chest, right before the adventurer's horrified eyes. Stunned by the horrific sight, Alice stood frozen, utterly shocked by what had just transpired. The old man crumpled to the ground, dead, with no chance of survival. Then a horde of disgusting goblins appeared, emerging from the shadows. One of them, armed with a bow, watched them intently, but the hand clutching his bow suddenly began to freeze, frost spreading rapidly across his skin. Desperate, he shrieked, watching in horror as his arm cracked and fractured under the relentless ice. And before he could do anything, his entire body shattered into 1,000 icy fragments. Alice, her eyes ablaze with power, was controlling the ice magic, directing it towards her enemies. Her gaze was grim, fueled by vengeance, and the adventurer clearly meant business. Undeterred, the remaining goblins snarled and rushed at her. "Come on then," she taunted. "Don't blink or you might miss what hits you." As if on cue, a flurry of razor-sharp ice crystals began forming around her. Several enemies lunged at her, daggers glinting in their hands. But Alice deftly positioned herself, raising her sword. With a surge of magic, she conjured more jagged ice crystals. The crystals shot forth, impaling the goblins and ending several of their lives instantly. But her back had no eyes, and a cowardly goblin had already positioned himself behind her, knocking a bolt into his crossbow. He fired the bolt before the adventurer could even register his presence. But an impromptu wall of ice materialized, blocking the bolt and shattering it mid-flight. This stunned the cowardly large-nosed goblin. For it was the magic emanating from Alice herself, swirling around her, that had formed the protective ice barrier. The girl gathered momentum and leaped gracefully into the air. Crystal and wings of ice burst from her back, and she cried out, "In the name of justice, I will send every one of you monsters back to hell." The enemies were clearly stunned by this sudden, powerful display of ice magic. They knew they had to finish her before they all froze to death, and so they began to unleash a barrage of arrows. But our agile adventurer soared through the air, deftly dodging the incoming projectiles. As she weaved through the barrage, she flew through the skies, her sword flashing, striking down goblins with every graceful movement. Those who escaped her blade found themselves encased in ice by the chilling beat of her crystalline wings. While this brutal battle raged back at the Moonlight Pub, the young man Merlin was being thoroughly fawned over by three very eager young ladies. But sudden screams of desperation ripped through the otherwise cozy, flirtatious atmosphere of the pub. He stood offering his apologies, stating he needed to check on something outside. The ladies clung to him, trying to convince him to stay, assuring him it was probably just a quarrelsome couple. But it was no lover's spat. The screams heralded the approach of goblins. With a brutal kick, one of them shattered the pub's door, effectively invading the establishment. The ladies shrieked in desperation at the sight. The cozy pub was now being overrun by those disgusting creatures. Three of them, two armed with crude weapons, swaggered into the room, evil grins plastered across their grotesque faces. The women were paralyzed with terror, utterly clueless on what to do. And the lecherous monsters knew this establishment was teeming with women, a prime target for their depravity. Yet Merlin miraculously remained calm. "Why are these green-skinned monsters here?" he asked, his voice steady. A chilling wave of slaughter and despair washes over the village, now overrun by goblins. Homes burn fiercely, their destruction so absolute that even the pouring rain cannot extinguish the raging fires. A worried mother walks frantically through the street, desperately searching for her son. It's Martha, frantically searching for Henry, who has been missing since morning. Unbeknownst to her, Henry is safe, hidden away and happily playing with small goblin and warrior figurines. He proudly tells his friends that the adventurous young woman promised to teach him powerful sword techniques. His friends listen, wide-eyed and utterly impressed by his tale. Henry declares he'll soon become an adventurer and protect his mother, but his words are cut short when one of his friends notices the unsettling noise from outside. Curious, the three boys sneak to the window to peek outside. Henry's eyes widen as he takes in the chaotic scene, homes ablaze, terrifying screeches, and an entire town plunged into pandemonium. A wave of worry washes over him as he asks what's happening, just as he hears his mother's desperate cries from below. She's out in the pouring rain, risking her life to find her son. Finally, the little boy spots his mother through the gloom. But to his horror, she isn't the only thing he sees from his vantage point. A group of goblins blocks her path, swiftly cornering the defenseless woman. Their faces contorted into malicious grins, they slowly advance on the terrified woman. Then, with a savage roar, they attack her, causing her lantern to clatter to the ground. One goblin holds up a rope ready to bind her, while the others roughly restrain her. Watching the horror unfold, Henry is overcome with despair and begins to scream for his mother. He bolts from their hiding spot, telling his friends he has to go save her. But his friends, fully aware of the immense danger, hold him back, pleading that he'll surely die if he tries. In a fit of desperate rage, the little boy thrashes and cries that he must save his mother. The goblins are already dragging her away. Henry's screams echo, tears freely streaming down his distraught face. The same sorrowful tears stream down his mother's face as she is now utterly at the mercy of the horrid creatures. Her umbrella, once a shield against the rain, now lies abandoned on the wet ground. Meanwhile, back at the Moonlight Pub, the situation is far from tranquil. One of the invading goblins is unceremoniously hurled through a window. A second follows, soaring through the air like a crumpled paper ball destined for the trash bin. Merlin strides purposefully toward the miserable green-skinned wretch. Gripping a sturdy bar stool, he wields it like an improvised weapon. With a sardonic smirk, he remarked that these green-skinned creatures really shouldn't interrupt when he has guests to entertain. Such impudence makes them insolent little creatures. He'll have no qualms about eliminating them. The goblin is already a broken mess, thoroughly pummeled by our protagonist. But Merlin doesn't hold back, bringing the stool down again and again to finish the job. This invading goblin was undoubtedly done for after such a brutal thrashing. Merlin casually adjusts his hair, which had become slightly disheveled from the rain. But before our former king could even take a breath of relief, the sounds of approaching footsteps betray the presence of more goblins. He turns his gaze toward the source of the footsteps. A horde of those grotesque creatures stands silently observing him. Each of them wears the same wicked grin, their sharp fangs glinting and their eyes holding a malevolent, mischievous glint. One wearing a crude helmet barks an order for them to kill Merlin. A wave of goblins charges the protagonist, armed with an assortment of crude spears, daggers, and swords. A faint smile plays on the demon's lips as he dismisses them, saying they're such pathetic weaklings, they're not even worthy of a proper dance. He grips the hilt of his sword, his hand firm on the scabbard. Then in a blur, he unsheaths it with his signature quick-draw technique. An overwhelming razor-sharp gust of wind whips through the battlefield, slicing past every goblin. Before any of them can even register what transpired, the goblins are already struck. Merlin's voice, cold and detached, remarks that he'll assist these horrid creatures in making their final involuntary contributions to society. With that, he effortlessly sheathes his sword back at his hip. One of the stricken goblins stares blankly, unable to comprehend what just occurred. But before he can even twitch, his body begins to inflate like a grotesque balloon. Then, in a horrifying cascade, all the nearby goblins begin to explode, creating a gruesome crimson fireworks display. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, near the civilian homes, chaos continues to run rampant. The Prime Minister watches the devastation with a proud, sinister smirk, knowing it's only a matter of time until the humans are utterly eliminated. A subordinate goblin approaches him, reporting that all the Western troops have been annihilated. The superior goblin recoils in disbelief, demanding if there was anyone of higher class among them. But the minion explains that he sensed no aura from him. He merely appeared to be a handsome, unassuming man with blonde hair and red eyes. The Prime Minister snarls in fury, declaring he didn't ask about the man's appearance. They needed the captured women. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the superior goblin begins to ponder a crucial question. He knows it's impossible for an ordinary person to wipe out an entire Western troop. Something is terribly wrong. But the minion insists he witnessed it himself. The man didn't even fully unsheath his sword, yet he eradicated the entire army. Furthermore, the soldiers dispatched to the main street were also annihilated. Many were impaled on grotesque ice spikes, and the swordswoman responsible is now approaching. The superior goblin growls that these are consecutive and devastating losses. They need to regroup and relocate immediately. He then orders all troops to begin an immediate retreat. The Prime Minister cackles maliciously, sneering that their numbers can easily be replenished if they utilize all the women they've kidnapped this time. Scattered goblin troops begin to flee the village, brutally dragging terrified women along. Among them is Martha, the worried mother who had risked everything in a desperate attempt to find her son. All she can pray for now is that her son Henry is safe. Our heroine, Alice, soars above the city on her powerful ice wings. She notices the invading goblins are in full retreat. Concerned, she speeds up, knowing their tracks would soon be lost to the rain. She knows these creatures often abduct women, and she cannot allow them to be taken. But as she glides above the city, a much larger goblin suddenly appears. Taking her by surprise, it leaps from a rooftop, hurtling straight at her. But before it could strike, Alice swiftly thrusts an ice wing forward. The impact doesn't injure her, but it shatters one side of her wing. Now unable to fly, she plummets to the ground, gripping her sword. The colossal goblin slowly advances on the adventurer. She yells, her voice raw with fury for it to get out of her way, or she'll be forced to take action. But the goblin remains undeterred, snarling back at her in defiance. It extends a massive arm and lunges at her, but she dodges just in time. Seizing the distance, she launches a volley of ice shard arrows. The razor-sharp arrows pierce through the tough hide of her enemy. As it defends its face with a colossal arm, it notices her closing in. Now wielding a sword with a blade of ice, the heroine closes in on the enemy. She strikes it on the right side of its body, causing a deep fissure. The fissure expands and ice rapidly spreads, freezing the colossal creature's entire body, until it finally shatters, crumbling like a magnificent ice sculpture. Alice emerged victorious, but she knows time is of the essence. Within the village, no other goblin groups are visible. It appears the giant was only there to delay her. She realizes they've all fled before she could intervene. Just as Alice feared, the abominable creature surely abducted the women from the village. Rainwater pools mingle with the shards of ice she created. The scene is truly heartbreaking. All that's left of the village are sobbing children crying out for their mothers. She reckons the goblins won't immediately proceed with their captives, which gives her a small window of opportunity. The village bell begins to toll loudly once more. The surviving civilians know this means the village chief is calling for an assembly, so everyone takes shelter in the church, where many of the wounded are already being tended to. The leader asks them to gather, explaining that many people were captured and taken to the mountains, and they need to devise a plan. Even as the chief, he cannot decide on this matter alone. One man trembling with fear says they should forget about it, that there's nothing to be done. Two other men whisper about how terrifying those goblins are and how impossible it is to save the kidnapped people. But Henry steps forward, interrupting their chatter, and declares that his own mother was taken by the goblins. Everyone here has had family taken, and he's certain they are waiting for rescue. This is the moment to fight for those they love. If they do nothing, they will surely go to hell. But an older man sharply cuts Henry's speech short, calling it all nonsense. It's the pastor who arrives displaying all his pomp with an air of self-importance. He raises a hand declaring that no one will go to hell, for the goddess of light will show mercy to the wise. The village leader kneels, asks if the pastor has a solution to this predicament. All the remaining civilians follow suit, clamoring for the pastor's aid. The pastor reassures them, stating he will free them from their sins in the name of the goddess of light. Then everyone there begins to pray to the goddess obediently. Raising his holy book, the pastor declares them too weak to do anything against those who kidnapped their families, so they must remain there and pray. He then recommends that everyone whose loved one was kidnapped should take a copy of the holy book and pray. One of the civilians asks if their loved ones will truly return if they start praying. Another man claims he was once captured by goblins, and by praying fervently, he is now safe. Everyone crowds around asking if it's true, and the man confirms, claiming that the monsters trembled just by his holding the holy book. This causes everyone there to start clamoring for someone to sell them a copy of the holy book. Then the man who just gave his testimony lets out a chilling, malicious chuckle, as does the pastor, who glances at the man as if their plan was unfolding perfectly. The pastor opens his coat, revealing that it's packed with copies of the holy book, which he announces cost a mere 100 gold coins each. Everyone is thrilled by this, except for the perceptive Henry, who realizes how the church is manipulating everything. He points a finger at the pastor, declaring that if anything happens to those women, the pastor will surely go to hell. Through tears, the boy cries that they are only deluding themselves because no one will be saved in this manner. Then a hand emerges and rests on the inconsolable boy's shoulder, telling him he's already done more than enough. Alice steps forward, her voice ringing out, declaring, "Enough with this hypocrisy! All of you get out of here!" The pastor demands to know who she is and where she came from, calling her a pagan. The heroine remains unfazed, striding forward and ascending the platform. She introduces herself as Alice Claudia, a gold-ranked adventurer from Wrexham, and the 203rd hero of the Vatican. The people gathered listening to the pastor were taken aback by Alice's bold stance. Our adventurer stood firm against the charlatan pastor. Everyone now knew she was the 203rd heroine. Pointing a finger at the girl, the pastor declared that this heroine had only brought shame upon the Vatican by failing her mission and for the rumors of her having laid with Lucifer. But she didn't even bat an eye, stating she wasn't there to discuss her past, but to put an end to lies and manipulation. She was certain that if the Pope heard what he said, he would be sorely disappointed in the pastor. But he retorted, warning her not to dare criticize him. Then her eyes fixed firmly on the pastor. Alice made a decision. She deftly swung her sword towards the false pastor, and pressed the tip of the blade against his neck, barely a hair's breadth from piercing him. The old man began to sweat profusely, terrified of what the girl might do next. Alice taunted, "If you truly believe the goddess of light always saves, you should be praying right now, but you're not even worthy of risking your life." The man crumpled to his knees, utterly defeated. He bowed repeatedly, begging her for forgiveness, but she simply ordered him to disappear. Then the young woman took on a voice of leadership, declaring that she knew they feared death and had retreated into something as futile as prayer. But now, that was a cowardly decision, and the gods would never aid the foolish. In life, there were situations where one couldn't give up just because a task was difficult. People had been abducted and were awaiting rescue, so they had to fulfill this duty. Henry watched it all, awestruck by the adventurer's words. She raised 2 fingers and told the civilians they had 2 options at this moment. They could choose to remain in the village and live with the guilt until the day they died, or they could take up arms and fight for the people they love. Then she requested the village chief to provide her with the location of the goblin nests. Their leader, the Goblin King, was a very powerful saint-ranked being. But Alice wasn't deterred by this. She simply wanted to know their whereabouts. Back at the Moonlight Pub, the situation wasn't looking good. Merlin used his coat to warm one of his still terrified customers. He reassured them not to worry, for as long as they stayed by his side, they would be safe. One of the young women clung to his shoulder and pleaded for his protection. The protagonist then realized that too much time had passed since Martha had left to look for Henry, and he began to worry. Then hurried little footsteps echoed through the pub, stomping loudly. Henry was back and quite out of breath. He barely acknowledged Merlin rushing upstairs without a word. The blonde man called after him, asking about Martha, but Henry ignored him, simply slamming open a room door, and grabbed a sword that hung on a wall mount. Sword in hand, he told Merlin that it was none of his business, but he was going to save his mother. The protagonist had already suspected that something might have happened to Martha. The little boy then rushed downstairs, telling Merlin not to bother him because he was too busy right then. But Merlin grabbed the boy by his clothes and told him he couldn't be busy, since all he knew how to do was cause trouble. Enraged, the little boy ordered him to let go because he needed to rush and save his mother. Merlin explained that he was too young to do anything and asked him to provide details of what was happening. But crying, the boy said it was his fault his mother was taken, and now he would use his father's sword to save her. The protagonist told him to know his place. A weak brat couldn't do anything. Henry wouldn't accept hearing such things in silence and slapped Merlin's hand away. He gripped the sword tightly and declared he had made a promise to his father. He was the man of the house, and since his father was no longer present, he had promised he would protect his mother. Merlin heard that, and his eyes widened. It seemed like a very noble promise. It brought him back to forgotten moments in his past. When Merlin was still a little boy, safe in his beloved mother's arms, he turned to her and called out, a determined gaze in his eye, and said he would definitely protect her when he grew older. His mother heard those words, which sounded like an innocent promise. Anne couldn't help but give a true, proud smile. Merlin was lost in his memories, and something in Henry's posture reminded him so much of himself when he was little. He smiled, observing the little boy's perseverance and courage. And when he came to, Henry was already gone, walking with difficulty, clutching that sword almost his own size. Merlin thought, honestly, these hot-headed idiots really know how to cause trouble for everyone else. The young women who were with the protagonist were worried and asked about him. He looked at them and earnestly requested that they only leave the premises when dawn broke. The green-haired young woman asked what he was going to do, as it was very dangerous outside now, but Merlin began to adjust his clothes, a smile gracing his face. He took his coat that was hanging on the wall and put it on, leaving the pub and saying that perhaps he was a hero and could actually do some good. The village gates stood open, signaling the start of the rescue mission for the kidnapped women. Alice immediately took the lead, her resolve burning bright as she focused on her mission. But then, something along her path caught her eye. A faint voice reached her and a wounded, trembling hand lifted from the ground. It was Troon, badly wounded and sprawled on the ground. Alice urged him not to waste his precious energy speaking, assuring him that the villagers would arrive shortly to save him. The man seemed visibly relieved by her words, turning his gaze upwards. As he did, a small detail about the girl caught his attention. She bore the adventurer's crest, and he recognized her immediately. Alice, the gold-ranked adventurer. Mustering his last ounce of strength, he clutched her hand. Troon then painfully knelt, pleading with the heroine to save his fiancée. He confessed he'd had no other choice and was deeply ashamed, but he begged the young woman for her forgiveness. With a firm voice, Alice told him to raise his head, reminding him that adventurers must always carry themselves with dignity. She took the insignia from Troon's body, declaring she would hold on to his crest for a time. Then she asked the name of his fiancé, and he replied, Cecil. With a reassuring smile, she promised that his fiancée herself would return the insignia to him later. Impressed, Troon watched the determined girl continue on her path. As a final warning, he called out that the Goblin Emperor was a saint-class being, urging her to be careful. A flicker of insecurity crossed Alice's face. She knew she was no match for an enemy of such a high class. Merlin's harsh words echoed in her mind. Those without exceptional talent must keep their feet firmly on the ground. She refused to give in to fear or abandon her quest. She gripped her sword tightly, prepared for any and every challenge that lay ahead. Our adventurer knew that above all else, she needed to believe in herself. Sometime later, our scene shifts to the interior of the Goblin Palace. Many women swept up in the village raid were now bound and imprisoned within its walls. Among them was poor Martha, deeply worried about her grim fate. Heavy footsteps approached, signaling the arrival of someone important. It was the Goblin Emperor himself, proudly surveying the results of his hunt as he ordered his soldiers to throw the captives into the dungeon. His vassal heard the command and confirmed, assuring his lord it would be done. Praising Gargamel, the emperor asked what reward he desired, but the prime minister demurred, claiming that serving his majesty was reward enough. The sycophantic minister declared it an honor to have his majesty's trust, and the chieftain dismissed him. Now our focus shifts to the cavern where the goblins made their lair. A contingent of soldiers awaited orders, their ears catching the prime minister's voice. He commanded 2 of them to gather more soldiers and prepare for an ambush. Since they had captured many humans that night, their leader knew that more villagers would surely arrive, necessitating their swift preparation. A small goblin soldier scanned the perimeter through a crude spyglass. He noticed something unusual nearby. A group of white figures was approaching them, and Gargamel guessed they were magical beasts. But upon closer inspection, the soldier quickly reported that he didn't believe them to be beasts at all. A sudden wave of fear rippled through all the goblin soldiers. A blade, shimmering with frost and small shards of ice, swung ominously near them. It was Alice, the fearless ice swordswoman who had appeared as if from thin air. Gargamel immediately ordered his soldiers to summon the 4th giant goblin to stop the girl, but the very soldier who had been aiming at Alice was already enveloped in ice. Wherever the girl passed, she froze everything in her wake, truly a queen of ice. The biting cold of her magic was already reaching the soldiers closest to the cavern entrance. She was now dangerously close to Gargamel, who had been caught completely off guard. With a confident, resolute gaze, she stared down the prime minister. He looked genuinely worried by her presence, knowing full well the extent of her power. Deciding to launch an attack, he conjured a fireball in his hands, warning her not to cause any more trouble. But without a second thought for the goblin's impending attack, she simply shouted for him to get out of her way. With a powerful stomp delivered squarely to his face, Alice literally put him in his place. The Prime Minister flew from the impact of her kick, slamming hard against the cavern wall. Another goblin soldier, peering over a nearby wall, witnessed the scene and realized that even Lord Gargamel had been defeated by her. Alice was already there, pressing forward, eager to save the helpless maidens. She froze the small goblin in her path and continued her frantic run. The girl sprinted through the dungeon, her keen eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Suddenly, one of the bricks in the wall began to crack. The heroine noticed it just in time, her gaze snapping towards the crumbling section. Two goblins, far larger and more imposing than the common soldiers, burst forth. One of them wielded a crude weapon, already poised to launch an attack against the girl. But Alice deftly dodged, avoiding the blow. With incredible agility, she ducked low, striking a blow without exposing herself to their attacks. Her icy blade flashed, cutting deep into the monstrous goblins. Their arms and legs froze solid in an instant, but Alice remained intensely focused. She flicked her blade, shaking off any lingering ice. Though frozen, the monstrous goblins were still alive, beginning to let out pained groans. Pointing her sword at them, she warned, "If you value your lives, get out of my way." Night descends and murmurs drift from the edge of the forest. A makeshift arsenal of spears, torches, pickaxes, and farming tools is raised high. A crowd has gathered, determined to rescue the abducted women. Every man had grabbed whatever he could find at home to arm himself, ready to face the unknown. But the night is perilous, rife with lurking traps. These men are not warriors. They must summon courage from depths they never knew existed to face their enemies. What's more, the goblins have already sensed the approaching humans on their rescue mission. And so the villagers brace themselves for their first charge against the terrifying goblins. Meanwhile, in the goblins' dungeon, Gargamel is rousing from his forced slumber. His nose is broken and severely bruised. And a goblin soldier celebrates his leader finally waking up. They warn him of a grave problem. The villagers have launched their attack. With his nose a beet-red, bruised mess, Gargamel bellows in rage. More and more villagers begin to appear, their shouts echoing through the trees. They are determined, coordinating their cries for an attack, vowing to fight until the goblins are dead. Gargamel observes the scene, growing irritated, and curses the humans. One of the men points out that this must be the den where their wives and daughters are held captive. He orders them to join Alice and attack. The Prime Minister Goblin sneers, declaring these humans are no match for goblins, and calls upon the spirits of fire and earth to heed his command. Then at the men's feet, small flames begin to flicker. One of the young men notices, observing them in confusion. But before he can understand what they are, the flames surge violently, engulfing the area and the people caught within them. The fire begins to affect all the unsuspecting men, and through the chaos we see Merlin approaching. He recognizes the technique as firewall magic and is visibly impressed. The protagonist then approaches a man asking if he'd seen Henry, but the man retorts that children aren't allowed here. Merlin assumes the little boy must have snuck in and mentally scolds him for his choice. The former king begins to approach the firewall, and the village leader warns him that there are saint-rank creatures here, suggesting he leave this task to Alice. But Merlin responds with a teasing scoff, saying that Alice is someone who's already lost to him once. So even if she's cute, she's not that strong. The village leader is incredulous at such brazen petulance from the boy. Our warrior takes his sword, gripping it firmly as always. Then with one arm, he raises the weapon above his head. It effortlessly tears through the firewall that had been blocking their progress. Convinced, he looks back at the villagers, giving them a confident wink. Their eyes are wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend how this person could be so strong. Then, fearless of the searing heat beneath his feet, Merlin continues advancing towards the den. As he passes through the torn firewall, it seems to part further, guiding his way. But once he's through, the wall closes completely, leaving all the other men behind. Utterly bewildered, coldly analyzing what he had just witnessed, the village leader declares he's seen that familiar figure before. He recognized the oppressive aura he exuded, identical to that of the master swordsman who eliminated the pirates half a year ago. The villagers look confused, unsure of how to proceed. The master swordsman is one of the most admired experts in the world for his abilities, but on the other hand, he's just a Lothario who, with his smooth talk, became quite the ladies' man. So all the men present begin to marvel at the astonishing thought that they are one and the same person. Gargamel was certain the rabble outside wouldn't breach his firewall. The goblin soldier was ordered to retrieve Alice and not alert the king, but the subordinate asks if a high-quality product like her shouldn't be offered to him. This enrages the prime minister, demanding if the little soldier dared question his judgment on what was best for his majesty. A calm, confident voice cuts through the commotion, bidding the green dwarf a good evening. Gargamel is flabbergasted to see that someone managed to pass through the firewall. With a characteristic smirk playing on his lips, Merlin builds suspense before revealing his identity. He declares himself to be someone full of elegance and grace, seen and loved by all, straight from the Moonlight Pub, none other than the famous little Daisy, clenching his fists tight. The Prime Minister Goblin challenges him, telling him to show just how strong he was. But analyzing his adversary, the Goblin sees that he possessed neither mana nor aura, surely a useless human. He begins to laugh, and Merlin asks if he had simply been paralyzed by his overwhelming beauty. Unleashing a fireball, Gargamel shouts that Merlin was trash, insignificant, and now he would die. Our protagonist simply extended his arm towards the Goblin's incoming fireball and flicked it away as if it were nothing more than a tiny speck of dust. Gargamel's jaw dropped, speechless at what he had just witnessed. Merlin, however, was smiling, even more confident than before. Utterly in his element, summoning other spirits, the Prime Minister thinks something is strange. How would that boy manage to destroy his fireball? The protagonist is now wreathed in flames, gripping his sword firmly. Gargamel channeled all his strength, forming a fiery tornado around the warrior, and now he believes the blonde-haired human wouldn't escape this powerful attack. But without a single scratch, Merlin stood there, perfectly unharmed, and asked if the goblin actually thought that kind of magic would work on him. Eyes wide with horror, the Prime Minister realizes he'd need a fresh pair of trousers once this battle was over. He believes Merlin must have used artifacts to defend against that attack and begins preparing a spear. The villain hurls the flaming spear, which leaves a fiery trail as it hurtles towards the blonde, but to the green dwarf's astonishment, Merlin effortlessly caught the spear. And with a sharp, mocking air, he asks if that was what he called a spear of destruction. Even more terrified, Gargamel's mind reeled. He couldn't comprehend any of it, stammering that it was impossible. To top it all off, Merlin crushed the Spear of Destruction with a mere clench of his fist. The protagonist is disappointed, saying he expected some generic villain lines, or at least something more his level. But snapping his fingers, the goblin declared his tricks weren't over yet. The shattered fragments of the spear began to crackle even further, and a colossal fiery blaze erupted around Merlin, spiraling into an even larger tornado. The power was so immense that even the villagers standing some distance away could clearly see it. Gargamel, proud of his power, screams that Merlin would be reduced to ashes, but surprising everyone, the protagonist still stood there, firm and unscathed. With a mere flick of his arm, he swept away all the raging fire that had spread before him. The Prime Minister was so stunned by this display of power, he was on the verge of tears. Merlin tells him he deserves congratulations because his magic is formidable, but far too weak against him. And the one thing he hated most was anyone who tried to seek out his weaknesses, especially those who underestimated him. Then, in a move as swift as a blink, the protagonist appeared behind Gargamel and ordered him to sleep forever. He swiftly unsheathed his sword from its scabbard, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. Gargamel was frozen by the motion, yet still seeing and comprehending everything around him. Stammering, he managed to ask why Merlin hadn't drawn his sword to kill him, and gazing fixedly at the Goblin Prime Minister, the protagonist resheathed his sword. He further humiliated his foe, stating that he didn't draw his sword for weak creatures like him. To finish, he dusted off his clothes, ensuring they remained impeccable even after the skirmish. Then he continued on his way, remarking that it's truly a shame to be so strong. It makes finding worthy opponents so difficult. In the dreadful goblin dungeon, a lone soldier stands guard. Martha is among the prisoners, desolate and filled with dread. The cries of women and a wave of panic echo, signaling that something is happening near the cells. A goblin soldier collapses unconscious to the ground, creating a sudden commotion. A sharp blade shatters the lock of one of the cages. Martha seems to recognize her rescuer. It's Alice, who opens the cell door and asks if everyone inside is all right. The desperate women begin to rush out of their confinement. Martha approaches Alice and grips her shoulders, asking if she knows if Henry is safe. Alice explains that he is fine and is waiting for her safely in the village. This deeply moves the poor mother, who begins to cry. Alice urges them to take advantage of the empty corridor and escape. The clatter of the young women's footsteps echoing through the corridors shatters the dungeon's silence. Martha takes charge, shouting for all the women to move quickly. Then Alice begins calling for Troon's fiancé, Cecil, asking if anyone knows her. A young blonde woman approaches the adventurer, identifying herself as Cecil. Alice explains that she was looking for her on behalf of her fiancé, Troon. Cecil seems to be paying attention to the heroine, but then notices something strange behind her. In that exact moment, she widens her eyes, startled by what she sees. A gigantic shadow, much larger than Alice, looms right behind her. The heroine senses something strange and turns to look. Quickly, she shoves Cecil's body with all her might, pushing her out of danger, but she ends up being struck by the brutish goblin's gigantic weapon. The force of the impact sends her bouncing from the floor to the ceiling. This severely injures our poor heroine. The young women who were prisoners, including Cecil, worry about Alice's well-being. The weapon that struck our girl is dragged across the floor, and its owner declares that she must be the rat who infiltrated while he was bathing. It is the Goblin King who badmouths Gargamel for letting her pass and leaving him to deal with it. He strides past the women gathered there and casts an evil gaze upon them. Then, extending his hand towards them, he warns that if they attempted to escape, he would torture them. The young women are utterly terrified by that threat. They shriek and shrink back in fear. But suddenly His Majesty is surprised by an ice cage forming around him. Even injured, Alice is using her ice power, declaring she won't let him hurt the girls. Her face is marred with several wounds, but the heroine remains firm and determined. Alice's defiant posture excites the king. He easily destroys the ice cell, declaring her far too optimistic, and asks how she intends to leave his palace alive. Alice places her hand on the ground, conjuring more magic, and says she doesn't intend to leave his palace. A beam of ice erupts from the ground and shoots towards the giant, binding him. Then Alice calls for Cecil, who looks in her direction, and the heroine throws Troon's insignia towards her. Cecil catches the insignia carefully. She then examines it, initially not understanding what it is. After a moment, she realizes it's her fiancé's adventurer crest. Alice shouts for her to hold on tight because Troon isn't dead yet and is waiting for her outside. Gathering her ice energy, the heroine declares that this whole nightmare will end once she escapes and everything returns to normal. Cecil clutches the crest with both hands, pouring all her love into it, letting a few tears fall. The heroine says that the two of them will be able to marry and have children, so she needs to gather all her courage and escape. Finishing her speech, Alice closes a wall of ice around herself, isolating Cecil, who remains outside the wall, far from the king's dangers. The enemy realizes that he is now trapped with the heroine. With one of her eyes closed due to her injuries, Alice watches him. He says she's risking her life to stop him, and as the Goblin King, he sees humans in a different light. His Goblin Majesty says he will be merciful and offer her two choices. Either she drops her sword and becomes his comfort, or she fights him to the end. Alice isn't fooled by the king's false kindness. She says she'll take the second option. The king smiles and says he'll teach her a lesson once he captures her. But Alice strikes a pose as if blowing a kiss and exhales a breath of ice from her mouth. The icy breath rapidly shoots towards the brute. He begins to freeze slightly and asks if this is her final move, as he expected something more powerful than a cold breeze. The girl says she won't give him any opportunities and tells him to be good and die by her sword. We see a dark mountain covered by a freezing wind. A training dummy is almost frozen, being struck by a wooden sword. Little Alice wears her usual expression, fearless and determined. She complains that she's tired and asks what the point is of practicing this direct thrust so many times. Her master says this technique helps in desperate times. Looking at her master, the little girl asks if this technique can defeat a Saint-class expert. The master explains that if she can strike the heart, combining magic with martial arts, even if an enemy doesn't die, they will be incapacitated. The little girl also complains that it's difficult to hit a Saint-class opponent, but the teacher explains that she can use different methods to achieve it. Back in the present, Alice, recalling her master's teachings, is completely focused. She plants her feet firmly on the ground, preparing for her next offensive, and with unparalleled strength and determination, she charges at the enemy. Meanwhile, not too far away, Henry is falling flat on his rear. An enormous goblin, much larger than him, says he never expected a rat to enter the goblin palace. Then the troglodyte raises his staff, ready to attack Henry. The poor little boy has nowhere to run and puts his arms in front of his face, trying to defend himself. He waits for the attack to come, but realizes it's taking longer than expected, so he decides to peek, opening just one eye to see what's happening. Henry sees that Merlin has appeared to save him, making a swift cut to the green brute. In mere seconds, the giant falls defeated and Henry is safe and sound. Stammering and still surprised by what happened, he calls Merlin. He can't believe the man is so strong. The goblin couldn't even defend itself and was killed by a single attack. Merlin jokes, saying the boy was very brave, so he'll give him 99 out of 100 points. But since he wasn't obedient and came here alone, he'll lose those 99 points. So in the end, he has 0. Still impressed, Henry thinks that Uncle Merlin might actually be a very strong swordsman. So from the beginning, he wasn't bragging for nothing, and the boy had been wrong about him. His eyes shone with admiration. Merlin asks if he's all right and if he's hurt. Changing his attitude completely, Henry clings to the protagonist's leg and begs him to please teach him his swift draw. Merlin shouts that he wanted to teach him before, and Henry had disdained it, so now he won't teach him anymore. But Henry begins to plead repeatedly. A voice calling out to them both interrupts that comical scene. It's Martha with a group of other young women, and Henry gets super excited upon seeing her. He runs towards his mother and gives her a hug, saying that Merlin brought him and saved him, a deed that might reduce the protagonist's salary. Martha isn't thinking about that at the moment. Instead, she asks him to go help Alice, who is fighting the Emperor alone. Merlin's expression changes upon hearing that request. Meanwhile, our heroine's sword falls to the ground, making a shrill clang. The Goblin Emperor is laughing, looking at the girl with a carefree expression. Alice is desperate. She wonders what is happening and how the enemy found her. The brute says he knew that Blizzard was just a cover and was waiting for her. He adds that it's very annoying to see her jumping from side to side and wants to see where she'll run now. And without mercy or pity, he begins to tightly squeeze the girl's body. Causing Alice immense pain, she begins to scream, and her cry can be heard echoing through the palace corridors. Martha was trying to convince Merlin to help Alice, but he was playing hard to get. A thought then crossed his mind. Perhaps saving Alice would grant him a chance to become an adventurer. In an ingenious plot to persuade him, Martha offered him triple his usual pay if he agreed to go. Raising his hands in mock indignation, Merlin asked if she truly believed he was someone who could be swayed by mere money. Both Henry and Martha shook their heads, silently agreeing that yes, he was indeed a shameless, greedy scoundrel. Still trying to maintain his tough guy facade, he muttered that he had nothing to lose by lending the girl a hand. Martha urged him to be extremely careful, while Henry, ever practical, implored him to return safely so he could teach him the quick draw technique. With a smirk, Merlin turned and headed towards the heroine. He told them to just wait because he was bringing Alice back. At the sight of the battle between Alice and the Emperor, a desperate scream echoed. The cruel Goblin King held her in his massive hand, his grip tightening relentlessly around the girl's body. He leered at the horrific scene, remarking that he was beginning to enjoy her more with every sound she made. As the agony of her body being crushed overwhelmed her, Alice desperately tried to hold on. But then, a spear of ice descended from above, piercing the Emperor's arm. Bewildered by the sudden attack, the enemy questioned if it had come from above. His gaze then drifted upwards, and he realized the heroine had covered the entire ceiling with sharp stalactites. "When did you do that?" he roared. Even gravely wounded, and with her voice barely a whisper, the girl smiled, declaring it the divine ice's retribution. And with that, all the stalactites began to rain down upon the Emperor like a lethal hail of icy lances. The onslaught forced him to release her, and she collapsed, kneeling on the ground. This clever move by our heroine infuriated the hulking brute. "How dare you deceive me?" he bellowed. Regaining her composure, Alice retorted that this was what he got for underestimating her, and now it was time for him to experience the art of the great Snow Mountain Blade. Swiftly, the girl assumed an attack stance and launched herself at the Emperor, who was riddled with sharp ice spears. He could no longer move with his previous speed. She reached him and delivered her sword attack, crying out, "One!" The strike cut deep into the brute's wrist. Another blow landed near his ankle, targeting vital arteries. Now shouting, "Two!" the girl landed yet another blow. This one struck the brute's grotesque bearded neck. And finally crying, "Three!" She unleashed a piercing thrust, the ice ultimatum, a direct penetrating thrust straight toward the enemy's heart. He shrieked in agony as the heroine's sword struck him squarely, and he crashed to his knees, his immense weight creating a resounding thud. Alice's attack had ripped a gaping hole in the Emperor's chest. Exhausted and wounded, she observed the result of her powerful assault. The hulking brute appeared unconscious, his jaw agape, seemingly lifeless. Believing the battle over, she began to withdraw, but then streaks of ominous energy pulsed past her. Startling her, glancing back, she tried to comprehend what was happening. The Emperor's body seemed to be undergoing a strange transformation. The gaping wound she had carved into his chest began to glow, and it was steadily shrinking, slowly closing itself. Alice couldn't believe her eyes. The wound in the enemy's heart had completely healed. His eyes, once white and lifeless, now returned to their normal, malevolent gleam. Wounds ripped further, revealing his grotesque physique as he roared with laughter. Her eyes wide with disbelief, Alice couldn't fathom why he hadn't died, especially after she'd pierced his heart. Still laughing, the Goblin King fixed her with a cynical grin. Pointing to the right side of his chest, he declared, "A goblin's heart lies here, not on the left. Knowledge can change destiny," he sneered. "I underestimated you before, but I'll show no mercy now." Alice was far from peak condition. The battle had left her with injuries she could no longer ignore. The gigantic goblin grabbed his massive club and began to raise it, aiming to strike the heroine. But unyielding, she instantly conjured a wall of ice. The hulking brute roared that a mere wall of ice wouldn't stop his attack. He struck it squarely with his club, shattering the ice and sending her flying. The blow was so powerful that it hurled the girl into the palace pillars, reducing them to rubble. Alas, the heroine's body bore the full brunt of that devastating attack. She collapsed to the ground, racked with searing pain as the enemy slowly advanced. He lifted her by her head, declaring she would be his slave forever. The girl's face was badly bruised, and she whimpered in pain as he held her. But then a sudden gust of wind swept past him, snatching the girl from his grasp. Baffled, the giant goblin looked behind him. There stood Merlin, who had scooped Alice into his arms and whisked her away. But before he could react, the Emperor realized he had just lost an arm. He began to curse Merlin, staring at the wound he hadn't even noticed he'd sustained. Holding the girl gently in his arms, the former king asked if she was truly serious about risking her life for people she didn't even know. Glaring angrily at her, he declared she shouldn't have gone to such lengths or risked her life for it. The protagonist knew she had a stubborn streak. But he carefully seated her on a broken pillar and told her to stay there if she didn't want to die. He promised he wouldn't mock her, then told his flat-chested heroine to rest up and leave the rest to him. Alice was almost out of strength. her vision blurring, yet she recognized his confident and unwavering demeanor. Struggling to make sense of things, she believed it was her promised swordsman who had come to save her. She closed her eyes, thinking her master swordsman of Elgin was her hero once more, and barely conscious of her words. A sweet and heartfelt declaration spilled from Alice's lips. Surprised by what the girl had said, Merlin glanced back. He was utterly puzzled by her words. Even as the enemy began to close in, reaching the blonde man, the bearded Goblin King snarled, "Are you ready? Shall we continue our game?" Merlin met his gaze, his expression that of a hero ready for any challenge. Alice lay unconscious in the corner by the pillar, exactly as Merlin had left her. The Goblin Emperor sneered, claiming he'd thought only a single rat had dared sneak into his palace, never imagining there was more than one. He gestured to the gash Merlin had inflicted, admitting the former king seemed remarkably strong. But suddenly the wound on his right arm began to seethe, and as if by magic, the villain's arm was whole again, completely restored as if nothing had ever happened. He explained that in his berserk mode, he could instantly recover from any damage, and he declared that Merlin would surely meet his end if he continued to fight him while this power was active. But the hero merely countered that he typically defeated all his adversaries with a single move, so what he truly desired was to finally be defeated himself. The boy's audacious words twisted the goblin's face into a dreadful smile, as if he had just accepted a personal challenge. Without another moment's hesitation, he unleashed a fierce blow with his weapon directly at the demon. The strike was powerful enough to shatter the very ground where they stood. Yet despite the devastation to the surroundings, our protagonist remained utterly unscathed, still holding the enemy's weapon with an insolent smile on his face. Surprised, but still brimming with confidence, the Emperor conceded that he truly was different from the others, then demanded to know the boy's name. With a dismissive flick, Merlin sent his opponent's weapon spinning away, stating that he hadn't earned the right to know his name with such a paltry display of power. The enemy, unfazed, decided to introduce himself first, declaring that he was one of the 13 Goblin Emperors and fully intended to become the new master of humanity. He extended a hand towards Merlin, offering him the position of Prime Minister if he would only agree to join his ranks. Our protagonist did nothing but flash an extremely sarcastic smile. Then, with a brazen, mocking laugh, he asked where the goblin had found the audacity to make such a preposterous offer. He raised a commanding hand high, declaring that no one in this world, not even the goddess of light herself, could bear to look directly upon a millionth of his true glory. Furthermore, he added that he would feel utterly humiliated to use the emperor even as mere fertilizer for his garden. This utterly immodest declaration made the veins bulge on the creature's face, throbbing with unbridled fury. He slammed his gigantic foot to the ground, gathering momentum for his next move, and with a single colossal leap, he shattered the very ground he'd stood on, launching himself forward. Charging at Merlin with all his fury, he bellowed that the boy had brought this upon himself. With a dismissive tone, the protagonist merely scoffed. "You're as fat as a pig, yet you can fly so high. Truly spectacular." The Emperor, incandescent with rage, decided his sole mission now was to send the arrogant boy straight to hell. And now, in addition to the momentum from his powerful leap, the monster channeled immense energy, concentrating it into his formidable staff, but our protagonist seemed utterly unimpressed, merely observing the hulking foe's movements. The villain completed his strike, unleashing an incredibly powerful slam with his staff onto the ground, a blow capable of ripping stones from the earth and creating a deafening roar. The blow was so devastating that smoke actually billowed from the goblin staff. He laughed maniacally, claiming that even a high-ranking individual would meet a horrible end from such an attack. But our former monarch never ceased to surprise. He reappeared completely unharmed, calmly asking if that truly was the Emperor's strongest move. The enemy was utterly incredulous, but Merlin didn't give him an inch, simply stating that now it was his turn. Then, with sudden, overwhelming speed, he charged straight for the gargantuan enemy, his sword flashing in a swift, deadly arc. This left the Emperor momentarily stunned, but before he could even comment on Merlin's blinding speed, something unexpected happened. A sharp, searing pain tore through his body, one he couldn't possibly ignore. A horrifying gash appeared precisely down the middle of the villain's body, a testament to the former king's lightning-fast assault. What's more, the Emperor realized the damage was beyond his berserk mode's healing limit. He couldn't regenerate. Wiping his sword clean, Merlin coolly remarked that he had been curious about who started this entire mess. But the Emperor was so laughably weak it was utterly disappointing. His voice trembling, the Emperor gasped, demanding to know who the boy was. Such power meant he couldn't possibly be just anyone. As he sheathed his sword, the blonde-haired youth calmly replied that he wasn't strong. Rather, it was the goblin who was simply too weak, not even fit to be called a king. The boy watched as his enemy, cleaved in two, crumpled unconscious before him. Smiling faintly, the former monarch mused that, as always, he had dispatched the enemy quite quickly, and as a bonus, the curse upon his heart had eased just a little. With the defeat of the dungeon's boss, a wall containing a hidden entrance began to shift its ancient bricks. It revealed a magnificent treasure room overflowing with countless riches, glimmering gold coins, and a truly massive chest. Merlin was already preparing to carry Alice to a safe place, but his eyes caught the newly revealed chamber. He was instantly impressed by the sheer wealth hidden within the goblin's hoard. Suddenly possessed by a spirit of avarice, our protagonist found the sensation of being blinded by the shimmering gold coins utterly marvelous. But just as he stepped closer to lay his hands on those glistening beauties, a brick crashed down, landing squarely on his head. The entire palace was collapsing. Parts of the ceiling began to rain down like a deadly shower of stones. Merlin muttered that their battle must have destabilized the entire underground city, causing it to collapse. He quickly calculated that if he acted fast, he could snatch a portion of the treasures, but there was no way he could escape with Alice in tow. He himself could probably withstand the collapsing debris, but she wouldn't survive. She would undoubtedly be buried alive. Our former monarch's mind raced, his gaze flicking between the endless cascade of riches, but at the same time he looked at unconscious Alice, completely unable to escape on her own. With time rapidly running out, he had to make a choice. The entire structure continued to collapse and crumble at an ever-increasing pace, and so our protagonist made his decision. He scooped up the girl, holding her tightly in his arms, determined to escape. A disgruntled shout escaped him. "Alice, you truly are my nemesis. Instead of millions of coins, I'm saving you." Outside the palace, the men who had been waiting for their women could barely believe their eyes. They were back. The young women, overjoyed, sprinted towards their families. It was a heartwarming reunion that touched the soul of everyone who witnessed it. But just as the warm embrace settled, the village elder pointed towards the mountain, urging everyone to look. In the distance, a massive section of the gigantic mountain was visibly crumbling. The villagers immediately recognized the site as the former location of the goblin's underground palace. Henry's heart pounded in his chest as worry gnawed at him for his uncle Merlin and his big sister Alice, but a gentle hand settled on his shoulder, offering comfort. It was his mother Martha who reassured him not to worry. Uncle Merlin was too clever. He would definitely escape unscathed. Martha's confidence brought a wave of relief over the little boy, who smiled, agreeing that she was right. Through the billowing smoke of the mountain's destruction, silhouettes became visible, drawing closer and closer. As they drew close enough, it became clear it was Merlin and Alice having escaped the collapse. The crowd surged forward to check on them, ensuring they were both safe and unharmed. Everyone rushed to greet Merlin, admitting they had misjudged him. He wasn't just a useless gigolo, after all. He was a true hero. But despite the outpouring of praise, the blond man seethed internally, frustrated that he hadn't managed to snag all that magnificent treasure that had been ripe for the taking. Some time passed, and our scene shifts to the Moonlight Pub. Alice lay resting in bed, still badly wounded and unconscious. Merlin approached her bedside, remarking that she'd only be in further danger if her injuries weren't treated. With a mischievous smirk, he mused that she used to be so defiant and treated him terribly, but now she was defenseless, and he could do whatever he pleased. As his hand hovered near her chest, he thought that he wouldn't get another chance to mess with her quite like this. He then clarified that he wasn't taking advantage of her. He was treating her just as a true doctor would tend to a patient, with no ill intent. After a while, Alice slowly began to regain consciousness. She woke with a start, clutching the bedsheets tightly. Her hand flew to her head as she vaguely recalled being struck by the goblin's mace and the legendary swordsman of Elgin appearing. But beyond that, her memory was blank. Just then, Martha approached, carrying a basin of clean water and a cloth. She confessed that she hadn't slept a wink last night, so worried had she been, and was immensely relieved to see Alice was well. Martha added that Alice had been severely injured, and she didn't know what would have happened if Merlin hadn't gone to save her. At the mention of her nemesis's name, Alice turned pale, her eyes widening as if she'd seen a ghost. Noticing Alice's reaction, Martha, misunderstanding completely, began to offer her relationship advice as if she and Merlin were a couple. To top it off, she said she understood all the drama, but Alice was young and must just be feeling shy. With tears streaming down her face, the adventurer realized that the more they talked about it, the worse it became. Deep down, she knew that as a hero, it was utterly humiliating to be saved by a demon king. So she asked Martha to call Merlin so they could talk. After a while, Alice continued to rest, receiving visits from those who had been worried about her. Merlin climbed the stairs towards the room where Alice was resting. He then heard a familiar voice, sounding deeply emotional as it thanked Alice. The heroine, blushing, insisted they didn't need to thank her, and expressed how happy she was to see them both safe. Troon and Cecil were together, having come to show their gratitude. Thanks to the girl, they were both alive. She had saved their lives. The young man declared that the couple would remember her heroic deed forever. Merlin heard it all from the hallway. He mused that people were respecting and thanking her. Perhaps being a hero wasn't so bad after all. He even felt a pang of jealousy towards Alice. He then watched the couple exit the room where they had been speaking with their heroine. The former king then entered the room, asking the girl if she was feeling better. Alice met Merlin's gaze with a cold, slightly angry look. He sat in the chair next to her bed, stating that he'd heard she called for him and asked what she wanted. Unable to disguise her disgust, she said she wanted to express her gratitude for him saving her. Then, turning her face away, she warned him not to misunderstand. She merely didn't hate him at this very moment, but she certainly hadn't forgiven him. Impressed by the girl's spirited attitude, Merlin hadn't expected her to feel she owed him her life, but he'd at least anticipated some genuine emotion and gratitude. He declared that he wouldn't accept that. She had to pay him back. He wasn't going to save her for nothing. Leaning closer to the girl, he asked if she would agree to recommend him to become an adventurer, but Alice shouted angrily that she would absolutely not do that. The former king remarked that this was disappointing, asking if she truly intended to treat the person who saved her life in such a way. Pointing her finger in his face, Alice declared she might have considered it if he had said he didn't want to be involved in any debts, even though he'd saved her. Merlin then threatened that he would tell every traveler who came to the pub that the heroine was an ungrateful wretch. She retorted that she would never forgive him if he slandered her. He stood up, asking if she was threatening him now, and wondered just how important she thought she was. Merlin turned his back on the girl, stating that if that was how it was going to be, all of Great Britain would know that the former heroine Alice was a shameless, ungrateful woman. With a wicked smile, he noticed from her reaction that his threat had landed. She would become his obedient stepping stone to achieving his goals. Night fell, and our focus shifts to the collapsed Goblin Palace, now lying in ruins. Nothing remained but rubble. The palace was utterly destroyed, but suddenly, amidst the debris, an explosion shook through the ruins. Beautiful feminine legs emerged from the destruction. A young woman with long black hair holding a fan called out for her beloved. She declared that she had discovered the Saugus branch of the goblins had been hiding in the underground of Wales. As she walked through the site, she repeated herself, calling out for her beloved once more, until she stopped opening her fan and announced that she had found something. She raised her hand and purple energy began to emanate into the air. A chunk of stone began to float under the mysterious woman's power. She then commanded it to reveal its true form. The stone block began to shift, its components starting to rearrange. They separated into several distinct cubes, floating in the air, and from within them a key was revealed. The young woman began to laugh, reaching out to grasp the key. With a wicked smile, she declared that she had obtained the third key to the army of hell. Clutching the key, the mysterious young woman gazed at the artifact. She held it tight, remarking that she'd gone through so much trouble to find this key, yet acquiring it was surprisingly easy in the end. At that very moment, a black hole-like anomaly materialized in the ceiling, calling out to Calzona. The woman instantly dropped to her knees, bowing deeply to Her Majesty. A mysterious voice emanated from the void, asking if she had obtained the key, and added that Ramos Sagas had been protecting it. The young woman replied that seemed to be the case, admitting she hadn't expected them to hide it so effectively. The voice then replied that the plan to revive the ancient kingdom was already scheduled. Once they secured the power of the infernal army, changing Great Britain would be simple. Calzona in turn pledged to offer her very soul to revive the kingdom. Far from there, in the village where Merlin and Alice had been staying, the two bid farewell to the residents, departing in a carriage. The horse galloped toward the town's exit, the town that had sheltered them for quite some time. Merlin waved to Henry, asking him to look after his mother. Henry determinedly replied that he would, and that once he gained his aura, he would head to Wrexham to find the former king. Martha shouted for Merlin to marry Alice soon so they could live happily ever after, and both were utterly shocked by her wish. As he composed himself, the boy asked if that was some kind of curse, for it was truly horrifying. Alice agreed, declaring it the worst curse she had ever heard in her entire life. A heavy, awkward silence fell between them. Then they started yelling at each other, each demanding how the other dared to scoff at their wishes. Merlin pointed a finger at Alice and retorted that at least he had people who liked him, before asking why she didn't just remove that padding. Alice scoffed, asking what was so great about being an idol for middle-aged women, and declared that her padding was for protection, not for enhancing anything. The blonde boy burst into laughter, urging her to just admit it instead of making him die of laughter and thereby avoid her debt. Suddenly enraged, the girl couldn't take it anymore and kicked Merlin, sending him tumbling out of the carriage. The boy managed to grab her leg, and the two began to bicker about why they were even traveling together, their argument growing increasingly heated. The carriage shook as if caught in an earthquake, and one couldn't help but feel sorry for the little donkey carrying the two noisy squabblers in such a situation. Drawing a rather distorted conclusion while observing the scene, Martha declared that they actually got along quite well. And so, the journey to Wrexham had no moments of peace or calm. Our protagonists spent their time arguing or growling at each other over every conceivable topic. Thus, a week passed until they arrived at a new, large city. Despite her fatigue, Alice was excited to be back and wanted to head straight to the guild to send Merlin packing, while Merlin was contemplating becoming an adventurer. The two made their way to a grand building, Wrexham, the Adventurers Guild. Merlin entered with a flourish, opening the door with a confident smile on his face, while Alice was visibly fed up. But a loud noise drew the two youngsters' attention. Someone was attuning to a resplendent blue crystal ball. It was a mysterious knight, clad in armor that concealed his face. Everyone present was impressed and whispering about him. He was a Saint Rank warrior, and they wondered who he could be. Alice explained that there were only 3 Saint Rank adventurers in this guild, including the Old Master, and she never imagined she'd see one here. Merlin chuckled, remarking that when he was king, he had a multitude of Saint Rank subordinates, so this guild was truly pathetic. A man approached the 2 young people and asked if Alice had brought back an old flame. Seeming drunk and clutching a bottle of liquor, he slurred that Arnold would be crying in the bathroom, then hugged Merlin and asked how he'd tamed this wild horse. Alice's eyes blazed with fury, and she snapped at Hobbs that they weren't in a relationship, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. Hobbs told Alice not to be so testy, citing Lugia as being much sweeter, then asked if she wasn't jealous because the young lady had received a rose. A short-haired girl with cat ears appeared, greeting Alice with a smile. Alice greeted her back, calling her Lugia. Lugia asked if the adventurer had come to pick up a new mission, and Alice replied no, she had come to make a recommendation for someone. With blatant dissatisfaction, Alice pointed to Merlin and declared he wanted to be an adventurer. Merlin then greeted Lugia, calling her a beautiful lady. Lugia's eyes widened when she saw Alice was recommending a man. Biting her own clothes in disbelief, the young woman shrieked, asking when Alice had gotten a boyfriend, and declared it couldn't be true because she was much more popular. Having to explain again, Alice gave Lugia a light tap on the head and told her the 2 of them had no such relationship and she could relax. The heroine explained that since he was listed as a wanted criminal, a fugitive, he therefore needed a recommendation to become an adventurer. Lugia said he'd come to the right place. By joining the guild, the bounty on him would be revoked and he would be allowed to pay off his debts while working. The young woman added that they would test his strength to determine his rank, and the higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Smiling, she told him not to worry if his initial rank was a bit low, as he could advance by gaining experience and taking on more missions. And then she remembered something important to tell him, the story of a 102-year-old elder who became a silver adventurer after completing 99 missions. But there was another way to advance ranks. By becoming stronger, one's rank would increase automatically. Merlin thus understood that what mattered was one's own strength. As the guild was quite fair, even a high-rank adventurer would be demoted if they didn't work for a long time or became a negative influence on society. Then the cat-eared girl pointed to the crystal ball in the middle of the hall and asked Merlin to place his hand on it to ascertain his strength level. With a roguish grin, Merlin declared that touching a crystal ball was too cliched, and it would be much more interesting to touch female airbags instead. But without further ado, he approached the crystal ball. Then, extending his hand, he announced that he would show everyone his strength and that all should tremble before him. The adventurers present in the guild were completely captivated by the protagonist's performance. But the moment he touched the crystal ball, absolutely nothing happened. He waited, and to his utter embarrassment, everyone around him grew disappointed. Lugia observed this and swallowed hard. It was an awkward situation. She said it was a pity, but there had been no reaction, and therefore he couldn't become an adventurer. Everyone in the guild hall burst into unstoppable laughter as if at a comedy show. People commented that he couldn't even face a goblin and that he probably didn't even know his own strength. Alice grabbed the boy's arm and whispered that he needed to use aura or mana when touching the ball, and he explained that in none of his battles had he ever used those, not because he didn't want to, but because he genuinely didn't possess them. Merlin said he probably defeated monsters because his quick draw level was very high, so he didn't need mana or aura to fight. Alice was astonished by that information, remarking that she couldn't believe it was possible to rely solely on sword techniques and nothing else. The former monarch asked Alice to treat him as an anomaly, since she had said he could be an adventurer with someone's recommendation. Alice didn't seem to agree much with that, but she accepted his request as she owed him a favor. She leaned on Lugia's counter and asked if it would work if she gave him a recommendation, and added that she guaranteed he was qualified for the job. But Lugia said the guild had made it very clear that they wouldn't accept anyone who didn't possess at least low-rank strength. Merlin decided to put on a little show, propping his foot on a bench, and declared that if everyone there wanted to believe in a crystal ball, then they should tell the strongest fighter in the guild to come and battle him. If he won, the problem would be easily solved. Lugia thought this was the first time she'd seen something like this and asked him not to make such jokes so casually. But with a serious look and holding his sword, he stated that he wasn't joking and that he could even accept them all attacking him at once. But a pair of slippers shuffled towards him, and an old man with a long white beard decided he would test Merlin's strength. The elderly man, his face etched with age, steps closer to the protagonist, ready to accept the challenge. Everyone present is stunned. That's the old guildmaster Taylor, and he's personally accepting the proposal. He is Lugia's grandfather, a Saint-rank expert who could fell a giant with a single punch. What's more, he invented the legendary thunderclap technique. The old man decided to take on the challenge because if he didn't act, people would think there was no one left in the Rexam Guild. This is exactly what Merlin is looking for. He extends his hand to Master Taylor and declares, "I want to fight now." The guildmaster replies that their current spot is too small. "We have a training hall in the back," he explains. "We should both go there." Glancing back, he instructs no one else to follow, stating firmly, "This battle is solely between the young man and me." Alice approaches the cat girl, remarking, "This is very strange." She then asks, "What reason could the master have for not letting anyone watch?" The old man is concerned about people's self-esteem. Normally, the power gap is so immense that even Saint-rank challengers return in utter embarrassment. The adventurer is utterly shocked by this revelation. Lugia adds, "My father told me my grandfather has never lost a battle since he achieved Saint rank." Taylor explains that since Merlin is an ordinary person and he is a Saint rank, Merlin is allowed to use his full power. "If you can make me take even one step back," Taylor says, "the victory is yours." Merlin seems thrilled by the challenge, asking for confirmation if he truly can use his full power. He then grips his sword and warns the old man, "Don't blink, for my quick draw is incredibly fast." Holding his cane, the old man simply asks him to demonstrate his strength. A confident smile gracing his lips, Merlin executes his traditional sword movement towards the elderly man. The old man's expression completely shifts as he witnesses the boy's immense power. The sword flashes past the old man's face with incredible speed, and the power is so overwhelming that it pierces through the ground, destroying everything in its path. The blade's impact slices through the village, tearing through homes and shattering everything in its wake. Subsequently, the entire wall of the training hall was utterly destroyed. The old man is utterly dumbfounded by such power, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. He loses his balance and tumbles to the ground, startled. Still bewildered, he asks, "How could this happen?" Merlin reassures him not to worry, explaining he merely used the blunt side of his blade. "Had I used the sharp edge," Merlin adds, "the old man would be dead right now." Taylor ponders if he could have defended with his full power, but even in that scenario, he knows he would still have been instantly obliterated. As the day fades into evening, within the Rexham Guild building, Taylor finds himself pondering the true identity of that man. Alice and Merlin are now talking after Merlin's brief encounter with the guild leader. Lugia waves to them both. She, the guild master, and a few other members are observing everything from afar. The cat girl asks, "Why did your grandfather go out of his way for him? And was there truly a need to display such power, especially since he destroyed so many houses?" The townsfolk, believing the master caused all that destruction out of anger at Merlin, are now asking if he's going to issue Merlin an adventurer's certificate. Take a look at the other side of the story. Taylor bangs his cane on the ground, demanding everyone's attention. Everyone immediately looks concerned, wondering if they've somehow angered their master, but with a slightly awkward smile, the old man states he has his reasons, declaring the matter closed and forbidding any further discussion. A beautiful sunset paints the city, bathing everything in hues of orange and red. The civilians remain astonished by the sheer scale of destruction in the streets. Alice and Merlin walk through the city, the girl observing the deep chasm carved into the ground by the former king's power. Merlin, looking quite smug, holds an adventurer's badge in his hand, a wide smile gracing his face. He recalls the master's words. "Mana and aura are the only standards the headquarters usually employs for examinations, but I will make an exception this time." He flips the badge over to read what's inscribed on its back. His name, occupation, and designated area are neatly etched into the metal. He thinks to himself that he hadn't expected it to be iron, meaning it's inferior to Alice's gold badge. She then asks, "Did you really defeat the guildmaster?" Merlin smiles, replying, "No, not really. True defeat would be death, and all I did was demonstrate my strength." He remarks that the guildmaster is quite ordinary, just a little stronger than the 7 generals I once commanded. That casual declaration strikes deep into Alice's heart, leaving her feeling unsettled and vowing to train harder to defeat Merlin and avenge this humiliation. Our protagonist, however, doesn't even notice her sour mood. He's utterly ecstatic about his new badge. He shouts to the heavens that he's now an adventurer, declaring that with the money he'll earn, he'll buy the most beautiful house in Great Britain. To deflate his sudden arrogance, Alice tells him, "You should stop boasting so much, especially since you're a weaker adventurer than me, and just go to sleep to dream whatever you wish." Those words pierce Merlin's heart like an arrow. He was called weaker than Alice. He yells back, "Only my rank is weaker. I'll take a mission tomorrow and earn more money than she could in 10 years. The girl ignores him, declares they're finished, and simply walks away. The two part ways with a rather rude farewell. Merlin continues on his way, taking long strides to quickly distance himself from Alice. But suddenly he stops, and a thought begins to nag at him. He digs his hands into his pockets, searching for something. He finds a horse racing ticket, but not even 2 coins to rub together. A chilling question washes over him like a cold wave. Where will he sleep tonight? To our protagonist's further misfortune, it begins to rain as night descends. A blue-haired woman passes by, holding a beautiful umbrella. He asks if she'd like a box of matches. Poor Merlin is now reduced to selling matchboxes, hoping to earn a few coins to survive. Using one of the matches to warm his freezing hands, he shivers with cold and hunger. He wonders if he'll end up sleeping on the streets tonight, regretting his horse race wager, wishing he'd known this would be the outcome. His match flickers out, and as he tosses it onto the street, an idea sparks in his mind. He stands up, deciding he'll just mooch a meal at Alice's house. Speaking of Alice, meanwhile, in a cozy shelter safe from the pouring rain, our heroine is enjoying a well-deserved premium bath she sorely needed. A radiant smile on her face, the girl is immersed in a bathtub filled with delightfully warm and clean water. She muses that Merlin would never manage to get a high-rank mission, so what could he possibly use to annoy her now? Once again, she offers her prayers, this time asking God to make Merlin sleep on the streets like a beggar. It would be even better, she thinks, if he were cold and starving and no one had bought the matches he was selling. At that exact moment, our protagonist lets out a loud sneeze. The rain kept falling relentlessly that night. For Alice, the relaxing evening she had just begun was interrupted by a noise. She assumed it was the landlady knocking, perhaps in a hurry, probably just back from her adventures. Slipping into her slippers, she decided to see who was at the door, opening it, already imagining it was the landlady. She said the woman didn't need to come so late, but then she looked closer and saw who was actually at her door at such an hour. Merlin stood there exuding all his charm, asking if she didn't need a man on such a lonely night, offering his shoulders for comfort. The girl froze, taking a moment to fully process the bizarre situation. But Alice, being quite hostile towards Merlin, wasn't swayed by his charms. She delivered a kick so powerful it sent him spinning through the air straight towards the gate. Shouting, she told him it didn't matter how he found her, just that he shouldn't bother her again. He rubbed his face, feeling the sting of the blow right across his cheek. But as he was trying to collect himself, a man behind Merlin asked who he was and what he was doing in front of his house. Alice returned to her lovely bath, but once again, someone started knocking at the door, so she decided to grab her sword to show she wasn't fooling around, and after putting on her pajamas, she yelled for him not to push his luck. But instead of Merlin, a petite old woman stood at the door, the landlady. Alice was startled to see the old woman there, and even more so that Merlin was with her. Angrily, the old woman stated that the rental agreement clearly prohibited weapons inside the house. And then, on top of the scolding she just received from the landlady, she heard a grumble from Merlin. He remarked that she shouldn't make such a fuss and ought to know not to use a sword in someone else's house. Alice's eyes blazed with hatred as she demanded how he dared argue with her, and he just gave her a cheeky grin. The landlady continued her lecture, telling Alice to mind her attitude. She pointed a finger at the girl and said that even as a stranger, she felt the need to tell her off. She shouldn't act like this with her husband right after getting married. The girl's jaw dropped, unable to believe what she just heard, the word married. Stuttering, Alice insisted she had nothing to do with that man, but as she was desperately trying to explain herself, Merlin cut her off. With a helpless, stray cat look, he asked if she was still mad at him, and how she could possibly claim they weren't married. The old woman said that if that was the case, she couldn't rent her house to Alice anymore, fearing Alice might destroy it in a fit of anger. Desperately trying to clarify it was a misunderstanding, Alice explained that she normally didn't even pick up a weapon when inside the house. The old woman told her to put away her sword, let her husband in, and not make a spectacle in front of the neighbors in the middle of the night. Merlin approached the adventurer and said she wouldn't want to be evicted. Then he wrapped an arm around her waist, apologizing and telling her to control herself better in the future. The landlady's tone softened, treating them much better, and saying that a day as husband and wife meant a lifetime of devotion. Enraged, Alice gave Merlin's foot a discreet stomp, trying to vent some of the hatred she felt. Then the landlady also asked her to go ahead and pay the month's rent. With a defeated expression, the girl said she'd get the money. The old woman looked at Merlin and said that despite her temper, Alice was a good girl, and he should take good care of her as she had seemed a bit depressed when she first looked for the house. For a moment, the protagonist felt a pang of guilt, wondering if perhaps he was the cause of the girl's depression. Finally, the woman handed him a copy of the key and told him to use it if Alice ever kicked him out again. After that brief and unusual commotion, the house door was closed again and the landlady had left. Merlin threw his arms up in the air, celebrating that he now had a place to stay. And looking back at her, he said he had a suggestion. Alice should put her padding back on, but the exact moment he made that jibe, the tip of the girl's sword was pointed at him. She held her sword, declaring Merlin a bastard and vowing not to let that slide. Lightly holding her sword with his fingertips, he asked if she wanted to become a widow, now that they were husband and wife. Alice shrieked, demanding to know what he meant by her husband, and called him a bastard. He spread his arms wide and said that the house would be a pile of rubble if he made any move, and she'd have to pay for it, so it was better to just leave things be. Filled with rage and vengeful thoughts, Alice finally asked what he wanted, and if he planned on staying for free. The boy already made himself comfortable on the sofa. He winked at her, sending a smoldering gaze that usually worked on women but not on Alice. Then he said he'd thought of a win-win situation, and she wouldn't want to kick him out after hearing it. Since he wasn't leaving until he spoke, she told him to just say it already. As he prepared his arguments, he grabbed a banana, explaining he was human and starving. Then, peeling the fruit, he asked what she thought about them renting the house together. He argued that she must be short on cash, and splitting expenses would be good, but she asked why she would do that with him if they were enemies. But Merlin said that was a long time ago. and they should have already turned that page. She grew serious, thinking that she didn't want to turn that page, but he was right about the money issue. So the girl accepted the proposal, extending her hand to him, but stated he could only sleep on the sofa and had to pay his share of the rent now. In an absurd act of defiance, he tossed the banana peel into her hand. He said he'd give her the money as soon as he started working, since SSS rank missions were easy for him, and he'd get rich quickly. Furthermore, he showed her his horse racing tickets and declared them his ticket to the top of life. Time passed, and the next morning we see the Adventurers Guild building. Adventurers were watching the horse race through a crystal ball. Merlin was desperate, having bet everything on a horse that wasn't performing well today. Lugia stood at the counter, a bouquet of beautiful red roses beside her. She was still pondering why her grandfather had given an adventurer's certificate to someone like Merlin. He had even made amends for his behavior on the streets yesterday, so she truly couldn't understand it and continued to observe his actions. Nearby, another person was holding a bouquet of roses and handing them to Alice. A handsome man with blue hair, dressed like a prince, approached her and declared that even a beautiful flower would be overshadowed by her own beauty. But embarrassed, Alice rejected the bouquet, politely thanking him. That blue-haired boy was Arnold, who seemed quite persistent in trying to win Alice over. Hobbs approached Arnold and told him to stop wasting his efforts. He pointed at Merlin and said that he had surpassed him and won the girl over. This left the blue-haired prince aghast, but Alice tried to clear up the misunderstanding. But she was ignored, and Arnold approached Merlin, asking where he came from and what was going on between him and Alice. Without giving the protagonist much time to respond, Arnold drew his slender sword, which had a precious stone set in its hilt. He declared that he knew Merlin must have threatened Alice to be with her, but he, the eldest son of Count Austin, challenged him to a duel. With a disheartened look, Merlin said a duel wasn't necessary because he had nothing to do with Alice. Hobbs put a hand on the blonde man's shoulder and said they were living together, then asked how there could be nothing between them. Arnold's eyes became bloodshot. Such was his rage in that moment. He couldn't believe what he'd heard, and he repeated the phrase, screaming, almost collapsing under the weight of his emotions. Alice approached Hobbs and told him to stop spouting nonsense, explaining that that bastard Merlin had invaded her house last night. Clearing his throat, Arnold said that strength wasn't the only way to show a man's charisma, and he wanted to make Alice change her mind and notice his charm. He held up an adventurer's quest request and said it was a good way for them to measure who was the better man. Then, showing it to Merlin, he declared that they would both use their strength to determine who was worthy of Miss Alice. Arnold's challenge mission required them to eliminate some undead. Those who performed well would earn 1,000 coins, but those who truly excelled would receive 5,000. Arnold believed this was his chance to prove himself worthy in Miss Alice's eyes. Alice, for her part, approached Lugia and asked what they were discussing. Lugia explained it was a Denbighshire quest that had recently begun recruiting adventurers. Grave robbers had infiltrated the subterranean palace, triggering its ancient traps, which in turn unleashed the undead upon the surrounding villages. Bowing respectfully to Alice, Arnold declared he'd hired a Sant-rank adventurer for his team and would be honored if she would join them as well. The adventurer he'd recruited was the same pompous armored man who had appeared earlier, Sir Claude. Since Claude seemed interested in Denbishire's undead, Arnold had bribed him with a hefty sum, securing his place on the team. With victory seemingly assured by such a powerful ally, Alice agreed to join, making the blue-haired boy absolutely ecstatic. Lugia stamped the quest document, officially registering Alice and Arnold's team. Tidying his silky blue hair, the self-proclaimed prince began to laugh. He started to address Merlin, but was utterly ignored by our hero, and even by Alice, who simply set off for the mission ahead. Just then, the ex-king approached the guild counter and requested to join the mission. However, as he was below gold rank, he needed at least 2 members on his team. The blonde-haired man began to consider his options, wondering who he could call upon. Hobbs, who was nearby, freely enjoying a beer with no restraint, was chosen by Merlin to be his partner. Lugia eyed the choice with suspicion, but her grandfather appeared behind her and told her to let them go. The girl was still unsure, but Taylor insisted she permit it, giving the guildmaster a quick wink. Merlin thanked him for his understanding. In a luxurious and elegant carriage, our adventurers set off for their mission. Arnold introduced Alice to Claude, explaining her gold rank status, and asked them to cooperate to form the best adventurer team in Wrexham. But Claude, coldly and indifferently, stated they didn't need to cooperate. They merely had to leave the stronger enemies to him and handle the weaker ones themselves. Trying to put a positive spin on things, Arnold suggested Claude was concerned for their safety and insisted on offering his assistance, but with a stern gaze, Claude replied that he didn't need their help, and if they got in his way, he would abandon the team without a second thought. Alice found his blatant rudeness quite unsettling, even for a Saint-rank adventurer. Then she realized her own perception seemed to have heightened after witnessing Merlin dispatch enemies with a single blow. If she had known, she would have gone alone. The thought then crossed her mind. Had Merlin already found a teammate? And speaking of our ex-demon king, he stood before the guild building, pondering where he might acquire a carriage. But ever the schemer, he decided to simply borrow Alice's. He called out to his partner Hobbs, who was already utterly wasted from drinking. Time passed, and the next morning after their departure, the sky was clear and bright. Hobbs, now sober and with no alcohol left in his system, wondered how he had even ended up there. He was driving the cart while Merlin was simply relaxing comfortably in the back. The redhead asked if he had truly agreed to go to Denbighshire. Merlin replied that he had read the document and was determined to go regardless. Clutching his head, he begged Merlin for them to give up and return to the guild immediately. He argued that the royal palace could send experts to handle it, and it wasn't wise for them to go there simply to die. As they were both Iron Rank adventurers, he believed they would be no match for an undead outbreak. Merlin pointed to himself and declared there was nothing to fear, suggesting that in a desperate situation, Hobbs could simply hide behind him. Hobbs stared at the blonde man, wondering if the boy was truly stupid or just incredibly conceited. Desperate, he protested that he was merely a low-rank pyromancer, and Merlin was just a martial arts enthusiast. This combination would never work. The blonde man ignored him and pointed to the carriage ahead, remarking that Alice and her team were just up ahead, and they could surely gain some experience from them. Hobbs agreed, suggesting they could just kill a few monsters alongside them and then leave, as having a Saint-rank adventurer meant they wouldn't be in danger. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard right behind the adventurer duo. They watched as a contingent of cavalry approached rapidly. Leading them was a young man in shining armor with blonde hair mounted on a majestic, royal-looking horse. Hobbs immediately recognized them as Duke Rose's retinue. The Duke was the ruler of Wales, so the person in the carriage was likely a relative of his. The Knight of the Duke's Guard then approached the protagonist's cart. He asked the two if they knew the fastest route to Denbighshire. Hobbs explained a faster but narrower path, adding that their large carriage wouldn't fit. The royal guard, however, scoffed, asking if he was jesting, so the redhead explained they could head south, but warned it might be dangerous due to blazing rhinos. With a contemptuous sneer, the blonde knight asked if he had any idea who was in the carriage, asserting that such a person could not stoop to traverse muddy paths. Hobbs bristled at the young man's petulance, retorting that there was nothing wrong with walking a bit if one had legs. This infuriated the prim and proper knight, who accused Hobbs of cursing his lady with ill health. But just as he was about to deliver a whiplash to the redhead, something stopped him. Merlin had caught the knight's whip with his bare hands, defending his teammate. The stuck-up blonde knight ordered him to release his whip, threatening that he would be punished too. But our protagonist paid him no mind, instead continuing to hold and pull on the weapon. Then, with a powerful yank, he pulled it back with all his might. This caused the prim knight's horse to lose its balance. Both horse and rider tumbled hard onto the ground. Merlin calmly told the young man to mind his manners, reminding him that he had asked for directions and they had offered them amicably. Caked in mud, the prim knight was absolutely livid, still sprawled on the ground. Trembling, Hobbs crept closer, muttering that they shouldn't have done that. Those were knights of Duke Rose, and that duke was the most powerful person in all of Wales. Merlin scoffed, declaring he didn't care if he was Duke Cabbage or Duke Radish. If someone offended him, they deserved a taste of their own medicine. The prim blonde knight scrambled to his feet, snarling that Merlin shouldn't dare to do that. This was the first time he had ever suffered such humiliation, and he challenged the two to a duel. Merlin merely taunted back, promising him a very good fight. Just then, a feminine voice could be heard shouting, demanding, "Kyle, stop!" As a young woman emerged from the royal carriage, the beautiful young woman asked if the honor of the Knights of the Rose was so cheap, and how he could possibly challenge someone so weak to a duel. The knight immediately knelt, apologizing to Lady Cecilia and claiming the adventurers had insulted her. She dismissed him, stating that commoners had never seen her before, so they shouldn't be blamed for their ignorance. Lady Cecilia then asked if they would stop if two ants blocked their path, a comparison that left the adventurers with matching looks of disgust. With a hand over her heart, she offered sincere apologies for her servant's incitement. Provocatively, Merlin retorted that it wasn't a serious apology unless she showed some cleavage, a comment that horrified Hobbs, who immediately tried to correct him. Kyle became incensed beyond belief at the protagonist's provocation and threatened to charge at him. But the young woman held out her arm, bidding him to wait. She declared there was no need to waste time getting angry with a low-rank warrior, then imperiously ordered them to continue on their way. His eyes blazing with hatred, Kyle glared at the two adventurers once more. Merlin, however, maintained his arrogant air, completely unintimidated by the scowl. The royal carriage moved on ahead, leaving the two adventurers in its dust. Our protagonist muttered that he didn't understand why all these royals were so annoying, and that they'd better pray they never met again. Alice, Arnold, and Claude's carriage rolled on, making steady progress towards Denbighshire. Arnold, ever the showman, continued to put on a theatrical display, flaunting his immense wealth and lavish lifestyle for Alice. Alice, however, remained entirely unimpressed, inwardly scoffing at his assumption that her poverty had limited her imagination. Arnold then spoke up, professing that Alice was the one who had reignited his hopes in life. He recounted the day he'd been traveling to Elgin to visit his uncle on his father's behalf. He'd gazed out the carriage window and glimpsed a truly wondrous sight. It was Alice herself, locked in battle with a colossal wild boar that was wreaking havoc upon the farmland. The young man, witnessing her heroic resolve, instantly understood the meaning of love at first sight. He had already proposed to her once, only to be rejected. Since then, he joined the guild, determined to relentlessly pursue Alice. According to Arnold, it was divine providence that had brought them together to witness the birth of Elgin's master swordsman. Now he simply needed Alice to do him the favor of falling in love with him. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by Claude, who calmly asked, "Who is this legendary master swordsman of Elgin?" Arnold looked utterly flabbergasted. "How can you not know the legendary swordsman?" he exclaimed. Claude simply explained that he had been training relentlessly, hearing whispers of the name, but never delving deeper into the details. Alice, a fervent admirer of the Elgin swordsman, then understood. Claude's intense training had evidently kept him from truly learning about her future husband, the famed swordsman of Elgin. Arnold proudly elaborated, "The swordsman of Elgin defeated the Redbeard brothers. They were two infamous saint-rank pirates who terrorized the seas for years." Completely unimpressed, Claude merely raised an eyebrow. He became famous just for killing two saint-ranks? Both Alice and Arnold were stunned into silence by the warrior's casual dismissal. Claude continued, "Even within the saint-ranks, there are the strong, the weak, and even the false. To my eyes, those pirates were nothing but fodder. True experts are becoming increasingly rare in this era. The royalty is truly incompetent for letting their people place their hopes in an unknown quantity." Alice found herself growing increasingly irked by the man, who sounded as if he were an ancient sage passing judgment. Arnold chuckled, challenging him, "If the swordsman of Elgin isn't considered a hero, then who in all of Great Britain could be?" Claude then spoke of the four heroes of the previous kingdom, asking if they were familiar with them. Alice seemed to find the names vaguely familiar, but Arnold appeared entirely clueless. He listed them: Calzona, the Dragon Tamare, the Swordmaster Zoe and Joey, and Bernard, the Storm Warrior. According to Claude, those four were truly worthy of being called the strongest. The rest, he scoffed, were nothing but riffraff. Alice, however, pointed out that those four were renowned figures, meritorious statesmen who had shaped the previous kingdom. Arnold, stunned, then questioned, "Aren't they from over 400 years ago?" Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a halt, stopping them in the middle of the road. The coachman called out, explaining that they had traveled for a long time, and the horses were in dire need of rest. Arnold readily agreed, declaring he wished to step down and breathe some fresh air. Alice called out. Mr. Claude responded with a terse, "Yes?" She conceded that the names of those four heroes resonated with the force of thunder in her mind, but since they were all long dead, it made no sense to compare them to the living. Claude merely fixed her with a cold, calculating gaze, offering no reply. Alice was the first to descend from the carriage, with Arnold calling after her, "Wait for me!" Claude, however, chose to remain seated, alone in the carriage. The sun was already setting, painting the sky in a breathtaking shade of orange. Inside the carriage, Claude quietly repeated Alice's earlier words, "It makes no sense." Outside, the horses that had carried the adventurers now rested, munching contentedly. Alice sat watching the sunset, her thoughts drifting to Merlin. What was he doing? Had he given up on the mission? Arnold approached, brimming with his usual pomp and charm, declaring he'd love to gaze at the stars with her. Alice, however, dryly pointed out, "The sky is completely overcast." With a theatrical wink, he leaned in. "Do you know the difference between you and the stars, Alice?" he whispered, answering himself before she could reply. "The stars are in the sky, but you, my dear, are in my heart." Alice was utterly mortified, dying inside from the sheer secondhand embarrassment. She rose, pointedly ignoring his grand display, and asked where Claude had gone, stating she would go look for him. As night fell, Alice began to wander the surroundings, searching for the mysterious warrior. Suddenly, she heard a voice murmuring, "Offer your soul to revive the previous kingdom." Silently, Alice crept closer to where the voice emanated from, peeking through the trees. Then her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. A warrior, armored and much larger than herself, was raising his weapon, poised to strike. With a powerful swing, the warrior brought his sword down with the full force of his muscular arms. Alice's life flashed before her eyes, but the sword halted abruptly, mere inches from her face. The warrior then registered that it was Alice. "I thought you were a thief or something," he mumbled. He apologized for startling her and asked if she needed anything. Her heart still pounding a mile a minute, Alice stammered that they would be departing soon, and she had come to inform him. Turning his back to her, Claude thanked her for the warning, but then he looked into her eyes, asking, "Did you hear anything just now?" Feigning ignorance, Alice replied that she hadn't heard a thing, then asked him if he had said something. Claude ignored her question, instead telling her to get back to the carriage. With luck, he added, they might still reach Denbighshire that very day. But the cryptic words Alice had overheard continued to echo in her mind, leaving her to wonder what exactly Claude had meant. Arnold was already standing by the carriage when another vehicle approached them. It was Lady Cecilia, who greeted Arnold, expressing her surprise at finding him there. He returned her greeting with a charming smile, asking what brought her to this road. He inquired if the seminary was in recess and why she'd chosen to travel instead of enjoying her time at home. Lady Cecilia replied that she was there to resolve the crisis in Denbighshire, taking her father's place. The blue-haired young man declared it a fortunate coincidence as he was traveling with the very same intention, accompanied by a saint-rank warrior no less. This information visibly surprised the lady. Their conversation was cut short as their coachman let out a panicked yell, urging Arnold to look in a specific direction. The pompous young man turned his head towards the indicated direction, and there, a flaming herd of creatures was rapidly bearing down on them. They were blaze flame rhinos, gregarious, mid-rank magical beasts known to migrate south in the autumn. The monstrous beasts appeared enraged, spewing fire from vents along their backs, and showed no signs of stopping. Arnold screamed desperately, "It's a horde of blaze flame rhinos! Everyone look out!" Lady Cecilia suddenly recalled the two men she'd encountered earlier, who had warned her about these very creatures. The carriage horses, already spooked, grew even more agitated by the chaotic commotion. Kyle, Lady Cecilia's loyal guard, barked orders for everyone to protect his mistress. He raised a hand, commanding, "No one move from your positions. Use your spears and swords. Do not let those creatures harm Lady Cecilia." In his utter panic, Arnold wondered frantically, where are Alice and Mr. Claude at a time like this? The blazing rhinos closed in fast, the temperature rising just from their mere presence. Lady Cecilia prepared for the full activation of her signature spell, the Holy Light Arbitration. Empowered by her spell, her fearless knights charged towards the herd. Kyle led the warriors, shouting for them to protect Lady Cecilia from the monsters. Among them, one knight stood out, striding with a resolute gait. It was Claude, carrying his massive sword over his shoulder. Kyle yelled at him to fall back from the front line, reminding him they needed to unite and withstand the assault. But as he channeled his power, Claude declared he had no intention of grouping with anyone. He was already preparing a strike with his great sword, raising it high. He swung it sideways, generating a powerful gust of wind with the force of his swing. Cecilia watched, utterly impressed by the warrior's display of strength. Kyle and his cavalry also stopped, momentarily stunned. The blade of his sword didn't even make contact with a single rhino. They crumbled to mere bones effortlessly. Alice, watching it all from afar, was utterly astonished. Her eyes widened. So this is the power of a Saint Rank, she thought. Arnold approached Lady Cecilia and offered to introduce his companion. He pointed at Claude, explaining that he was his companion on this journey and a saint-ranked expert. Nervously, Cecilia asked how the boy had managed to convince him to be his teammate. Arnold simply replied, 200,000 gold coins. Pointing at Claude, Cecilia offered to double the amount if he partnered with her instead. But Claude turned around, presenting his back to the lady. In a flat, emotionless voice, he stated he would refuse the offer. Cecilia couldn't believe it. What is wrong with this guy, she thought as she could sense a faint, dark magic emanating from him. She ordered Kyle to quicken their pace, determined to reach Denbighshire before midnight. The lady was in a rush because the purging of the undead was the ultimate challenge, and she needed to resolve it alone to prove herself to her father. Kyle bowed to the lady, assuring her they would depart immediately. Later in Denbighshire at the permanent army camp, a bearded man hoisted a tankard to hail, proclaiming they should cherish the fate that had brought them to this mission. The other men nearby raised their drinks as he continued to thank them for accepting the mission, announcing that a grand feast awaited them that night. Alice stood near the celebrating men, holding a small cup and feeling a little awkward. Claude told Alice she could go enjoy herself. He would be resting. He then walked away from her, heading towards the camp's tents. The girl was highly suspicious of that man. She wondered if he might be a highly dangerous criminal and if it was safe to partner with someone like him. The Adventurers Guild was known for its lax rules, meaning many adventurers harbored dark pasts far worse than even Merlin's. Arnold interrupted the adventurer's thoughts with his usual romantic advances, pointing out that the two of them were all alone, but she shut down his advance, reminding him that they hadn't gathered any information yet and were there to kill monsters, not to have fun. Looking like a dejected puppy, Arnold lamented the girl's serious demeanor. Alice distanced herself, thinking how great it would be if Hobbs were here, as he was an intelligence expert, and speaking of the devil. She ran right into Merlin's crew and Hobbs, chatting and drinking at a nearby table. She couldn't understand how they were already here, especially since they had departed after her. Arnold meanwhile recognized Merlin, calling him the rival who had stolen Alice's chastity. But the heroine punched the boy in the face, denying his claim and adding that enemies were destined to meet anyway. A dark-haired girl approached Merlin with a touch of familiarity, and soon other girls gathered around him as well. As always, he played the charmer. That irritated Alice, who thought Merlin was nothing but a cheap heartthrob for older women. She marched up to their table and demanded everyone's attention. She told all the girls to clear out. She needed to discuss something with Merlin. The girls obeyed, though they clearly thought Alice was conceited. Merlin, meanwhile, greeted her with a casual wink. The heroine explained they encountered some setbacks on their journey, which was why they were delayed, and then asked how Merlin had managed to get here so fast. He said it was all thanks to Hobbs, who was like a living map and found a shortcut. "But I didn't expect you to make it here with your stubborn little donkey," he added, smirking. Alice fumed at the insult to her beloved steed and promptly flew at Merlin, yelling insults. But the two were interrupted by a male voice that declared he knew Merlin would appear. Arnold appeared, bits of cloth stuffed into his nose from Alice's punch, and proclaimed that the protagonist was very brave. He then pointed at his adversary, declaring he would never lose to him when it came to Alice's love. Merlin, however, merely asked what happened to his nose. With a respectful bow, Arnold announced it was the mark of love in a passionate outburst. He clarified it was the mark of Lady Alice's love. Merlin asked if the guy had a screw loose, while Alice questioned if he'd only just realized that, calling him slow. Provocatively, the blonde replied that he meant only people with problems would like her. Arnold continued his rambling speech, proclaiming that Merlin had proven himself a man by accepting the challenge, but also asserting that Sir Claude would single-handedly deal with all the undead. Alice couldn't take so much cringe-worthy talk from the blue-haired boy anymore. She told him she was going to look for information, and it would be very helpful if he didn't just go off to rest. His eyes sparkling, utterly smitten, Arnold asked if she was worried about him, then declared he loved her even more now. Hobbs, already half-drunk, slurred out a question about whether Arnold preferred small airbags, adding that rich people certainly had peculiar tastes. A swift hand shot out of nowhere, aimed straight for the drunkard's belly. Alice punched Hobbs squarely in the stomach, demanding if he had a death wish. Getting back to business, she asked if Hobbs knew anything about Denbighshire. He slurred that he did, but it would cost her a few coins. Alice paid him 3 gold coins, remarking that now she knew where all his drinking money came from. He then revealed that the tomb of the former kingdom's prime minister lay in the forest to the north, a 3-layered underground labyrinth. The ground there was unstable, and a powerful dark aura emanated from it. This prime minister had been a necromancer, so all the undead were likely summoned by him. The standing army had planned to contain the monsters within the forest and wait for adventurers to defeat them, but it seemed the task was proving quite difficult. Alice placed a hand on her chin, pondering the words, "Former kingdom." Inside one of the tents, a faint light glimmered, indicating someone was within. It was Claude, sitting on a sleeping mat, his gigantic weapon resting beside him. He looked tense, clenching his hand as he remained in silent contemplation. Then he uttered a few words, "For the revival of the former kingdom." It was late in the night at the camp. After so much revelry, only overturned mugs and scattered debris remained on the ground. A figure clad in heavy iron armor moved silently between the tents. It was Claude, who had risen in the dead of night, his actions immediately raising suspicion. He approached the camp gates, unlatched them, and slipped out. Alice, who had harbored suspicions about the warrior for a long time, also stirred awake. She peered through the flap of her tent, observing his movements. She caught sight of Claude as he left the encampment. Slipping from her hiding spot, she sprinted after him, a triumphant, "I knew it!" echoing in her mind. Hobbs was also awake, taking that obligatory late-night nature break after indulging a bit too much. That's when he spotted a girl's silhouette slipping into the camp. The redhead quickly recognized the figure as Alice. He found it extremely odd, especially at this hour, and wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Claude and Alice eventually arrived at a hill, topped with what appeared to be an ancient temple. The warrior approached the temple structure, his steps slow and deliberate. Alice followed close behind, hidden behind a thicket. She wondered if Claude had lost his mind, intending to tackle this entire crisis by himself. The entrance before them looked like the gateway to the underground labyrinth. Hours later, dawn broke, painting the sky a clear, crisp blue. Soon people began to stir within their tents. Arnold, however, did not seem pleased by what he saw. Merlin and Hobbs were fast asleep, snoring like a pair of jackhammers, but Merlin in particular appeared to be spooning someone. Fearing the worst, that it was Alice beside Merlin, the young man ripped back the covers and yelled, demanding Alice explain she'd been forced into such a compromising position. In reality, Merlin was alone, clutching a large pillow in his sleep. Arnold's face burned crimson. He wished the ground would swallow him whole, utterly mortified by his spectacular misunderstanding. Merlin shot upright, furious at being woken so rudely. He snarled that if Arnold ever did that again, he'd send him straight to the netherworld, but the blue-haired youth quickly justified himself. Alice was missing, nowhere to be found. Moreover, Sir Claude was also gone. Arnold fretted, wondering if he'd kidnapped Alice and fled. Hobbs chimed in, recalling he'd seen Alice last night during his bathroom break. He speculated whether she might have gone into the forest, hoping to claim a reward. Merlin bristled with anger. He declared Alice shouldn't break ranks and go behind his back for such a thing. Shedding his sleepwear, he revealed his usual attire already beneath, vowing that Alice wouldn't get away with this. Hobbs looked genuinely surprised by the young man's sudden resolve, and he confirmed he would be heading to this dangerous place as well. The redhead, however, cautioned that it would be reckless for someone of his iron rank to venture into such a place alone. It would be far better if they all went together to claim the reward, but the former king stated that money was not his primary objective. This time the enemies were the undead, and as such he couldn't simply use them to prolong his life. Therefore he was pursuing a substantial reward. Arnold stroked his chin, musing that Merlin seemed to be taking Alice quite seriously now, but Hobbs, ever practical, simply told the young master to get to work. Deep within the subterranean labyrinth on its second layer, an oppressive darkness reigned. Claude continued his calm, steady march through the gloom. Alice trailed behind him, hidden in the shadows. She knew she'd never find the right path without following Claude, but it struck her as profoundly odd how well he seemed to know this place. Had he been here before? Did he possess a map, or did this somehow tie into the former kingdom's prime minister? Lost in thought, something curious suddenly caught her eye. The traces of battle were fresh, indicating someone had passed through here very recently. The oppressive silence of the labyrinth was shattered by the clatter of galloping hooves, skeletal hooves. Claude came face to face with two enemies, skeletal warriors, one of them mounted on a spectral steed. Without hesitation, both surged forward, attacking the armored warrior. He gripped his great sword firmly, his gaze unwavering as he met his foes. With a single swift vertical swing, he brought his blade down. The attack cleaved through the skeletons, obliterating their forms before they could even draw near. The skeletal warriors crumbled into mere fragments of bone. Without so much as a bead of sweat, Claude continued his journey, leaving the shattered remains of his enemies in his wake. He extended his arm, and the previously impassable door swung open. A grand corridor, carpeted in crimson, revealed itself, and he stepped inside. Alice followed close behind, concealed amongst the ornate pillars. Now flickering blue flames lining the walls cast an eerie light over the chamber. At its center, a skeleton in fine raiment and a crown sat upon a grand throne. Claude fixed the skeleton with a grave stare. "It has been a long time," he intoned. The skeleton's jawbone clicked. "Who are you, and why have you trespassed upon my eternal resting place? I shall allow you to explain yourself before I take your life." The warrior replied, 400 years, Sir Ian." Blue flames ignited in the skull's eye sockets. "Who are you?" Sir Ian rasped, clearly shocked. Claude planted the tip of his gigantic sword into the stone floor. He then asked, "Do you not remember the Empire's Storm Warrior? It seems age has truly claimed your memory." Sir Ian shrieked, "Bernard, but you should have perished ages ago." He explained that the four heroes had been revived by the prince using dark magic and now served as undead. The prince had been fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the former kingdom, and ever since, he'd used dark magic to drain the life force from elves, prolonging his own existence. Sir Ian appeared confused, asking what Bernard intended to do. Bernard pointed a finger at the skeletal king. "We require a stronger power to unlock and revive the former kingdom." He then demanded that Sir Ian surrender the key he guarded. Sir Ian's voice turned grave. "So you came for the key?" He asserted that if the old king hadn't signed a pact with the demon, their kingdom would still stand. "Why do you insist on treading this misguided path?" he questioned. Bernard roared, "Power demands sacrifice. I have no desire to fight you, so hand over the key." Rising from his throne and adopting a hostile stance, Sir Ian declared, "I refuse." Drawing his sword, Bernard said, "Forgive my rudeness then, Sir Ian." Sir Ian scoffed. "The greatest honor for a warrior is to die on the battlefield. You must have forgotten your oath." Ignoring the skeleton's words, Bernard pressed his advance, sword held high. As he prepared a powerful downward strike, he declared, "Now the revival of the kingdom is all that matters." The two adversaries met in a devastating clash, unleashing a tremendous explosion of light and sound. Hidden Alice watched the entire spectacle from her perfect vantage point, utterly awestruck. A figure moved through the underground labyrinth, navigating its first layer. It's Merlin, hurrying through the gloomy passage. He appears visibly anxious, beads of sweat tracing paths down his face. Finally reaching a chamber littered with skeletal remains, he muttered, "I'm lost." He fretted that his struggle to find the way meant someone else might snatch the reward he sought. But then a memory of Hobbs's words surfaced. The labyrinth had multiple layers. His gaze dropped to the ground. An impulsive idea sparked in his mind. "For Alice, I'd do anything." He reeled back a fist, preparing to punch through the floor and descend to the next layer. He slammed his fist down, a surge of energy crackling around it. With a resounding crack, Merlin ripped a hole through the floor, but on the layer beneath, skeletons stirred. Not satisfied with merely breaking through one layer, he extended the punch, tearing through the next floor as well, obliterating the enemies that lay beneath. Merlin had carved a gaping maw, a direct path down to the labyrinth's deeper levels. Dusting off his hands, he couldn't deny it. This was undeniably the quickest route. Elsewhere in the underground labyrinth, on the second layer, a radiant light pierced the oppressive gloom. Lady Cecilia, her staff held aloft, channeled her divine power, invoking the holy light to banish the encroaching evil. The sacred blast proved incredibly effective, skeletal forms crumbling to dust wherever it touched. Her accompanying knights, emboldened, charged forward to engage the remaining foes. But Lady Cecilia inwardly admitted their predicament. They were lost. Their informant had failed to provide any real details about the monster's strength. Her warriors, worn from incessant battle, were nearing their limits. All she truly wanted was her father's approval. But why did it feel so impossibly difficult to attain? Kyle tried to warn her of something, but she cut him off, sharply telling him to quiet down as she continued continued to declare they would escape, but he insisted that they had already circled back on the same path they'd taken earlier. Lady Cecilia held 2 spells ready, her voice firm as she ordered her knights to keep pressing forward. "We can escape," she cried, "as long as we figure out the labyrinth structure, trust me." But she also knew that even if the sacred light could burn these creatures, her mana was far from infinite. She began to pray, her lips moving silently. The moment her foot touched the ground, she felt it suddenly give way beneath her. A jolt of alarm shot through her. She looked down, her eyes widening. To her horror, a skeletal hand burst from the crumbling earth. It clamped around her robes, pulling her down with a sickening jerk. Her staff tumbled from her grasp, clattering uselessly on the stone, leaving her defenseless. The holy light vanished, plunging them into deeper darkness, and the monsters began to surge forward, encroaching upon her warriors. Fallen and utterly defenseless on the cold stone, she cried out, a desperate plea for aid escaping her lips. A skeletal warrior loomed over her, its eye sockets burning with malevolent red light, a jagged dagger clutched in its bony grip. Before the creature could deliver a fatal blow, a spear flashed through the air, piercing its neck and cleanly severing its skull. Kyle, her loyal knight, stood over her. He offered a steady hand, his voice urgent. "My lady, are you hurt?" She took his hand, pulling herself up. "I'm fine," she said, her eyes scanning the ground. "Where's my staff?" Her gaze landed on her staff, lying just a few feet away. She lunged for it, but Kyle's cry stopped her short. "Wait, my lady!" Then a truly horrifying sight materialized. A towering skeletal monstrosity, half humanoid, half horse, with multiple arms, each gripping a gleaming sword. Lady Cecilia stumbled back, the sight of it utterly repulsive and terrifying, losing her footing and collapsing to the ground. The monster wasted no time. It charged. A flurry of swords aimed directly at her, but before the swords could find their mark, Kyle intercepted, his spear deflecting the monstrous assault with a desperate clang. He dropped to one knee, a living shield, willing to give his life to protect his lady. "Run, my lady, let me handle this," Kyle cried, but she shook her head, defiance flashing in her eyes. Around them, the remaining warriors were beginning to suffer grievous wounds from the relentless skeleton hordes. With the holy light extinguished, the monstrous skeletons pressed their advantage, advancing with terrifying speed. The multi-armed monstrosity, relentless, began to push Kyle back, its superior numbers and reach overwhelming his defensive stance. Cecilia, still sprawled on the cold ground, watched in despair, wondering why her life had come to such a tragic pass. Already many brave soldiers had fallen, their lives extinguished in this grim, endless battle. Then a forgotten memory stirred within her, a vision from her past. A blond man with a stern mustache declared, "The survival of the weak and useless serves no purpose. There is no need for those without power here." Young Cecilia, a tiny girl, had overheard these words. Her own father often proclaimed her the weakest of all his children. Her tiny hands clenched her dress, those cruel words piercing her young heart. Outside the grand mansion, a vast courtyard stretched out. There, Cecilia was often tormented by the other children, pushed and ridiculed. Her younger sister, in particular, would sneer, claiming she had surpassed Cecilia with effortless grace, adding that no matter how much Cecilia trained, she would never grow stronger. She would even declare that she no longer wished to acknowledge Cecilia as her older sister. Lady Cecilia's heart ached and her tears flowed freely, unable to hold back the pain of such words from her own family. As she wept, a small boy approached her, asking softly, "How was your trip?" He extended a small hand towards her, his gaze full of concern. "Are you all right?" She took his offered hand, letting him help her up, and for a moment, they simply held hands. Later, in the training grounds for new recruits, various intimidating training apparatus stood. The same small boy was tied to a thick wooden post, enduring a barrage of blows. A bald, cruel instructor, brandishing a wooden stick, beat him mercilessly, roaring that anyone who failed to complete their exercises would suffer the same fate. Cecilia rushed forward, pleading with the instructor to spare the small boy. Time, as it always does, marched on. Seasons changed and the children grew older. The blond boy, now a young man, knelt before Cecilia, a fervent plea in his eyes. He asked for her permission to be her knight, swearing to dedicate his life to her service, to protect her with his very last breath. Cecilia, too, had grown, her hair now longer, cascading down her back. She looked at his earnest face, a hint of confusion clouding her features at such a solemn request. Then a soft, affectionate smile graced her lips as she looked down at her earnest, self-proclaimed knight. She took a sword, her hands steady, and declared, "More, then I shall allow you to serve me." The boy's eyes, full of joyous adoration, sparkled back at her. She was so weak, and he too was weak. They were merely two fragile souls drawn together, seeking warmth and solace, clinging to each other for life in a harsh world. Time, ever relentless, continued its march. The coldest season arrived, blanketing the trees and the land in a pristine layer of snow. Kyle trained ceaselessly, pouring every ounce of his being into upholding the promise he'd made to Cecilia. Watching him, Cecilia observed that he had already reached a high rank. Aren't you tired, she asked, of training so hard every single day? He turned to her, a bright smile on his face. Not at all, my lady. Only by training hard can I ensure your protection. Such unwavering determination surprised her. Her eyes widened slightly. A fond smile touched her lips. Truly, Kyle, she mused, you are an utter fool. Cecilia's father, viewing her as nothing more than a burden, had decided to dispose of her like unwanted refuse, arranging her marriage to a distant noble. How, she wondered with a pang, could Kyle possibly protect her from that? Back in the harrowing present, the clang of sword and spear echoed through the cavern. Kyle fought with unwavering bravery against the monstrous skeleton, his single spear a defiant shield against its numerous blades. My lady, why don't you flee? He grunted, parrying another strike. I am here to hold them. You fool! Cecilia cried back, her voice firm. We are in this together. Only together do we stand a chance. As your knight, it shames me to see you in peril, Kyle shouted, but Cecilia snapped, this is no time for chivalry. The monstrous skeletons were closing in, a wave of death ready to engulf them both. Just as they were about to strike, a blinding yellow light erupted, slicing through the approaching horde. Kyle, unwavering, stepped forward, shielding Cecilia. It is my greatest glory, he proclaimed, in it to fight until my last breath for the one I love. The monstrous three-headed cavalryman, though wounded, lunged at the brave knight once more. He gripped his spear, letting out a defiant yell. This is the final confrontation. I will be loyal until my last breath. With those words, he lunged, unleashing a flurry of thousands of spear thrusts into the monster's grotesque form. One of those strikes found its mark, piercing directly into the enemy's central head. A flicker of pride touched Kyle's lips. He allowed a small, triumphant smile. His spear was now deeply lodged between the two remaining heads. To his horror, the two heads began to stir again, and a malevolent third eye flared open between them. With a gasp, Kyle's grip slackened, and his spear clattered to the ground. He staggered, a dark crimson liquid gushing from his mouth. He was wounded, gravely. Despair clawed at Cecilia's throat as she realized her knight, her protector, had been grievously injured. Her horrified gaze finally focused, and she saw it. His body was riddled with wounds. Blood streamed from the poor warrior Kyle's body, struck by a devastating blow. The cruel monster lifted his body even higher, raising the very swords that had pierced him. Then, with a brutal sideways flick, it flung the boy away. Kyle crashed to the ground, his injuries worsening from the impact. Desperate, Cecilia screamed her knight's name and rushed to his side. She pleaded for him to get up, to protect her, demanding to know what he was doing. Tears streaming down her face, the girl reminded him of the oath he'd sworn. The skeletal monster's footsteps drew closer. It had no mercy, nor time for pathetic wails. Soon the creature raised its swords once more, aiming them at the girl. She thought this was the end. Cecilia squeezed her eyes shut, awaiting the blow, imagining her bitter, wretched life finally coming to an end. But at that very moment, the ceiling above them began to crack. An immensely powerful energy burst from the crumbling ceiling, destroying everything beneath it, including the monster. The falling debris also annihilated the other skeletons nearby. Cecilia, eyes still shut, heard the cacophony, but couldn't quite grasp what had happened. She held Kyle in her arms and surveyed the destruction the ceiling had wrought. A pair of boots appeared from the floor above, stepping onto what remained of the ceiling. It was Merlin, who commented that it had been a long time since he'd thrown a truly powerful punch. The force had been so immense that he winced in pain, his back cracking as he stretched. Cecilia recognized the young man as the adventurer she'd met yesterday and wondered why he was here. Still rubbing his head and feeling a few pops, Merlin looked back and saw the girl. He then spoke to her, remarking on the grand coincidence. With a mocking smirk, he asked if she wasn't the arrogant first daughter of the Rose family and why she looked so desolate. She explained that the dungeon's difficulty had suddenly spiked. They had been ambushed by extremely powerful monsters. Merlin questioned why she had entered this labyrinth, pointing out that even as a priestess she couldn't possibly handle so many undead. With a sad, defeated gaze, she confessed that she wanted to prove her strength to her father. Merlin burst out laughing at this, and the girl demanded to know the reason for his amusement. With an air of superiority, the boy stated that it was ridiculous, as her strength was hers alone and she didn't need to prove it to anyone. In doing so, she had only proven one thing, her own foolishness. All her men had died for such a stupid reason. If she were a demon, this would be considered utter incompetence. Weeping, Cecilia didn't deny Merlin's accusations. On the contrary, she agreed with them. Gazing at the corpses surrounding her, she admitted it was her fault they had all lost their lives. Even Kyle, who had always worked so hard to protect her since childhood. The protagonist looked at Cecilia, his expression serious, as he reflected on her demeanor. Merlin had always been against the idea of working hard, but said he had no interest in lecturing her, and so he began to leave. But before the boy could continue on his way, a sound accompanied by movement from the ground interrupted him. That damned bizarre skeletal monster hadn't died. It was back on its feet and ready for battle. It charged at Merlin, swords pointed directly at him. Cecilia screamed to warn the boy of the surprise attack. The boy scratched his head, wondering if he was born with protagonist plot armor, just to mess with everyone since someone was always causing trouble for him. And with an incredibly swift movement, he snatched his sword and performed his quick draw, a move that instantly blew the stubborn beast into 1,000 tiny pieces. A confident smile on his face, he questioned how a monster that had already died could insist on challenging him again. According to him, the undead were truly annoying. No matter how many times they died, they just wouldn't stay dead. Cecilia watched, utterly impressed by such power in a single movement. She doubted he was merely an Iron Rank adventurer. She knew that if she didn't ask for his help, both she and Kyle would surely die here. With a pleading gaze, she begged Merlin not to leave, but to rescue them. Merlin turned to her and asked why he should help her. The girl then offered a reward, which immediately piqued the greedy protagonist's interest. He mused that a noblewoman was likely wealthy and he could probably fleece her for a hefty sum, perhaps around 5,000 gold coins. With a sarcastic smirk, he said, "What's the harm if the payment's good? If you catch my drift?" The young woman, thinking that such a powerful being wouldn't be interested in fame or money, concluded there was only one thing he could possibly want. The girl's face flushed crimson and she squeezed her eyes shut tightly. She thought of Kyle and how he had always fought to defend her, even confessing his feelings, but with tears in her eyes, she knew he had been willing to die for her, so she couldn't hesitate. Stammering, she said she knew what kind of reward he was talking about. Her face still scarlet, the young woman lowered her blouse to her shoulders, revealing her décolletage. She thought this would please him. Merlin scoffed. "I don't need that kind of reward. I'd prefer 5,000 gold coins." She stammered that she had nothing there but her body, to which he replied, "You can pay me later." A little annoyed, he gripped his sword and declared that this was utterly irritating. Even Alice's ironing board would be better. Cecilia gasped in alarm, crying out, "What are you planning to do?" The protagonist then gripped his sword firmly with both hands, just as he did for his quick draw. He swiftly moved his blade in a single arc around Cecilia, cutting the area around her and Kyle, effectively isolating them from the rest of the labyrinth. He explained that the undead couldn't climb this high, which would protect them for a while, but Cecilia protested that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to leave the area entirely. Merlin, however, declared he was too busy now and this was good enough. He picked something up from the ground and tossed it towards her, asking if it belonged to her. It was her staff, now safe in her hands. The blonde-haired man added that her knight was still alive, something she, as a priestess, should have known. Gripping her weapon tightly, she thought she didn't need anything else, but she absolutely didn't want to lose Kyle. She then leaned over to look down and saw that many undead were still swarming below. She asked if Merlin could come back later and save them. He promised he would fulfill his word and wouldn't leave her stranded there. Now, returning to his own adventure, he knew only one more layer remained. He hoped Alice had already been defeated so he could claim all the gold coins for himself. Nearby, the atmosphere was far more tense than anticipated. Alice watched from her hiding spot, thinking it was no wonder Claude spoke as if he were living in the previous century. The two ancient beings clashed in battle, neither willing to back down. She didn't know what to do. She had thought he was just an important criminal, but never imagined it was something far more complex than that. Alice knew she needed to report this to the guildmaster upon her return, and wondered if she should flee the scene. Sir Ian bellowed that Bernard was moving too slowly, asking if he had grown old. The warrior remained unfazed, relentlessly attacking his enemy. He then stared into his adversary's cavernous eyes and demanded to know how long he would maintain his arrogance. Bernard spun his sword with force, conjuring splendid energy. That move created several trails of energy that shot towards the skeleton, but Sir Ian continued to smile, calling it utter foolishness. A giant skeletal arm emerged behind him, and he bellowed that he would reveal his secret art, calling upon the king of skeletons. It seemed that this display of power was enough to frighten even the Empire's storm warrior. A gigantic skeletal hand prepared to strike, but Bernard, undeterred, charged forward. His eyes glowing crimson, Sir Ian shouted that Bernard wouldn't be able to dodge it. Sure enough, he was struck by the colossal fist's powerful blow. Bernard now found himself slammed into the wall, reeling from the impact. The colossal creature's other hand began to emerge from the ground, and then an enormous skull started to appear as well. The skeletal being was now fully summoned, its master raising his arms to welcome his monstrous creation. Sir Ian shouted, demanding to know what happened to Bernard and if he still dared to underestimate him. Bernard's strength, stagnant for 400 years, meant he had no chance of victory. The warrior planted his sword, its tip aimed at the ground, creating a deep crack in the floor. Now the colossal skull summoned by Sir Ian stood fully formed, an immense presence, as Bernard declared he only needed a single strike. Focused, Bernard declared he would crush its skull and extinguish the flame of its soul with his secret weapon. Sir Ian told him to cut the theatrics and try to get past his king of skeletons first. As a blue energy began to emanate from his body, Bernard told Ian to accept his fate, for he would no longer be able to lay a hand on him. Charging his power, he shouted the name of his attack. Secret Art, Storm Mode. Alice, still hidden behind a pillar, observed the battle and realized this attack was special, drawing power from an enraged saint-rank magic beast. Bernard pushed off with his feet, beginning his charge toward his enemy. He ran towards the King of Skeletons, wielding his giant sword with both hands. But then, a crack in the ceiling began to crumble, interfering with their battle. From this crack, an enormous power emerged, piercing through the ceiling and destroying everything in its path. A silhouette then fell, joining the others. Bernard was completely bewildered and asked what was happening. Sir Ian was also confused, demanding to know who the silhouette was. It was our protagonist, Merlin, who appeared triumphantly and declared he had arrived just in time for the chaos. He called Bernard a heavy sword wielder and asked if Alice wasn't with him. The knight was bewildered, wondering if the undead in the first and second layers hadn't been enough to stop this iron rank boy. Alice further concealed herself, marveling at how Merlin managed to traverse 2 layers of the labyrinth and how he had the audacity to be so reckless. Bernard knew that to keep the kingdom's revitalization a secret, he would have to eliminate all witnesses. He gripped his heavy sword firmly, tightening his fist around it. The King of Skeletons approached Merlin, and Sir Ian demanded to know who he was and how he dared enter his eternal resting place. He then pointed a skeletal finger towards the protagonist, launching several ghosts at him and commanding him to be reduced to dust. The ghosts rapidly approached the ex-king, who remained in the same spot, unmoving. A golden energy shielded him from all incoming blows. This impressed the King of Skeletons, who could not believe his eyes. Bernard's eyes also widened at the sight. Sir Ian realized his magic couldn't even touch the boy. The armored knight, Bernard, quickly understood that this boy could not be underestimated in any way. Alice thought Merlin's anti-magic was truly useful, remembering when the church suffered a great loss during an expedition because of it. Merlin asked why the skeleton attacked him when he hadn't even done anything, while Sir Ian demanded to know who he was and what he did to defend himself. With a mocking smirk, the ex-king replied that Sir Ian didn't need to know, since he was just a skeleton worth a mere 5,000 gold coins. This infuriated the skeletal monarch. He demanded to know how the boy dared to insult him. Using his summoned King of Skeletons, Sir Ian commanded it to attack Merlin with a punch, something physical this time, but that only made our protagonist chuckle. The monstrous skeletal arm reached its target, striking the spot with full force. Bernard had to use his greatsword to shield himself from the debris the blow created. He thought the boy must be dead. Even Bernard himself couldn't withstand a punch from the King of Skeletons, much less someone of Merlin's apparent rank. But he was forced to swallow his words as his eyes widened in disbelief. The gigantic arm was stopped dead in its tracks, right where it delivered its powerful blow. However, upon closer inspection, Merlin was seen holding the monster's hand effortlessly as if it weighed nothing. Alice peeked out to observe, thinking that even Merlin's physical strength was incredibly powerful. Bernard, bewildered, couldn't comprehend what he was witnessing. Sir Ian's jaw practically dislocated from how utterly aghast he was. In his convictions, he had been certain no one could withstand the King of Skeletons' hammer-like punch. Merlin still held the giant skeleton's arm, remarking, "This summoned creature is quite interesting, wouldn't you say, Sir Ian?" Then he clenched the hand he used to block the monster's blow, effortlessly shattering its wrist into 1,000 pieces. This caused agonizing pain to the gigantic creature, which began to scream in desperation. Sir Ian was utterly terrified by the sight. As he drew his sword from its sheath, Merlin declared that a useless undead like Sir Ian deserved to go straight to hell. He delivered a powerful blow towards the King of Skeletons, unleashing a gigantic golden light that illuminated the entire area. And before he could even utter the word monster, Sir Ian began to dissolve. Only his crown and a few remnants of his clothes were left behind on the ground, along with a few scattered bones, once imbued with such immense power and wealth. Alice had expected this enemy to be a challenge for Merlin, not for him to dispatch it with a single attack. Again. Then she paused, reflecting on that very word. Again. He had indeed killed his enemies with a single blow countless times now. With a proud expression, the boy sheathed his sword once more. Bernard watched the boy, thinking that probably none of the legendary 4 heroes could compare to this menacing individual. Malicious thoughts began to brew in the knight's mind as he wondered what it would be like to have someone this strong in his majesty's service. Merlin boasted about his newly acquired 5,000 gold coins and proceeded to check if there was anything else of value on Sir Ian's remains. As he began to walk around the area, his foot touched something that made a peculiar metallic clinking sound. It was something small and metallic, and he shifted his attention to it. A key, likely fallen from Sir Ian, lay on the ground, but Merlin wasn't the only one who noticed the key. Bernard saw it too and began to move towards it. Merlin picked up the large golden key that fell to the ground after his battle, finding it quite interesting. Bernard recognized the key, knowing it was absolutely essential for the kingdom's revitalization, which was why it absolutely could not fall into anyone else's hands. So he politely called out to Lord Merlin, who glanced back with a mischievous smirk. Bernard pleaded with him to hand over the key. As he spun the key in his hands, the blonde man asked why he'd give up his trophy so easily. The knight tried another tactic, offering 200,000 gold coins in exchange, and asking what he thought of the deal. Merlin's mouth watered at the thought of this seemingly insignificant key being worth 200,000 coins. With that much, he could hit the racetrack and bet it all on Richard. Still practically drooling, he was about to accept the deal when a female voice interrupted the negotiation. Alice extended her hand, asking Merlin not to hand the key over to the armored warrior. Bernard noticed the intrusion and turned to face the girl. The protagonist remarked that he knew Alice was there, accusing her of selfishly abandoning them for the reward, but she quickly denied it, explaining she had merely gone to investigate. She pointed a finger at Bernard, ready to expose his secret. Then she spilled the beans, declaring that he was none other than Bernard, one of the 4 heroes who died long ago. Merlin stared at the knight, then asked if the man before them was in fact an undead. Alice confirmed it, explaining that they were the guardians of the previous kingdom, revived by magic, and now they plan to revive the kingdom itself. Claude came after this key, and there must be a great secret hidden within it, making it dangerous to hand over. The ex-monarch was intrigued by the idea of a great secret being hidden within it. He suspected it was probably a truly valuable treasure, and if so, he could finally pay off all his debts. Bernard realized Alice had been following him and had overheard all his secrets. To ensure the success of his plan, he'd have to kill both of them right here and now. He gripped his heavy sword tightly and began to advance towards them, intent on erasing any and all witnesses to his actions. His first victim would be Alice, and he lunged at the girl mercilessly. His gaze held no emotion, only the grim determination to fulfill his purpose. Alice barely had time to react to the sudden blow, her heart racing, but Merlin's strong hand caught the sword blade before it could fall upon the girl. Bernard was taken aback, not expecting such a thing to happen. Merlin looked into the young man's eyes and asked if he couldn't have held back a little longer. The armored knight was impressed that the boy could be faster than him, even in Tempest mode. Merlin quipped that he couldn't let his ironing board kick the bucket, or he'd be stuck with the entire rent. Bernard tried to insist on their earlier deal. He takes the key and they both walk away as if nothing happened. The protagonist retorted that this key surely held an enormous secret, and besides, Bernard attacked them without a second thought. So now there was no reason for him to hold back. With a serious gaze, the knight declared there was no longer any need for words, but Alice quickly prepared, drawing her sword from its sheath. And with exquisite agility, she managed to thrust the tip of her sword into the young man's stomach. He stumbled back, clutching the wound in his stomach. The girl's sword was exceptionally cold. She had imbued the blade with ice magic. Our heroine realized the sacred sword was effective, confirming he truly was an undead. Merlin scolded her, asking why she attacked him like that. The girl explained that if the two of them teamed up, it would be much easier, but the proud ex-king declared he didn't need her help, and it was best she didn't interfere, lest they give the impression they were buddies. That left Alice confused. She didn't understand why the ex-demon king was playing by the rules and fighting fair. The protagonist extended an arm towards his adversary and declared that 2-on-1 was unfair, but if it was just one against the other, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Bernard, brimming with confidence, resolved to do his best to finish off both of them and revitalize his kingdom. In a surprising move, he threw his iron helmet to the ground. Merlin's expression shifted, a hint of confusion crossing his face at the sight. Alice, meanwhile, looked either more frightened or disgusted. The owner of that bizarre face declared that if anyone were to ask who was the strongest in one-on-one combat among the 4 heroes, it would unquestionably be him. Raising his arms with a snobbish air, Merlin asked if he should really be relying on past glories. The protagonist remarked that it was a shame Bernard wouldn't get a chance to talk about his regrets later, as not everyone was as lucky as Alice. But the girl retorted that she didn't consider herself lucky at all, but rather unlucky to have crossed paths with Merlin. With no time for idle chatter, Bernard raised his arm and entered his Tempest mode. Alice felt the pressure intensify, likely because Claude had recognized the adversary's strength and would now fight for real. But the ex-demon king didn't seem impressed by this. He remained with his arms still crossed. Bernard approached, gripping his heavy sword, and declared he would kill him in the name of the 4 heroes. He used the momentum of his feet, channeling all his energy into a charged sword slash. Merlin maintained his stance, hands on his hips, and a roguish smile on his face. The great sword warrior warned that if the boy kept those openings, he'd take his head. Without a flicker of emotion, the protagonist glanced to the side, and Bernard only had time to register a gigantic shock. Simultaneously, a devastating wind swept across the battlefield, clearing debris and everything in its path. Arms still crossed, Merlin asked if the guy wasn't going to take his head and what happened that made him suddenly dodge. The knight's face was etched with extreme fear, and he was breathing heavily. His senses were exceptionally sharp in Tempest mode, allowing him to perceive that this man was far stronger than a saint rank. So Bernard admitted yes, he was indeed afraid. But being afraid in this situation made him immensely happy because it meant an enemy had finally appeared who could force him to use his full power. And he believed Merlin could understand his feelings in that moment. The blonde man said he understood that loneliness must be truly horrible, and Bernard must be quite happy to have found an adversary of his level. But he added, unfortunately, that feeling wasn't mutual because Bernard didn't make Merlin happy. Bernard raised his gigantic sword with just one hand and pointed it at the protagonist. He challenged Merlin to come at him or admit that he was a worthy adversary. Scratching his chin, Merlin said that being considered comparable to him was quite a sad insult. A heavy energy began to emanate from Bernard's body as he grew increasingly furious, demanding they stop with the endless chatter and finally start fighting. Crying out, Bernard declared he would fight with every ounce of his power, leaving no room for regret. Strange markings began to form on his face, and the warrior appeared to be in immense pain. A dark, ominous energy started to surge from his body, and the unmarred portions of his face became riddled with prominent veins. This was a forbidden technique, madman sacrifice, where he would exchange his very life for 100 times his usual strength. Alice recalled her teacher's words that this forbidden technique had vanished from history. She never imagined she would witness it in this day and age. Merlin smiled, remarking that the technique truly looked interesting. The battleground was now awash with the surging energy emanating from the technique. Alice grew tense, and beads of sweat began to trickle, then pour down her face. The two combatants faced each other, each waiting for the other to make the first move. But suddenly, Bernard made the first move, vanishing in a blur. Merlin remained with his arms crossed, merely scanning his surroundings. He reappeared in a flash, directly before the protagonist, attacking with his sword. The blonde-haired man parried and evaded the strikes, but now he appeared to be having greater difficulty. Seizing an opening in his enemy's guard, he attempted to land a kick, but Bernard's senses were unnaturally sharp, and he managed to dodge. Immediately after, he lifted his sword with full force, preparing for the next strike, while Merlin attempted to reposition himself. A bolt of lightning flashed past Bernard's face, nearly striking him. Merlin still hadn't secured a favorable stance. He remained suspended in the air. The warrior of the heavy sword wasted no time and lunged to strike him. But the protagonist managed to dodge at the last second, pulling back a bit further. He now gripped his sword firmly, his gaze fixed on the battle. With a nimble thrust, Bernard jammed his hand against the protagonist's sword hilt, preventing him from drawing it from its scabbard. Now, with his adversary cornered and unable to draw his sword, Bernard found a perfect opening to exploit. He swung his sword horizontally, slashing across the former monarch's body. Every sign pointed to him having landed the strike. The boy's face was obscured from view. Bernard remained focused, gripping his sword firmly. A tiny drop of sweat fell from Alice's face, almost reaching the ground, and as it finally touched the ground at that exact moment, an explosion of wind and smoke erupted at the battle site of the two swordsmen. Trying to shield her face, the girl watched, bewildered, wondering what just transpired. Visibility was poor in the environment, as a thick cloud of dust had been kicked up by the explosion. Fragments of the ceiling and walls rained down as well, adding to the cacophony. As the dust began to clear, Bernard could be seen, utterly dumbfounded. He believed he had killed Merlin only to find him standing there, completely unharmed. As Merlin sheathed his weapon, he remarked that the fellow was fast, but not as fast as his blade. With his strength rapidly draining, the warrior wielding the heavy sword cast a look back, fixing his gaze on Merlin. Then his memories rushed back. He saw a blonde-haired silhouette as well, but one unlike the boy he just fought. With a soft chuckle, the man remarked that he truly was getting old, for even having experienced this sword before, he hadn't recognized it. Uttering his last words, the warrior slumped, losing consciousness, muttering that it was precisely as he'd expect from the strongest demon, the monarch of pride, Lucifer. The protagonist was slightly bewildered by those words. He explained that he was a discreet individual who rarely traveled, so there was no logical reason for Bernard to know him. He then concluded that Bernard must have simply misunderstood. Alice remained in shock, captivated by the battle. Merlin called out to her, but she didn't respond. To rouse her, he clapped his hands sharply in front of her face, and the girl snapped back to reality. With a smirk, he suggested she still had time to properly revere him now, but the young woman replied that it was nothing out of the ordinary. As for the key he possesses, it holds some very important secrets, so we must hand it over to the proper authorities. Merlin decided to flick the meddlesome girl right on the nose. He then asked her if she would hand it over so easily if this key opened a magnificent treasure. He placed a hand on Alice's shoulder and asked what she thought about sharing the treasure, since both of them fought, but she pointed out that perhaps this treasure wasn't monetary. The protagonist questioned how something coveted by a saint-ranked individual could possibly have no value. Like a true sly tempter, he began to persuade her, mentioning her immense debt and how this could pay it off. She eventually relented. Feeling victorious, the young man let out a laugh, while Alice felt utterly swindled. Merlin then raised the key in his hand and observed it with careful scrutiny. The only problem now was to uncover the secret of this enigmatic key. Alice mentioned she had a friend who possessed vast knowledge and was also an adventurer in Wrexham, suggesting they could ask her. But as the two conversed, a commotion could be heard coming from the hall. The protagonist wondered if it could be the undead, but the girl replied that it couldn't be, as the necromancer had been eliminated. But just as he suspected, a horde of undead began to shamble towards them. The remaining undead troops were being drawn by the key's mana. Merlin told Alice not to get in his way and that he would protect her. Proudly, the girl declared she didn't need his protection and told him to stop acting so high and mighty. The two adventurers would once again unite to defeat the imminent danger posed by the undead. Outside that labyrinth, just moments before, a bearded man roared, asking if everyone was ready to send those undead back to hell. The group of warriors responded in unison, a resounding yes, standing in formation, ready for battle. The undead gripped their weapons and began to close in on the hero's group. Arnold stood among the warriors, though he seemed far less enthusiastic than those around him. Hobbs quipped, asking if Arnold was so desperate for coin he'd agreed to fight. Arnold replied that many officials were eagerly awaiting his performance today. The redhead concluded that Arnold was there under duress, and questioned why his family tolerated a loser like him. Arnold retorted that Hobbs simply didn't understand his reincarnation ability. They chatted about Alice and Merlin, but Arnold was confident they were fine, assured by Claude's formidable presence. Hobbs declared he'd bolt if the battle turned south, but then sheepishly added that his noble spirit compelled him to stay and fight. Arnold's hand rested on Hobbs's sturdy shoulder in a gesture of consolation. He mentioned that he'd heard of the redhead's substantial debts at Helena's secret cabin, and knowing Hobbs was reputed to be quite wealthy, offered to help. Completely changing his tune, the burly man declared himself a truly noble person, who would never abandon his allies and vowed to protect Arnold. A soldier at the front of the platoon blew a horn, signaling the start of the attack. The battalion charged forward, every soldier brimming with courage and determination to defeat the enemy. Hobbs saw the approaching horde of undead and wet his pants with fear, bolting away while Arnold desperately tried to hold him back. A violent battle erupted under the moonlight, with countless warriors and undead clashing. Suddenly, a familiar monster emerged from among the skeletons. The centaur-bodied skeleton. Arnold clung to Hobbs in desperation, screaming that he was going to die a pathetic death. The skeleton showed no mercy to the two cowards, advancing and brandishing its weapons. The two clasped hands, their faces so white with fear they resembled hospital sheets. The sinister nine-eyed skull glowed, fixing its gaze on the boys, who wondered if this would be their last sight. Trying to shield themselves, the cowards threw their hands over their heads and faces. But then something curious began to happen. The enemy began to evaporate into the air as if it were flour being blown away. Warriors who had been fighting bravely stood bewildered, staring at the peculiar scene. They slowly regained their composure, realizing they had inexplicably won the battle. As if they hadn't just soiled their pants, the two smug men stood up, gloating like heroes. What remained of a small skull nearby seemed to nod in agreement, adding a comedic flourish to the scene. But time marches on, and before anyone knew it, morning had arrived. A bearded warrior handed over a sack overflowing with coins, stating it was the reward for resolving the crisis in the capital. Alice was receiving the prize, but the girl waved her hands, insisting she had already explained. Pointing to Merlin, she declared he was the one who deserved the money, for he had slain 2 Saint-class warriors. The bearded man stroked his chin, incredulous, saying an iron-class warrior, devoid of mana or aura, couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. It was unbelievable. Alice grew frustrated. No matter how much she explained, no one took her seriously. Declaring the investigation complete, he instructed a soldier to deliver a letter to Her Majesty the Queen. The letter explained that Ian and Claude had fought to the death, but when both were weakened, the warrior Alice delivered the final blow and Merlin witnessed it. Night fell once more, the moon shining brightly in the sky. A carriage continued its journey, the adorable donkey trotting alongside it. Arnold, sipping wine, mused that he hadn't expected Claude to be that kind of person. The guildmaster would be surprised, but since the powers of the former kingdom hadn't truly died, the queen would dispatch the Red Bud Knights to investigate. These knights were the king's personal guardians, 12 specialists, each one equivalent to an entire army, obeying only the queen. After dealing with someone like Claude, Arnold admitted he was wary of not knowing the true past of the adventurers he encountered. Casually, Merlin remarked that he would just confess to them that he was the former demon king of the First Palace. Hobbs lumbered closer, reeking of alcohol, and asked how much Merlin had drunk to start spouting such boastful nonsense again. He then added that he found demons quite terrifying as they frequently routed the church's expeditionary army, and it would be impossible to stop them if they decided to attack here. Merlin, suspicious, asked who told Hobbs that demons intended to invade human territory. The redhead replied it was the church. The protagonist countered that demons would never invade human territory. It was the church that constantly provoked them by organizing expeditions against them. On second thought, Hobbs realized that what the blonde had just said made a lot of sense. With a mischievous chuckle, Merlin asked Alice if this was why the church extremists only knew how to incite conflict, but the girl wasn't in the mood to talk. Curious, the redhead asked why humans didn't migrate south and align themselves with the kingdoms of other races. The eras of this world could be divided into 4 parts. When the age of humans was prospering, the elves united with everyone except humans. Only the demons rejected this alliance. Hobbs, wanting to know more, asked why. The protagonist explained that demons were an independent race that sought neither cooperation nor subservience, but the main reason was there were unspeakable secrets hidden beneath the 7 palaces of the demon kings, which prevented them from leaving. The burly man placed a hand on Merlin's shoulder, remarking that he was truly knowledgeable about demons, but Arnold interrupted them with a shout. He had just chugged a whole mug of alcohol, so they should prepare for his ramblings. Clenching his fist tightly, he declared it was obvious neither of them had emerged victorious in this battle for Lady Alice's affections. But he wouldn't give up. They would continue the battle as it would be a best of 3. Merlin didn't object, saying it was fine as long as Arnold was happy. Alice gave the two of them an unamused, unfriendly look. The carriage began to shake and a silhouette flew out of it. Someone had truly lost their temper. As he sipped some water, Merlin seemed to realize he had forgotten something important, but couldn't quite recall what it was. Meanwhile, deep inside the labyrinth, Cecilia still held Kyle in her arms, crying and wondering why Merlin still hadn't come to save them. On a towering mountain, a massive volcano erupts, spewing lava and thick smoke. Nearby, a formidable gate swings wide. A golden cane slams into the ground, leaving a crack in its wake. The man in the trench coat coughs, then roars in front of a door, furious that useless Bernard couldn't retrieve the key. The long-haired woman urges him to calm down, reminding him he needs to take care of his health. The sinister bald man tells Calzona she should investigate Bernard's death and the key's whereabouts, then asks if she has any new information. The woman replies that, unfortunately, Bernard and the necromancer battled, and a gold-ranked adventurer delivered the final blow. In disbelief, the bald man declares he doesn't believe it happened. Calzona adds that the key is most likely with the adventurer. He states that if that's the case, they'd better speed things up to prevent their plan from being exposed. Calling out to Zoe and Joey, the bald man tells them they'll stay behind to protect the sanctuary and stop anyone who tries to interfere. The 2 henchmen declare they will not allow a single enemy near the sanctuary. Turning his gaze to Calzona, the bald man ponders her next moves. He orders her to go to Wrexham immediately and retrieve the adventurer's key, no matter the cost. The woman accepts her mission, vowing that those who took what was hers will pay with their own blood. Back at the Adventurers Guild, the sky is a brilliant blue, a truly beautiful day. Lugia animatedly shows off a newspaper featuring news about Alice, exclaiming that the young woman is becoming quite famous. Alice grimaces, commenting that the news is spreading far too quickly for her liking. Merlin playfully jabs at her, pointing out she only became famous for delivering the final blow. Alice retorts that she never wanted this kind of fame. The guildmaster appears, leaning on his cane, and congratulates the adventurers on their safe return. Alice asks if he'd heard about what happened with Claude, and he confirms he has. According to him, headquarters has begun assisting the capital in its investigation, and has also dispatched Redbud Knights to aid them. Merlin tunes out Alice and the guildmaster's conversation, and approaches Lugia. With a charming wink, he asks for his reward from the previous mission. Lugia hands him a pouch containing 1,800 gold coins. They had earned 6,000, but a percentage was deducted to cover their existing debts. The protagonist's eyes practically turn into piles of gold, and he looks incredibly excited. But then he starts to reflect on what she just said. The money was being combined between him and Alice. Utterly indignant, both of them lean over Lugia's counter and demand to know what that means. She calmly asks what the problem is with a couple paying their debts together. After a full-blown shouting match and much bickering, the young adventurer's shouts could be heard even outside the building. Merlin looks utterly dejected while Alice's eyes are wide with shock. Lugia tries to remain calm, explaining that according to the document her grandfather sent her, the two of them are officially married, meaning all their wealth will be combined. So the adventurer decides to confront the guildmaster, demanding an explanation for this outrageous claim. The guildmaster explains that to register Merlin, who possesses neither mana nor aura, he had to exploit a loophole in the regulations and link him to Alice. This was because she herself had claimed responsibility for him and his recommendation to the guild. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted by the sound of a grand, flamboyant bouquet falling to the floor. Arnold arrives, desperate and weeping, telling Alice he won't accept this and that he was her first. She sternly tells him not to cause any more trouble. And immediately afterwards, he's sprawled on the floor with a magnificent lump blooming on his head. Merlin and Alice speak at the same time, asking if it's truly impossible to change this relationship, as it's utterly disagreeable to them both. The smiling Lugia says it's possible if they show a divorce certificate, but they don't have one because, in truth, they aren't even married. They look at each other with utter disgust, each declaring they would never choose the other as a spouse. Lugia then produces a marriage certificate that headquarters sent them yesterday. Alice snatches the paper, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she stares at the document. The document clearly states both their names, along with an alarming note that Alice, as a Wrexham adventurer, must provide her spouse with full support. In a moment of pure agony, the girl collapses to the floor, lamenting that she doesn't know what to do now that everyone will think she's married. Trying to be sympathetic, Lugia congratulates them, but Alice is practically spitting fire with rage, declaring this is terrible for her, and she even lost money. While she's absolutely fuming about the situation, Merlin merely lets out a small chuckle. He points out that her debt is much larger than his, so in the end, he's actually the one getting the raw deal in this combined sum. This realization provides a sadistic thrill for Alice, who understands that karma has finally caught up to him and he will have to deal with this problem. Merlin slams the document he's holding onto the table. He then declares he's giving up being an adventurer, but Alice grabs his cloak, insisting he must take responsibility. Lugia adds that the guild has a rule. Adventurer couples must undertake missions together, or they won't be approved. Utterly bewildered, the two stare at Lugia in surprise. Merlin becomes outraged, declaring it a ridiculous rule. Alice wholeheartedly agrees, stating it shouldn't be necessary at all. Lugia explains that the rule was implemented because a betrayal once caused a massive uproar within the guild. Arnold slowly approaches Alice, calling her name in a soft, sugary voice. He suggests she marry him instead. That way he'll pay off all her debt, even if he has to sell his own house to do it. Despite her gratitude, the girl refuses, stating she doesn't need that kind of pity. Those cold words strike Arnold's poor, smitten heart like a blizzard. But Alice was quite irritated by his posture, as it made it seem like she was willing to sell herself to pay off her debt. Before she could withdraw, Merlin asks if she hadn't forgotten something important. He reminds her about the reward for Denbighshire, and she flares up, demanding if he's planning to extort her savings. But Merlin denies it, stating that the rewards are combined and he's simply demanding his rightful share. According to him, that's not extortion. Thoughtfully, Alice concedes, then asks if they hadn't decided to rent a house together. The girl then gets carried away, launching into a rapid-fire list of cohabitation rules for their shared home, including bills and household chores. After her lengthy discourse, she finally hands him what he deserves, and it was a measly single gold coin. Shouting, our protagonist laments having worked for so long only to earn a single gold coin. Hobbs comments that this is what happens to henpecked husbands. The sun was already setting as they made their way to Alice's rented home, a beautiful two-story residence. Merlin's hand tapped gently on the door, 3 distinct knocks. Alice answered, a sour expression on her face, demanding to know why he was here. Her arms crossed, he declared it was time to move back into his house, seeing as he'd paid for it too. She urged him to come in quickly, stating it wouldn't do for her neighbors to see a vagabond at her door every single day. He scoffed at her accusation, retorting that he was no vagabond and would instead set an example as a proper, decent man in their shared abode. A delicious light salad, complete with egg and various cuts of meat, was already laid out on the table. Alice then questioned him about his plans regarding their combined debt. Merlin, already digging into his egg, suggested they simply leave it be. Since they couldn't possibly pay it all off, it was best to just learn to live with it, he reasoned. She bristled at his resignation, declaring that she could take on SS-class missions once she achieved Saint rank. Merlin, however, scoffed, stating no such missions existed at the guild. Moreover, she couldn't ignore the glaring fact that she wasn't yet a Saint rank adventurer. Forced to swallow the bitter truth, Alice could only take a deep, shaky breath. Suddenly an idea sparked in her mind, and she slammed her hand down on the table with a resounding thud. With newfound resolve, she declared she would become a Saint rank one day. Merlin, ever the cynic, offered little inspiration, merely pointing out how many had died attempting to reach that very rank. He urged them to put that discussion aside for now, given the scarcity of SS missions anyway. But Alice countered, revealing that SS-class missions, paying millions, also existed. Our protagonist, however, remained pessimistic. He hadn't seen a single SS mission, let alone an SS-1. With an assured look in her eyes, Alice explained that the guildmaster had told her the last SS mission was a decade ago. Holding up 2 fingers, she indicated that was the reward. Merlin's eyes widened. Does that mean 2 million gold coins? He asked. His question, however, only elicited a wry, sarcastic smile from her. She then revealed the true amount, 20 million gold coins. With that kind of sum, their debt worries would vanish completely. Merlin was so utterly stunned by the astronomical sum that he promptly spat out the bread he'd been chewing. The young man knew he also had his curse to worry about. Defeating powerful monsters would not only bring in a fortune, but might also help with his own affliction. He mused aloud that if he put that money towards the racetrack, he could live 7 lifetimes without a single financial worry. Alice predictably did not look pleased. As they continued their meal, the two fell into a discussion of past exploits, mithril armor, mounting debts, and a myriad of other topics. Before long, their plates were clean and their bellies pleasantly full. Merlin inquired if an SS mission was truly difficult. Alice explained that an average adventurer wouldn't even stand a chance. and even those of advanced rank would struggle immensely. She recounted that the last SS mission involved a horrifying sea monster, one that had claimed the lives of numerous adventurers before the church finally dispatched a hero to assist. The tale immediately captivated the young man, who pressed for more details. The hero sent by the church, it turned out, was none other than Alice's senior, the legendary spear hero. Merlin seemed to recognize the name, a few fragmented memories of the spear hero surfacing in his mind. This very hero had led a successful crusade against Lucifer the King, Merlin's own mother, and the memory of it was painfully clear. Our protagonist realized that he might be able to rid his heart of the curse by confronting this hero, so he eagerly pressed for more information. Alice, however, didn't know much beyond rumors that he was one of the 10 legendary heroes. The former monarch was impressed that so many heroes capable of such feats existed, and he questioned if they were still alive. She had no idea, though. She recalled a drunken bishop rambling nonsense about how the legendary heroes had simply vanished. As they spoke, Alice meticulously cleaned the floor of the house. To provoke her rival, she taunted that these heroes could crush him like an insect. Merlin maintained his belief that he could potentially rid himself of his curse with the help of one of these heroes. He then pressed Alice for details on the crusade against the giant sea monster. She believed the giant monster had been wounded by the hero, sinking back into the depths of the ocean. The ambitious protagonist then began to ponder. If he could slay the sea monster, it would mean he was stronger than this fabled hero. A smirk spreading across his face, the young man declared that they wouldn't need to actively seek an SSS-class mission. They could simply sit back and wait. Alice, however, reminded him that they had a monthly debt payment due, meaning they would have to work diligently while awaiting an SSS mission. The SSS mission. Merlin felt a familiar weight beneath his clothes near his shoulder. He then retrieved his key, a thought solidifying in his mind. Waiting for Alice to reach St. Rank wasn't the best option. Instead, he'd rather hunt for treasure and truly save her life. The blonde-haired man then asked if she truly had that friend she'd mentioned, the one so knowledgeable about secrets, and if she was indeed trustworthy. According to Alice, this friend was indeed reliable and exceptionally intelligent, so they should seek her out as soon as she returned from her mission. The very next day, in the crisp hours of early morning, the sun was already shining beautifully. One of the windows in our adventurer's humble abode stood open, inviting the gentle morning breeze inside. Merlin was engrossed in a newspaper article proclaiming that the church had declared Elgin's swordmaster as the fabled knight of redemption within the Holy Scriptures. The church had urgently appointed Sir Sahaddin as the new Knight of the Red Bud, and he had vowed to eradicate the rebels of the former kingdom. Our protagonist idly scratched his chin, pondering just how formidable this knight might be. Then an insistent pounding on the door shattered the young man's thoughts. Alice's voice, desperate and shrill, rang out. She was demanding entry to the bathroom, yelling that they had agreed she would be the first to answer nature's call. From within, the young man's voice, soft and sing-song, drifted out. Everyone had to answer nature's call, he proclaimed, and he simply had been the first to arrive. Swallowing her pride, Alice pleaded that she was truly desperate and begged him to come out quickly. Like a true scoundrel, he proceeded to take even more time, slowly folding his newspaper. He then stretched languidly, clearly savoring the prolonged moment, until at last he opened the door, freeing the impatiently awaited lavatory. Alice, absolutely fuming, vowed that she would remember this transgression and would never let him bring a newspaper into the bathroom again. Merlin retorted that a newspaper and the bathroom were a match made in heaven, as perfectly paired as beer and fried chicken. She slammed the door shut, declaring it was his turn for meal duty and that he should go prepare breakfast. The blonde-haired man trudged towards the kitchen, grumbling internally about how utterly irritating Alice could be. Before he could even begin, an insistent knock sounded at the front door. Our protagonist wondered who could possibly be calling so early. He made his way to the door and opened it slowly. Lugia stood there, inquiring if Miss Alice was at home. The young lady was indeed at home, Merlin replied, but was currently occupied with something only she could tend to herself. Lugia explained with a note of urgency that both of them needed to come to the guild immediately, as the Redbud Knights from the capital had sent representatives to see them. Merlin pondered aloud what the Redbud Knights could possibly want with them. Meanwhile, at the Wrexham army camp, a burly blonde soldier questioned if that wasn't the beautiful and clever Lady Alice, finally among them. The girl seemed rather unmoved by his flattery as he formally welcomed her. He then nudged her with an all-too-familiar wandering hand, gesturing the way. The touch left Alice feeling both embarrassed and utterly enraged. She delivered a sharp, well-aimed elbow to his face, demanding to know where he thought he was putting his hands. Yet, despite the painful mark the elbow left, the lecherous man seemed more delighted than hurt. Merlin, meanwhile, watched, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Alice explained that this was Captain Price of the army, a man who, oddly enough, enjoyed being punished by a beautiful woman. It was only then that Sir Price seemed to notice the other blonde man in the room. He mused aloud that this must be the love rival Arnold had mentioned, this Merlin. He declared that the former Demon King was merely taking advantage of how incredible his wife was, but Alice quickly cut him off, reminding him not to forget the reason for their summons. The captain then opened a door, asking them to wait a moment while he informed the Redbud Knights of their arrival. Merlin placed his hands on his hips, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes regarding the unfolding situation. He then pulled out the key they had acquired during their last adventure. He called out to Alice, who was standing a little ahead of him. Merlin asked her not to mention anything about the key, and the girl nodded in agreement. Footsteps could be heard approaching them. Merlin quickly tucked the key away, carefully concealing it within his clothes. A group of knights clad in ornate and impeccably presented uniforms drew closer. One of the blonde knights approached the adventurers and confirmed their identities. He then pulled up a chair and settled in to speak with the two. The man introduced himself as Brent Chapman, explaining that he had been specifically assigned to investigate them, acting under the direct orders of Sir Sahadan. At this revelation, Merlin's heart quickened and a wave of apprehension washed over him. Brent urged them to remain calm and simply recount their encounter with the guardian of the previous kingdom. The knights held Master Taylor's disciples in high regard, and since he had previously offered them combat tips, they considered themselves his students too. Without further ado, the blonde knight produced a list of questions, beginning by asking if they had overheard any crucial information from the conversation between the two saint-ranked beings. Alice recounted that they had spoken of reviving the former kingdom by acquiring a new power. Merlin subtly kicked Alice's leg under the table, a silent warning for her not to overshare. She quickly covered up, claiming she had been too far away at the time to hear clearly. Brent moved to the next question, asking if she knew anything about the survivor, Bernard. Slightly nervous, Alice replied that he was likely the prince of the former kingdom, and had survived until now by draining the life force from other elves. This was crucial information, as the elf population in Great Britain was severely depleted, and it could be vital for their investigation. Meeting her gaze steadily, the knight asked if she knew anything more, urging her not to conceal it. But Alice adamantly denied knowing anything further. Brent stated that, to his knowledge, even a saint-ranked individual on the verge of death was incredibly difficult for an ordinary warrior to harm, and it made no sense for her to have delivered the final blow. Alice, flustered and extremely nervous, didn't know where to hide her face as she stammered out excuses. Then her expression suddenly shifted and she adopted a suspicious look. She then confessed that she hadn't killed him, but rather the man beside her. Merlin confirmed it, admitting it was indeed his doing. The knight standing beside Brent burst into laughter. The blonde knight remarked that he understood they might get along well as a couple, but they needed to be serious when speaking with the Redbud Knights. Alice's eyes welled with tears and she bit her lip, holding back a sob as she fell silent for a few seconds. Raising her voice, the girl pleaded for him to demonstrate his quick draw now. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe them. But Merlin merely stated he didn't want to. Brent then urged Alice to be sincere and truthfully answer how strong Bernard had truly been. He imagined she must know that the knights present were personally assigned by Queen Elizabeth, and therefore she was aware of the consequences of not cooperating. But the young woman was in despair. She didn't know what more she could possibly say if she had already spoken the truth. Merlin decided to intervene, stating he hated being threatened by others, and sarcastically asked if the Queen's knights were truly so incredible. Crossing his arms, Brent demanded if Merlin was daring to question the authority of the Redbud Knights. A terrible tension filled the room, followed by an agonizingly uncomfortable silence. Alice, already desperate, became even more distressed, frantically trying to concoct an excuse to get Merlin out of trouble. She clapped her hand over Merlin's mouth and quickly declared that the necromancer and Bernard had only seemed strong but weren't actually a big deal, merely high-ranked individuals. The Queen's Knight let out a dry, unamused chuckle. He said he had already suspected as much. It seemed the four heroes of the previous kingdom weren't so special after all. Merlin reinforced this, adding that the Storm Warrior had been a mere weakling. Brent commented that Alice's husband was far more honest than she was, leaving her utterly bewildered by the unprovoked insult. With a perfunctory bow, the Redbud Knights thanked them for their cooperation and bid them farewell. They slowly exited the room, and the heavy atmosphere instantly lightened. Alice clutched her head, demanding why he hadn't been able to demonstrate his strength. He merely explained that he wouldn't perform tricks just to prove a point. Meanwhile, in the village, people went about their daily lives as usual. The female knight accompanying Brent asked what their next move was. He replied that they would return to the capital and report what they had heard to Sir Sahadan. A young woman approached them, her steps nimble and light. Calzona passed by the Redbud Knights quite calmly as they discussed their work, but somehow Brent sensed something strange about the woman. He shouted to his companions, declaring the person suspicious, but by this point the girl had already vanished among the bustling villagers. The blonde knight began to reflect on why she resembled Calzona, the dragon tamer thief, one of the four heroes, and if they had indeed been revived, why would they come to Wrexham? The female knight asked what the problem was, but he dismissed it, saying it was nothing and he must have been mistaken. And so the three left behind the cunning woman who had managed to perfectly hide herself from the queen's knights. A fierce waterfall cascaded down a beautiful mountain beneath a sky of brilliant blue. Alice was honing her sword skills at that very spot. The water droplets, soaring with the force of the cascade, began to transform into tiny ice crystals under the girl's immense power. She was channeling her energy into her blade, focusing with intense concentration. With her eyes fixed firmly on her target, she made her first move. And with a single swing of her sword, the entire waterfall was now completely frozen. Not only did the water solidify, but ice crystals began to sprout along its entire length. That mighty cascade simply halted, as if time itself had frozen. Alice was awestruck by her own strength, barely believing she had accomplished such a feat. But the ice layer was rather brittle and began to crack. In an instant, the waterfall's force shattered the ice that held it captive, and water began to gush through the widening cracks. With little time to react, Alice's eyes simply widened, shocked. A tremendous force of water surged towards her, causing a sudden deluge. Now, besides the water, jagged pieces of ice floated menacingly. Completely drenched, our adventurer realized she was still quite a ways off from reaching the saint rank. A voice chimed in, remarking that a bit would be an understatement. The true distance was like that between heaven and earth. And who else could it be but Merlin, the one person in this world who most enjoyed getting under Alice's skin? The girl asked how he knew she was there. He explained that her habit of leaving early and returning late these past few days had simply piqued his curiosity. He then questioned if her method was truly effective or if it was merely a waste of time. With an angry expression, she glared at the boy, asserting that this was precisely how she had always trained. He then recalled her asking him how he became so strong and his practical examples of monsters he defeated. He explained that this was the answer to true strength. Facing near-death situations made it much easier to unleash one's true potential. The heroine began to recall how significantly her aura and mana had improved after her near-fatal encounter with the Goblin King. But taking that advice literally presented a significant problem. After all, who just seeks out near-death situations? Merlin, of course, offered to be her training partner, ensuring she would always be close to death. He claimed he would do it to settle a debt and that she should feel honored, seeing as he had refused to teach Beelzebub's own sister when asked. Suspicious, the girl feared she'd be in grave danger if he truly harbored ill intentions. Turning his back on her, Merlin simply stated she was truly annoying. He picked up a stray stick from the ground and declared there was nothing to worry about, as it made no sense to fear a mere twig. Challenging her, he dared her to attack him with everything she had. He delivered a perfectly aimed taunt, reminding her of their parting on the beach, and to truly seal it, called her flat-chested. A vein of pure hatred pulsed visibly on the heroine's forehead. She squeezed her eyes shut. Then, extending her arm, she unleashed a frozen strike. The frigid air rapidly closed in on Merlin, who faced the incoming attack without even flinching. With a sarcastic expression on his face, he questioned why she insisted on using magic when she knew perfectly well he was immune. And just as her strike neared, a transparent shield flared, protecting the protagonist from any damage. The girl used this as a distraction, closing in on him with her sword drawn. With extreme focus, she thrust her blade forcefully in his direction, but Merlin deftly parried her attack with a mere flick of his stick, declaring she was far too slow. She tried again, but the result was identical, and yet again, the same outcome. Her sword strike was easily blocked by his simple stick, until, without remorse, he gave her a sharp tap on the head with the stick, reiterating that she was far too slow. Exhausted, breathless, and panting, Alice no longer knew what else to try. Meanwhile, Merlin remained completely composed, not a single bead of sweat on his skin, as he questioned if she truly had it in her. With her pride deeply wounded, Alice analyzed the situation with a cold, calculating gaze. Then, charging her energy, she roared for him not to look at her like that. Her fierce attitude surprised the protagonist, who widened his eyes in mild astonishment. The heroine charged towards him, her sword pointed, daring him to taste the essence of the great snow mountain. This was exactly what he wanted to see: determination and strength. He too advanced, holding his faithful stick. A mighty clang echoed, and though only silhouettes were visible, it was clear Merlin had landed a direct hit on Alice, forcing her to drop her sword. Sometime later, the two were back at their home. Alice's head was bandaged, and she wore a thoroughly sulky expression, like a child who'd had their favorite toy snatched away. In a watery voice, she asked why he was so powerful, even with just a stick. He offered a vague apology, claiming his hand had slipped. Besides, he insisted, he was only doing this to help her reach the saint rank sooner. Alice, still hurt, rattled off several arguments about how good she had been to him thus far. He tried to justify himself, insisting it wasn't on purpose and urging her not to hold a grudge. Then he placed a meticulously prepared plate of food on the table, inviting her to eat. Her mouth instantly watered as the delicious aroma wafted up, keenly sharpening her appetite. She took a generous spoonful and brought it to her lips. In that exact moment, an explosion of sensations overwhelmed her taste buds. It was like a dream, bursting with flavors and pure pleasure, leaving her feeling utterly complete and fulfilled. But then a wave of indignation washed over her. Not only was he a better fighter, he was also a better cook. This infuriated her. So after scraping clean her plate of the delicious meal, she declared that she would handle all the housework as long as he took charge of the cooking. It's a golden afternoon, the sun already dipping below the horizon as we gaze upon the Adventurers Guild. Inside a crystal ball, people watch a horse race, and a triumphant jockey celebrates his victory. The money wagered on that race lies piled on the table, more coins clinking down. Merlin looks utterly crestfallen. He bet on Richard and lost everything. Hobbs reassures him, saying, "These things happen." Winking at our protagonist, the redhead adds, "It's perfectly normal to lose once or twice. But the problem is our former king hasn't won a single gold coin, not even after betting on over 100 races." Hobbs declares this bizarre, noting that a normal person would win at least once. He wonders aloud if the goddess of bad luck truly smiles upon Merlin so often. The guildmaster, having overheard the boys' conversation, muses that this must be Merlin's unique training to hone his intuition and willpower. The redhead tries to encourage the protagonist to bet more, but Merlin replies that he doesn't have access to the household funds. Hobbs then recalls that the young man is part of the infamous Henpecked Husbands Club. Merlin adjusts a small cord hanging around his neck. He then remembers the key he keeps hidden, thinking that perhaps a treasure hunt would be a more reliable way to earn some coin. But as he holds the key, the protagonist feels an intense sense of being watched. He glances around to confirm, yet perceives nothing amiss. It was Calzona lurking there in the guild. She had planned to inquire about Alice, but never imagined she'd stumble upon the very person who possessed the key. From what she'd overheard, he was Alice's husband, but she couldn't sense any mana or aura emanating from him. A sly smile plays on the woman's lips. She knows she can definitely reclaim the key from this mere peasant. Hobbs claps Merlin on the back, telling him to forget his troubles and come with him to hell in his secret den, a place brimming with women and spirits. With a hearty thumbs up and a wide grin, he declares it a place any man would adore. Merlin admits his curiosity, but laments his lack of funds. The redhead promptly offers to pay for him and says he'll call Price along as well. Night falls, and the two adventurers walk until they reach a secluded alleyway. This is the adventurers' secret hideout. A beautiful woman with long blue hair greets them. Hobbs and Price practically drool, declaring it Wrexham Men's Paradise. The protagonist observes the woman and remarks, "Now that's a woman. Alice should come here and learn a thing or two." The woman notices a new member among the group of lads. Hobbs introduces him as Merlin Lucifer, the guild's newest adventurer. "Though not quite as strong as me," he adds with a boast. But upon hearing the young man's name, the woman appears to be struck by the information. Growing serious, the blonde protagonist notices her reaction and wonders what could be amiss. Hobbs, too, notices her strange behavior and asks if she's feeling unwell. She dismisses his concern, asks them all to come inside, and assures them the usual fare will be served. They enter and head towards a VIP room within the establishment. From the corridor outside, a chorus of laughter can be heard spilling from the room. Hobbs is busy trying out a cheesy pickup line on a woman with bunny ears. Meanwhile, Price indulges his peculiar taste with a woman wielding a whip. Merlin merely sips his drink, observing the scene, and thinks, these city folks certainly know how to have a good time. Hobbs urges him not to just drink, but to request a girl. Merlin, however, says he wants to witness a rock being broken with a hammer on a beautiful woman's body. Faced with such an unusual request, the redhead scans the catalog for a dancer or act that might satisfy this peculiar madness. Just then, someone enters the room, their delicate, well-cared-for feet moving gracefully. The woman announces that she has arrived uncalled, but will offer them a Sogdian dance in hopes they enjoy it. The less than discerning Hobbs and Price are instantly mesmerized by the dancer, their eyes sparkling with delight. Calzona, disguised as the dancer, seethes with hatred for the two perverts beneath her elegant facade. But she knows her true objective here, and her gaze locks onto Merlin. She notices he remains remarkably calm, but she's confident he'll soon be captivated, making the key easy to acquire. As she begins her dance steps, she bids them not to miss a single move. The woman is an exquisite dancer, capable of enchanting anyone with her light and graceful movements. With all her charm and beauty, she prepares a seductive move, especially for her target. Then she blows a kiss into the air, gracefully sending it towards the men. Hobbs and Price go wild, reveling in the entire performance. She knows she's secured the hungry gazes of the two men, who eye her like wolves, eyeing a lamb, but her primary target doesn't seem quite as impressed. She turns her full attention to him, intensifying her efforts to draw his gaze. Then the girl climbs onto the table, deciding to take a more direct approach. Now, intimately close to our protagonist, she locks her eyes with his. Merlin senses something strange in the air, feeling a slight queasiness from the sensation emanating from her. The woman decides to make her move, leaning in so close she's about to touch his face. The other two men excitedly root for her to kiss the blonde. Calzona's hand subtly drops to the spot where our protagonist has hidden the key, but before she can grasp anything, he shoves her away with unexpected force. With a grim expression, he declares, "This kind of thing is incredibly dull." Flustered, she asks if she isn't enchanting enough, but he counters, asking her age, to which she replies, "Only 20. The young man stands up, calling her a liar. "The perfume you're wearing," he states, "is not something a young woman would use." Then he pins her against the wall with his hand, staring intently into her eyes. "Normally," he says, "only older women, spinsters, or grandmas approach me." With a sly, almost cruel smile, he asks which of the three categories she falls into. His words visibly infuriate the woman. Just then, the woman from the reception appears, apologizing for interrupting their fun. "Someone is asking for Merlin," she explains, requesting that he please come outside. Hobbs turns pale with nerves, wondering if it could be Merlin's wife. Merlin too grows worried, as this is his very first time in a place like this. Merlin decided to accompany the young woman who had called him. Luckily, it wasn't Alice looking for him, because he definitely would have gotten an earful from that goody two-shoes. The young woman began to descend the stairs, and the boy realized they were heading underground, making him suspicious. So the protagonist decided to ask Helena where she was taking him, and if someone wanted to see him, where was this person? But with a calm gaze, the girl asked him to simply follow her, promising to explain everything once they arrived. Merlin placed his hands on his hips and continued descending, his suspicion only growing. They finally arrived at a grand door, torches flickering to illuminate the corridor. The protagonist seemed to recognize the place in some way, observing it with a look of surprise. The young woman curtsied deeply and remarked that it had been a long time, addressing him as Lucifer with an almost exaggerated politeness and respect. He understood that Helena was a demon and asked how she recognized him when so few had ever seen his face before. She explained that she had seen Lucifer before, at the meeting of the Seven Kings 3 years prior, having been there with her lord as part of his escort. Then the girl formally introduced herself. "My name is Helena Fielding Fitzgerald. I belong to the 4th Palace of the Demon King and hold the rank of general." And her lord was a friend of Merlin's, the Lord of Lust, Asmodeus. The blonde was visibly impressed by this information, recognizing the name all too well. Helena then added a tidbit of trivia. To save his palace from economic depression, Asmodeus once dressed as a woman and put on numerous shows. While such performances were forbidden now, he remained the secret dream of many men. Helena decided to leave Merlin to his thoughts and memories. She closed the door, leaving the protagonist alone in the room. He then noticed a luxurious chair and a magical mirror embedded in the wall. As expected of Asmodeus, he always made things unnecessarily complicated. Now seated in the chair, Merlin stared at the mirror, resting his chin in his hand. The former Demon King then mused aloud, shouldn't he introduce himself now? Then the magical mirror began to glow with reflected flames, revealing the silhouette of a beautiful woman. Suddenly, the full image of a beautiful young woman with long red hair materialized. Merlin smiled, remarking, "Expas, or my friend, Asmodeus is still the same, as full of charm as ever." Using a fan to conceal a smile, the beautiful woman in the mirror replied, "We never would have imagined meeting like this a year ago." Asmodeus then asked the protagonist why he was in his brothel, but Merlin retorted, telling him not to meddle and calling him a perverted drag queen. With a more serious expression, Asmodeus questioned, "Why did you call me perverted? For I remember quite well that someone had gazed at me with a mischievous gleam and even offered a secret gift when we first met." Pointing a finger at Asmodeus, Merlin retorted, justifying himself by saying he couldn't have possibly known he was a girl with a surprise, and that Asmodeus should stop exposing such details so casually. The redhead requested they drop the topic and then asked if it was true he'd been impeached by the old parliamentarians for failing to perform his duties. Laughing, Merlin replied that it was only normal for a parasite and a good-for-nothing like him to be kicked out of such a position. He thought it best not to tell his friend the real reason he'd needed to leave the palace, to find a strong enemy and prolong his life due to the curse. To Asmodeus, it seemed Merlin had wanted to be expelled on purpose. He'd always been a great king, but suddenly he'd become negligent. Still, if he ever wished to return, all he had to do was write a letter. The protagonist thanked him for his kindness, but affirmed his preference for freedom, knowing in his heart that staying would have meant simply waiting for his death. But with a playful wink, the drag queen asked if becoming an adventurer, and one of the lowest rank at that, could truly be considered freedom. Merlin explained that Asmodeus wouldn't understand that the greatest hermit might seek refuge in the noisiest market, and that money certainly couldn't buy happiness. He also explained about the position of Monarch of Pride, stating that his 7 generals were highly capable and held the potential to be his successors. Asmodeus countered, stating that strength was a crucial measure for that position, and since the generals couldn't even defeat him, perhaps the parliamentarians would ask him to return. In Merlin's opinion, the conversation with his friend was taking a rather dull turn. With an awkward smile, he asked if he'd been summoned just for this. But Asmodeus replied, "Of course not," adding that he wanted to extend a very special invitation. The protagonist's eyes widened, curious about this surprise. Asmodeus then declared his desire to elevate the demon race and invited Merlin to a dazzling drag queen parade. The protagonist, however, refused on the spot. Our former king was practically ready to grab the chair and hurl it at the mirror, but the redhead quickly added that it was all a joke, and he didn't need to take it so seriously. A little more serious now, Asmodeus changed the subject, warning Merlin that there were traces of Hell's envoys in Great Britain, and he should be extremely careful. The blonde merely smiled, telling Asmodeus not to worry, as he could easily kill even Satan, the Lord of Hell, if he truly wished to. The two friends shared a genuine laugh, agreeing that they were still the same as ever, even after so much time apart. Merlin was now outside the room, and Helena addressed him as Lucifer, adding that she would call him if her lord wished to see him. The protagonist, however, asked her not to call him that, but the young woman refused, stating firmly that he would remain Lucifer until the Parliament elected a new monarch of pride. That status would not change. Muttering to himself that a status was useless without authority, the blonde simply told her she could do whatever she wanted then. Afraid of running into someone he knew, Merlin asked to go somewhere with fewer people. Helena then inquired if he wished to return to where Hobbs was, but he declined, instead asking if she had served Asmodeus for a long time. Helena recounted that she had served her lord as a maid before, tasked with managing his diet and daily life. This made Merlin recall his own former maid, who had a rather peculiar personality. She would even warm his bed for him, and she had a strange pleasure in tasting all his dishes beforehand, often leaving the spoon quite slobbery. The protagonist mused that if he could successfully remove the curse from his heart and return to the palace, he would absolutely love to have a maid like Helena in his life. They moved to a secluded corner, where the young woman asked if he was truly associating with humans as an ordinary adventurer to spearhead some secret plan. The girl believed he was undertaking this whole adventurer charade to infiltrate the enemy's inner circles and aid the demon race. Merlin said nothing, merely placing his hand on the girl's shoulder. He decided to play along with her idea, confirming that, yes, he was indeed devising a secret plan, and therefore, she must keep everything in utmost secrecy. Taking advantage of her enthusiasm, he then mentioned he would only need help settling some debts that were putting the plan at risk. She immediately declared her willingness to pay if it would help. Smiling, the boy reassured her it wasn't much, a mere few million gold coins. Helena's eyes widened, utterly speechless. As the door of the establishment slowly began to close, she still wore the same look of utter terror. Then she quickly advised him to rest and return whenever he wanted to have fun again. The boy shouted back, protesting that she hadn't let him finish and hadn't even confirmed she would help him. Our protagonist scratched his head, feeling utterly bewildered. But while he remained lost in thought over his questionable actions, someone was lurking on a nearby rooftop. Calzona observed everything under the moonlight, keeping herself hidden in the shadows. Since he had complicated things, she would simply have to kill him to retrieve the key. As he headed home, Merlin casually wondered what he would have for dinner, but a sinister purple shadow stretched behind him, almost reaching his heel. From that shadow, Calzona began to emerge furtively, without attracting a single glance. With 2 daggers in hand, she prepared for a surprise attack. Like a viper striking from behind, the woman prepared to slay him with her daggers.